in the Dragon Ball world on Earth. 80 miles west of West City, a range of Mt. Paozu stood with various birds and beasts roaming on the plains at the foot of the mountain. This battle power is improving too slowly. A tall, handsome youth of about 15 or 16 muttered to himself. The youth's name was Ji-Yun, a Transmigrator. He had inadvertently crossed into the Dragon Ball world 3 years ago, and like most Transmigrators, he was utterly bewildered upon arriving in this unfamiliar world. He simply could not fathom why he had transmigrated, and of all places to the Dragon Ball world. He knew that this world was teeming with formidable fighters, manageable in the early stages, but by the later stages destroying planets and extinguishing stars was commonplace. Truly terrifying. However, like many transmigrators, Ji-Yun had awakened his golden finger upon arrival, the divine selection system. With the system's help, he cultivated steadily on Earth. Each time the system would issue selective tasks for him to complete, and in this way his battle power had reached a value of 10,000. At the same time, he had mastered basic skills like Bukujutsu flight energy blasts and the sensing and manipulation of ki. What am I going to do? My battle power is ridiculously low. In the later stages this won't do. Ji-Yun shook his head and sighed helplessly. If anyone else had heard that remark, they would have spat out blood in disbelief. With his current strength, he could easily claim the title of Earth's strongest fighter. But as a transmigrator, he understood that in the later stages such power would be nothing more than cannon fodder, barely better than an ordinary person. Suddenly, as Ji-Yun was lamenting, 3 key signatures appeared not far away. To him, they were extremely weak, but they far exceeded those of ordinary people on Earth. Could it be Raditz and Son Goku? Ji-Yun narrowed his eyes, feeling the ki heading away. Because earlier today, while training here, he had sensed a powerful ki suddenly descend upon Earth. That ki was about 1/10 of his own, and after lingering for just a moment, it flew away into the distance. Referencing the Dragon Ball plot, it was highly likely that among those 3 key signatures were Raditz, Son Goku, and Piccolo, all emanating from their battle. Ding. Divine selection system activated. Detected Saiyan Raditz invading Earth. Please make a choice. Choice 1, ignore none of my business. Reward Namekian bloodline. Effect limb regeneration. Choice 2, confront Heaton and defeat Raditz. Reward Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Top tier talent, incredibly overpowered. Just as Ji-Yun finished sensing the ki around him, the long-awaited sound of the system echoed in his mind. So it really is Raditz. Ji-Yun nodded slightly. His guess was correct. Those 3 key signatures were from Raditz's battle with Son Goku and Piccolo. Ji-Yun did not want to meddle. After all, in the original story, Raditz would be defeated anyway. He did not need to intervene. However, since the system had issued a task especially with such a tempting reward, not accepting it would be a disservice to his identity as a transmigrator. I choose to confront Heaton and defeat Raditz. Ji-Yun did not hesitate, silently speaking in his mind. The terror of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline needed no explanation. In its base state, it could already rival a Super Saiyan. Upon transforming, it could take on 2 opponents at once, pummeling Son Goku and Vegeta. A truly broken bloodline. In comparison, the Namekian bloodline was also good. Limb regeneration, just like Cell back in the day, who could completely recover even after being blown to pieces. But it still fell far short of the overturned legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Host selection successful. Confront Heaton and defeat Raditz. After completing the task, the system will automatically deliver the reward. Please note to receive it. After Ji-Yun made his choice, the system's voice rang out again. Little Raditz time to taste despair. Ji-Yun pressed his feet against the ground, and a white light shot into the sky. His body was enveloped by powerful ki as he flew rapidly toward the direction of the 3 fighters. In an instant, he turned into a speck of light and vanished into the horizon. At the battle scene, special beam cannon. A green-skinned creature with 2 antennae on his head, 1 arm, severed clothes tattered, opened his mouth wide, baring sharp teeth, and roared angrily. At the same time, a spiral golden beam condensed on the tip of his right finger and shot toward a long-haired man ahead. Watching the powerful beam hurtling toward him, the long-haired man's attack motion froze in midair. Terrified, he realized that if hit, he would surely die. He sidestepped quickly, letting the golden beam graze past his body, dodging it. Boom. The beam struck a large mountain not far away. Instantly, a powerful explosion thundered across the sky, and a majestic mountain burst apart. The mountain vanished. The entire site was leveled to the ground. The air was filled with dust and billowing smoke everywhere. Piccolo, Raditz, and Son Goku lying on the ground. Quite a fierce fight. Ji-Yun was very fast. He arrived first, looked at the mess, and silently commented in his mind. He recognized everyone below at a glance. They looked exactly like the characters from the anime in his previous life, with no major differences in appearance. Ji-Yun had suppressed his ki to the minimum. Everyone was focused on the battle, so they did not notice someone watching them from above. The battle continued. That was close. Raditz looked at the ruined mountain not far away, breathing a sigh of relief. He had not expected his opponent to unleash such powerful battle power. If he hadn't dodged that strike, his life would have been forfeited. Damn it. Piccolo gritted his teeth, seeing that his strongest move had been dodged. This technique required a long time to charge, and now that the enemy knew its power, he would never give him another chance to use it. So that attack just now was likely his last opportunity. Thinking this, Piccolo felt great unwillingness. Was this great demon king about to die here? Raditz also grew cautious. He realized he needed to focus completely, or he might actually die. This time he would finish it quickly and give no more chances. Just as Raditz was about to strike and finish, Piccolo's son Goku, who had been on the ground, suddenly blurred and appeared behind Raditz unexpectedly. Son Goku's eyes were resolute, his hands grabbed Raditz's tail, the Saiyan's weak point, from behind. Raditz's tail was seized. Note the original text cut off. Based on context, the tail grab is a key moment. Raditz was caught off guard by Son Wukong's sudden move. He turned back to look at Son Wukong, a trace of panic in his eyes. You were too careless. I've got your tail. Son Wukong said smugly, his eyelids slightly swollen, the corners of his mouth curling upward. At the same time, he gripped the tail firmly, unconsciously tightening his hold. When did you? Raditz collapsed to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice weak. Son Wukong wasted no time and shouted to Piccolo ahead, "Piccolo, now. Use that move again." Piccolo, seeing Raditz on the ground, felt a surge of elation, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Good work, Wukong. Hold on to his tail." He pressed his fingers against his forehead, the veins on his temples bulging. This time he was determined to finish off that detestable opponent. His remaining chi was scarce. One more attack would be his limit. Raditz was now completely panicked. He was completely at their mercy. If he were hit by that attack again, he would surely die here. "Kakarot, you would kill your only brother." Raditz gasped. With no other options, he resorted to emotional manipulation, hoping for a sliver of mercy. "Enough. A scumbag like you is not my brother." Son Wukong's eyes blazed as he clenched his teeth. Though naive, he was no fool. Raditz had just sworn to kill his son, and before that had demanded he kill 100 people and lay them at his feet. Now spouting lies, Son Wukong wouldn't be fooled. "Please, let me go and I'll leave immediately. Trust me, little brother." Raditz, disregarding all dignity, kept playing the sympathy card. "I know what I did was terrible even to you. But I swear I'll keep my word. If you spare me this once, I will never set foot on Earth again." Son Wukong wavered, his inherently kind nature tugging at him. Hearing Raditz's words, his grip involuntarily slackened. "Really?" Son Wukong asked, his heart softening. Sensing his ruse working, Raditz quickly confirmed, "Really?" Hearing this, Son Wukong let go entirely, the tail sliding from his hands. "Baga, don't let go of his tail." Seeing Wukong release the tail, Piccolo shouted angrily from a distance. Raditz's trick succeeded, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He delivered an elbow strike to Son Wukong, who was sent flying by the sudden attack. Piccolo watched the scene unfold, a herd of alpacas stampeding through his mind. "Well, Ji-Yun observed everything from above, shaking his head helplessly at how easily Wukong was swayed. Below, Son Wukong lay on the ground, filled with regret. But it was too late. Raditz wrapped his tail around his waist and stomped on Wukong. "Unforgivable. He'll kill you all." Raditz's murderous intent was palpable. Piccolo, watching from nearby, trembled as he sensed the overwhelming ki. He knew it was over. The enemy would never give them another chance. Just then, Ji-Yun descended from the sky, walking calmly up to Raditz. His appearance made the furious Raditz pause. On the ground, Wukong struggled to open his eyes and looked at Ji-Yun. Piccolo's unwilling gaze was also drawn to Ji-Yun's arrival. All eyes converged on Ji-Yun. "Who are you?" Raditz asked, puzzled as his scouter flicked to life to scan Ji-Yun's power level. Another trash with a power level of only 5. Raditz sneered, seeing the number on the scouter. He dismissed Ji-Yun, entirely focusing on his real enemies. A power level of 5 couldn't possibly make waves. "Quick, get away, it's dangerous." Wukong stammered from the ground. He could sense that Ji-Yun's ki was too weak to match Raditz. Dying for nothing was pointless. Piccolo was also inwardly frustrated. He had hoped for a powerful ally, but instead a lamb to the slaughter arrived. He silently cursed Wukong for wasting the golden opportunity. "Trash. Let this trash send you to hell." Ji-Yun ignored Wukong's warning, speaking to Raditz with calm indifference. If he didn't show up now, the person he needed would be killed. He had been monitoring the energy emanating from the spherical spaceship. Locked inside was Son Wukong's son Gohan. The energy radiating from within the ship had already surpassed everyone present, except himself. The others were too busy fighting to notice, but he had observed everything clearly. How overconfident fool. Then die first. Raditz laughed coldly, unable to fathom where the man's courage came from. Raditz thrust out his palm, firing a golden energy wave at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun watched the roaring beam with calm, unblinking eyes. The blast struck him precisely. A deafening explosion erupted and thick smoke instantly engulfed Ji-Yun's body. "Damn it." Wukong growled in anger, watching Raditz's action. Having grown up on Earth as a Saiyan, the killing of his own kind filled him with rage. Wukong regretted his earlier decision, believing himself a fool for trusting Raditz's lies. Piccolo stood nearby, watching impassively. He had no time to worry about others. His mind raced with strategies. Could his illustrious career really end here today? Trash is trash. Raditz sneered, seeing his attack hit. Now it's time. No. Impossible. Raditz's eyes bulged in disbelief. The smoke slowly cleared. He had intended to deal with Wukong and the others. but he saw through the dissipating smoke a faint figure walking calmly forward. How rude, striking without warning. Ji Yun slowly emerged from the thick smoke, speaking calmly. On his person, there was not a trace of damage from the attack, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Raditz stumbled backward as if he had seen a ghost. No way. Raditz swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. It wasn't because Ji Yun remained unscathed that he was stunned. He knew his attack wasn't strong, but it was still not something a being with a power level of 5 could withstand. Yet now Ji Yun had not only taken the blow squarely, but had not even a tear in his clothes. Was this something a power level of 5 could achieve? Not only Raditz was shocked, even Goku was filled with confusion. Not far away, Piccolo also began to scrutinize the sudden appearance of this young man with great surprise. Panicked Raditz saw Ji Yun walking slowly toward him. With a series of swift movements, he instantly widened the distance by several body lengths. Rat-a-tat-tat. Raditz continuously gathered energy blasts in his hands, hurling them forcefully at Ji Yun. The dense barrage of attacks did not halt Ji Yun's advance. However, these strikes indeed landed on him, yet proved utterly ineffective. Piccolo, now in spectator mode, unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Who is this person? I seem to have never seen him before. Goku slowly rose from the ground, sensing the ceaseless explosions around him, his heart brimming with curiosity. Yet inexplicably his spirit began to stir with excitement. So strong, so incredible. Goku seemed to forget his injuries. The blood within him seemed to boil, and he felt an eagerness he could barely contain. The explosions of battle rang out in a continuous roar. Raditz attacked for a full minute, by which time he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He stood in place, panting heavily. No. Impossible. Is the scouter broken? Raditz said breathlessly. He stared unblinkingly at the scouter's reading, still 5 unchanged. You've had your turn to attack. Now it's time for me to strike. Ji Yun brushed the dust off his clothes. Though Raditz's barrage had still failed to harm him, the dust it kicked up drifted through the air, finally leaving some ash on his garments. Hearing this, Raditz's face turned pale, with terror, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. With a whoosh, he was not foolish. Knowing this opponent was beyond his match, he instantly soared into the air. A burst of energy accompanied his ascent as he sought to flee post-haste. Oomph! Ji Yun let out a cold snort. He had no intention of letting the prey slip from his grasp. Ordinarily, he might have ignored him, but with the mission at hand, one that determined his future cultivation talent, he could not allow an easy escape. Ji Yun pointed a finger at Raditz, and an energy blast shot forth instantly. Raditz had already covered some distance, but the blast's speed far exceeded his flight. Hearing the sound of air being rent behind him, Raditz's heart jolted, and he hastily turned to look. In that very moment of turning, the attack struck him. Ah! Raditz let out a cry of reluctance and a roar of fury. But it was too late. His body was hit by the light wave and exploded midair. His presence vanished from the air. Piccolo stood frozen on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens, where did this guy come from? Wasn't he a bit too formidable? He had slain Raditz in a single blow, a foe neither he nor Goku could subdue. Goku, meanwhile, was brimming with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor, as if he had found a new purpose in life. This was too powerful. Such a strong being existed on Earth, and he had to spar with him. Ji Yun paid no heed to their gazes, for the system's voice resounded in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have received the system reward, the Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. The moment the system finished speaking, Ji Yun felt an immensely terrifying power surge within him. His internal energy was also growing at a frenzied pace. The surrounding flora and fauna stirred violently in that instant. This immense energy is truly terrifying. Piccolo had moved to Goku's side, speaking in astonishment. Goku was also greatly shaken, though he knew Ji Yun could obliterate Raditz with one blow and was undoubtedly strong. The energy in the air now was too overwhelming. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. He who feared nothing now felt his body trembling slightly. It wasn't just the two of them who were amazed. Ji Yun, feeling the surging power within, was also stirred with excitement. This sensation was utterly magnificent, and his face lit up with ecstasy. He could clearly sense that his internal energy far surpassed what it had been before. Converted into battle power, it was now around 50,000, 5 times what it had been just moments ago. Daddy! Daddy! A childish voice interrupted Ji Yun's exhilaration. It was Gohan, who had been trapped in the spaceship, now somehow free. Seeing Goku safe and sound and overwhelmed by his ordeal, he threw himself into Goku's arms, sobbing loudly. Goku, relieved to see his son unharmed, comforted him with joy. Ji Yun's gaze was drawn to the commotion, and he looked over. Piccolo tensed up immediately upon seeing his attention shift. It was still unclear whether this man was friend or foe. His sudden burst of formidable energy might be directed at them. Who are you? I've never seen you before. But you're so strong. Goku, without much caution, carried Gohan and approached Ji Yun. His eyes sparkled with excitement and a hint of anticipation. My name is Ji Yun. I was cultivating when I heard the commotion here, so I came over and lent a hand. Ji Yun smiled faintly and waved his hand. It wasn't modesty. He had acted only out of necessity, driven by the allure of the system's generous reward. He wouldn't normally intervene casually lest he provoke someone he shouldn't and meet his end. After all, he wasn't Goku protected by the halo of a protagonist. Then can I train with you? And if we could spar, that would be even better. Goku spoke, bluntly voicing his thoughts without reservation. Ji-Yun looked at Goku's expectant face and shook his head slightly. Off. Wukong was greatly disappointed by Ji-Yun's action. His mind was consumed with the desire for battle. To not spar with someone as formidable as Ji-Yun would be an unforgivable betrayal of his title as a martial arts fanatic. My name is Ji-Yun. If it's about cultivation, I cannot take you along. But if you wish to exchange blows, I can indulge you with a few moves. Ji-Yun smiled with confidence. He himself held great fondness for the character of Wukong. Kind-hearted by nature, though somewhat neglectful of home, his sense of righteousness was crystal clear. Even former enemies, if they could reform their ways and possess sufficient strength, he could show them boundless tolerance. Really? Wukong asked in astonishment, hardly able to believe it. Though he was now married, his yearning to grow stronger had not diminished in the slightest. Ji-Yun nodded non-committally, smiling at Wukong. All right then, Sigh. Son Wukong seemed excited. After putting down Son Gohan, he was just about to request a few pointers, but the pain in his body simply would not allow any excessive movement. Hell, let's wait until your injuries have healed. Ji-Yun shook his head and said with a calm smile. He understood Wukong. He would pay any price just to spar with a master. But now with his wounds, if he wanted to fight, it would have to wait for another day. Wukong scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly, then turned to Piccolo beside him and asked, Piccolo, do you want to join? I know you're not willing to give up either. Oomph. Piccolo let out a slightly thunderous snort. He still harbored some pride. The once invincible Great Demon King Piccolo joining forces with Son Wukong had failed to defeat Raditz. This dealt a heavy blow to his self-esteem. Now the emergence of an even stronger figure was simply unbearable. Ji-Yun, fine, I'll remember you. Though you are strong, one day, I will defeat you myself. Farewell. Without wasting words, Piccolo's pride had been severely wounded that very day. He left behind a harsh threat, his body enveloped in a pale white aura as he flew toward the horizon. Ji-Yun could only shake his head helplessly. He already possessed the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. Not to mention Piccolo, even Wukong, the protagonist of this world, would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up to him. Ji-Yun, don't mind him. Piccolo is just like that, but he's not a bad person at heart. Wukong explained with a silly grin, watching Piccolo depart. Once they had been irreconcilable enemies. But after this battle, their relationship had clearly grown much closer. He was even making excuses for Piccolo. In the distant depths of the cosmos, on an unknown planet, Vegeta and Nappa sat around a campfire, greedily devouring the chunks of meat in their hands. Raditz is dead, killed in a single blow, Nappa said to Vegeta beside him. His face showed no change at the death of his comrade, as if he were merely stating an ordinary triviality. Trash is trash. I never expected that on that garbage planet there would be someone capable of killing Raditz. Vegeta said coldly. He too cared nothing for Raditz's life or death. If one lacked skill, death was simply death. Not to mention him, even Nappa by his side could kill Raditz with ease. Indeed, Raditz was just a low-class warrior. What does his life or death matter to us? Nappa took a bite of meat, his expression indifferent. True, but from Raditz's transmission, that planet called Earth seems quite habitable. If we can take it, we might be able to sell it for a good price. Vegeta tossed away the bone in his hand, a crooked smile forming on his lips. Since there's nothing else to do, let's go take a look and have some fun with this guy named Ji-Yun. Nappa, having finished his meat, grinned fiercely at Vegeta. Vegeta nodded, slightly squinting as he gazed toward Earth's direction in the cosmos. He was the proud prince of the Saiyans, a genius among geniuses. Even the galactic tyrant Frieza was beneath his notice. But on a low-class planet, someone had managed to kill a fellow Saiyan like Raditz. This piqued his curiosity, making him want to see just who this formidable figure was. Due to Ji-Yun's intervention, the two had not learned of the Dragon Balls, yet the storyline continued to unfold along its original course. Thus the two did not linger on that planet. They directly entered the small spaceship, set their course, and flew toward Earth. Back on Earth, after dealing with Raditz, Ji-Yun chatted cheerfully with Wukong. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed once more in Ji-Yun's mind. Ding! Detected Saiyans Vegeta and Nappa who will invade Earth in 1 year. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, retreat, and stay out of it, reward Spirit Bomb skill. Choice 2, kill Nappa and Vegeta, become Earth's guardian, reward controllable Great Ape transformation. Choice 3, defeat Vegeta and let him go, respecting the plot, reward tenfold Kaioken no side effects version. Ji-Yun was slightly taken aback. His presence had already altered the story, yet Vegeta and Nappa were still coming to Earth in a year. He pondered for a moment, then silently recited in his mind, I choose 3. Host selection successful. Defeat Vegeta and let him go. Upon mission completion, the system will automatically issue the reward. Please be sure to claim it. As he made his choice, the system's prompt sounded once more. His reasoning was simple: the Spirit Bomb. Could that thing actually kill anyone? It required a long charge time and needed help from others. Utterly impractical. As for the controllable Great Ape transformation, it was certainly useful, but the form was quite hideous. He was someone who cared deeply about appearances, so he passed on that as well. The last option, the tenfold Kaioken with no side effects, was practically tailor-made for him. He decisively chose 3. The only downside was that the mission was rather difficult. Not only did he have to defeat Vegeta, but he also had to let him go. It would be a delicate task if he misjudged his strength. Thinking of this, Ji-Yun smiled helplessly. Ji-Yun, Ji-Yun. Wukong, seeing Ji-Yun grinning foolishly, kept shaking his shoulder off. Ji-Yun snapped back to reality. He had been so absorbed in his own world that he had forgotten about the person beside him. My companions are here. Wukong pointed upward at a massive aircraft. Ji-Yun followed his gaze. Before long, the enormous aircraft slowly descended nearby. Wukong! Wukong! A hurried voice rang out. A gleaming bald head came sprinting toward them. Krillin, him over here. Wukong, holding his son, waved and called out in Krillin's direction. Hearing Goku's voice, Krillin rushed over, panting as he said, "You're safe, thank goodness. Where's Piccolo? Didn't he come too? And what about that despicable guy? And who is this?" Krillin pointed at Ji-Yun beside Goku before he could answer, asking curiously. "He'll tell everyone about this when they're all here," Goku said with a grin. Ji-Yun also sized up Krillin, amiably thinking to himself, "I really want to say sorry to you. I will take care of your wife." He wasn't referring to anyone else but Android 18, who would appear a few years later. He couldn't care less about others, but Android 18 was the goddess of his dreams. Since he was here, he couldn't let her slip away to someone else. While Ji-Yun's mind was wandering, Master Roshi and Bulma arrived. Seeing that Goku was unharmed, they both breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they turned their curious gazes toward Ji-Yun. He smiled gently at them and gave a slight nod. "Wow, he's so handsome." Bulma's heart fluttered at Ji-Yun's handsome face and sunny smile, her fangirl nature laid bare. "Goku, can you tell us now?" Krillin poked Goku. After all, they had witnessed the terror of the Saiyans. If they weren't eliminated, it would remain a constant threat, leaving them in perpetual fear. Raditz is dead, killed by Mr. Ji-Yun here, and it was a one-hit kill. Goku pointed excitedly at Ji-Yun standing beside him. Hiss! Everyone present was utterly shocked, gasping in unison. Master Roshi swallowed hard, looking at Ji-Yun in disbelief. He never imagined that this harmless-looking young man possessed such immense power. Then Goku recounted the entire battle, how he and Piccolo fought together, and how Ji-Yun appeared and killed Raditz in one strike, in full detail. After hearing Goku's account, everyone turned their gaze back to Ji-Yun, staring at him as if he were a monster. "Mr. Ji-Yun, you're incredible. Goku and Piccolo together couldn't beat that Saiyan, but you killed him in one blow. How did you train?" Krillin was extremely excited and spoke with great respect. Training. Doesn't strength just increase on its own?" Ji-Yun rubbed his chin, looking puzzled. He was telling the truth. He had never deliberately trained. He simply waited for the system to issue tasks and gain power from the rewards. When he first arrived on Earth, the system would give him small tasks like catching a villain or fighting a dinosaur. But as his strength grew, the tasks became fewer. Well, Krillin looked awkward, wanting to say something, but holding back. Goku scratched his head in confusion, wondering, is that so? I've lived all these years, and I've never seen it increase on its own. He then looked at Master Roshi. Although the old master's strength was no longer impressive, he was still his teacher, and surely wiser in experience. "Master Roshi, what does Ji-Yun mean? I don't understand." This might be a matter of realm. Those who understand will get it. Krillin, Goku, you both need to work harder." Master Roshi was startled at first, then feigned a calm demeanor as he explained slowly. Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback by Master Roshi's words, then gave him a thumbs up, barely suppressing a laugh as he said, "The old master truly sees through it all." Master Roshi rubbed his beard in embarrassment, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his bald head. He understood Ji-Yun's words all too well. The young man was clearly showing off, and he had to force himself to go along with it. These youngsters today have no sense of decorum. They nearly made this old man look bad. "Mr. Ji-Yun, where do you live? We can take you home." Bulma finally couldn't help but speak up. She couldn't find any other topic to start a conversation. Faced with such an outstanding, powerful, and, most importantly, incredibly handsome man, her heart was about to burst. I don't have a home, no place to stay yet." Ji-Yun rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Great. No, not that." Bulma's heart leaped, and the words slipped out before she realized she had misspoken. Seeing Ji-Yun's stunned expression, she quickly explained, "I mean, if you don't have a place to stay, you can stay at my place. It's huge." "All right, then it'll trouble you," Ji-Yun said with a grateful smile. He had been worrying about where to stay, having endured many hardships living in the open all these years. Seeing Bulma's fangirl expression, he didn't want to refuse, so he simply agreed. "No trouble at all." Bulma waved her hands excitedly when Ji-Yun accepted. She hadn't expected him to agree so easily, and she felt flattered. She had thought someone so powerful would be aloof, but he was surprisingly approachable. Best of all, she could see a handsome guy every day, and maybe even snatch him. Feeling they had talked enough, the group didn't linger. They boarded Bulma's aircraft and headed toward Capsule Corporation. On the aircraft, Goku asked Ji-Yun about the Saiyans. Ji-Yun Raditz said him not from Earth, but a Saiyan, and besides him, there are 2 other Saiyans. Is that true? Goku brought up what Raditz had told him earlier. He believed that with Ji-Yun's immense power, he must know things they didn't. Everyone present was also very curious about this and turned their eyes to Ji-Yun. Meeting their gazes, Ji-Yun explained slowly. That's right, Goku, you are indeed a Saiyan. What Raditz told you is correct. Your original name is Kakarot. Ji-Yun didn't hide anything, it wasn't a secret. He shared everything he knew with Goku and everyone present. Goku's heart sank as he lowered his head looking at Gohan, who was fast asleep in his arms, feeling a sense of loss. He had already suspected he wasn't from Earth after seeing Raditz's tail, confirming he was what they called a Saiyan. But he didn't want it to be true. Just as Goku was feeling down, Ji-Yun dropped a bombshell. Also, I need to tell you, the other two Saiyans will arrive on Earth in 1 year, and they are more than 10 times stronger than Raditz. Ji-Yun's words exploded among the crowd like a thunderbolt. Almost everyone was consumed by fear. The news was too shocking. It can't be. Krillin was utterly stunned upon hearing this. Goku and Piccolo together couldn't defeat Raditz, and now there were 2 more, each over 10 times stronger. Was this some kind of joke? Really? Goku asked excitedly. He wore an expression unlike anyone else, as if he couldn't wait to clash with those 2 Saiyans. At the same time, the gloom in his heart was swept away, his mind already conjuring images of the battle. Ji-Yun nodded noncommittally. Seeing Goku's demeanor, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, this was the renowned martial arts fanatic of the Dragon Ball world. Hey Goku, this isn't the time for excitement. 1 Saiyan was trouble enough, and in a year 2 more will descend on Earth. What do we do? Krillin, seeing Goku's reaction, covered his face in despair. Master Roshi wore a grave expression. If what Ji-Yun said was true, Earth was truly in danger. After speaking, his gaze subtly flickered toward Ji-Yun. Master Roshi, observing Ji-Yun's relaxed demeanor, was secretly astonished. It seems this man is unfazed by the other 2 Saiyans. His smile shows no trace of fear. If he could intervene. Master Roshi began to calculate inwardly. He could sense that Ji-Yun's chi was unfathomably deep. If he joined the fight, their chances of victory might greatly increase. Meanwhile, Bulma, piloting the aircraft, was unconcerned. Her mind was entirely occupied by Ji-Yun's face, and she couldn't help stealing glances at him through the rearview mirror. As for Earth's crisis, it wasn't so much indifference as helplessness. Moreover, she didn't know why, but seeing Ji-Yun's calm expression stirred an inexplicable sense of security within her. Ji-Yun looked at the varied expressions of the group and thought of the mission the system had given him, feeling quite exasperated. Not the protagonist's fate, yet I have to do the protagonist's work. What kind of nonsense is this? With these thoughts, he turned his gaze to the sky outside. He sensed a pair of eyes constantly observing him from above. Perhaps it was the Earth's guardian. On Earth, in the Temple of the Guardian. The Guardian, leaning on his staff, had indeed been monitoring their movements. The appearance of the Saiyans and Ji-Yun compelled him to pay close attention to events on Earth. Fortunately, Ji-Yun's timely arrival had eliminated the evil Saiyan, allowing the Guardian to breathe a sigh of relief. As the god of Earth, protecting the planet was his duty and responsibility. But his power was too weak. The enemies they now faced were beyond his ability to handle. When he heard Ji-Yun speak of 2 more powerful Saiyans arriving in a year, his heart tightened instantly and his face turned ashen. At that moment, the group arrived at Bulma's home. Ji-Yun made himself at home, finding a sofa and lounging lazily, his gaze sweeping the room. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's great to be rich. The world's richest man's house is damn huge. Everyone must be hungry. He'll prepare some food, Bulma said with a smile. She stole another glance at the leisurely Ji-Yun before leaving the hall and heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Great, I'm starving, Goku shouted happily. Krillin looked at Ji-Yun lounging on the sofa, then at the carefree Goku, and a layer of despair settled over his heavy heart. It's over, we're done for. If what Ji-Yun said is true, we're all finished in a year. Krillin clutched his bald head, his face twisted in anguish. Master Roshi looked at Ji-Yun with hopeful eyes, wishing he would say it was all a joke and that Earth was perfectly safe. Ji-Yun completely ignored their stares. He understood that he had been the one to mention Vegeta and Nappa coming to Earth, not Raditz, as in the original story. Thus, in their despair, everyone desperately hoped it was all a fabrication. Things aren't that bad yet. Isn't there still a year? And he'll fight alongside you, Ji-Yun said nonchalantly. Nappa's strength was nothing to worry about, and Vegeta was still trash at this point. What was there to fear? He had already accepted the system's mission. If those 2 didn't come, he'd be disappointed. That's right, Ji-Yun is correct. We still have time. I believe with your potential under the pressure of this crisis, you can achieve substantial breakthroughs. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. His furrowed brow finally relaxed a little. He didn't truly believe they could make much progress in just a year, but Ji-Yun's last sentence put him at ease. Similarly, in the distant temple, a sigh of relief echoed. Goku, come to the temple when you have time. They'll take you somewhere to train. The Guardian's voice suddenly echoed in Goku's mind. Okay, I'll be right there, Goku replied excitedly. He was extremely eager, and with that he bid everyone farewell and flew off toward the horizon. He even left his own son, with Krillin asking him to take Gohan to Shishi. Krillin watched Goku disappear into the distance. His heart was also inspired. He would begin intense training to prepare for the challenge in 1 year. Master, please take Gohan back. I'm going to start training too. Krillin's eyes were now firm, all trace of his earlier dejection gone. Master Roshi took the still sleeping Gohan, his gaze resting on his disciple with approval. Without another word, Krillin lightly leaped and flew toward the horizon. Mr. Ji and I shall take my leave as well, Master Roshi said, bidding Ji Yun farewell. At the same time, Master Roshi cautiously expressed his hope that Ji Yun would be present in a year to help repel the Saiyan invasion. Don't worry, he'll step in. Take care. Ji Yun glanced at Master Roshi and replied casually. He didn't dislike Master Roshi. Though the old man was a bit lecherous, he understood the greater good and was even willing to sacrifice himself to protect his companions. Then thank you. Master Roshi didn't linger. He opened his portable flying device and headed toward Kame House. In an instant, the once lively hall fell silent. The vast room was left with only Ji Yun, who, lulled by the quiet, drifted into a slumber. Where's everyone? Bulma wondered, seeing the empty hall. But when she saw Ji Yun still dozing on the sofa, her heart settled. Slowly she crept over to him. Watching him sleep, a strange feeling stirred within her. Then she gently leaned down. A year passed quickly. The plot developed according to the original pace, unchanged by the appearance of Ji Yun. Although Wukong did not die, he went to the North King for training. After Krillin left that day, he also called Tianjin Fan Yamcha and others to the God Temple for practice. Even more outrageous was that Gohan actually ran away from home, sought out Piccolo, and became his disciple. When Ji Yun learned of this, he couldn't help but sigh. This is fate. No matter how the wheels of destiny turn, one cannot escape the chariot of fate. The only thing that changed was Bulma. According to the plot, she should have been the object of the Tea God, but later she happily became a family with Vegeta. With Ji Yun's involvement, this part of the plot was completely altered. Ever since moving into her home, Ji Yun had hardly ever left, and Bulma held a significant fondness for him. In his previous life, he was a single man for 20 years. In this timeline, although he was constantly suppressing himself, regrettably, he could not hold back. A solitary man and a woman together, sparks igniting into flames. Even a slight touch of sparks would lead to a passionate blaze. Bulma, it's time, the two Saiyans have arrived, Ji Yun said in a calm tone. He could distinctly sense two powerful auras suddenly appearing on Earth, far surpassing Raditz. From this, it could be deduced that it was Vegeta and Nappa. Be careful, Bulma said worriedly as she watched Ji Yun prepare to leave. Ji Yun smiled, gently patted her head, and said softly, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." With that, he vanished without a trace. During this time, Ji Yun did not engage in any training. He found that even without training or fighting, his energy continued to grow steadily. After a year, his battle power had roughly increased by about 10,000, which was the benefit of the super bloodline. Even without training, the speed of energy growth was still rapid. Otherwise, in the original plot, Wukong and Vegeta endured hardships, yet when Broly was born, they still could not defeat him. At this moment, two circular spaceships emerged from the sky. It was Vegeta and Nappa who had just arrived on Earth. Seeing two aliens in the spaceship, the people on Earth were filled with curiosity and rushed to watch. This is ridiculously weak, Nappa said disdainfully as he looked at the numbers on his scouter. He raised his finger, instantly releasing a massive energy centered around him. It flattened a large area, turning the bustling city into ruins. We are going to sell this planet. If you destroy it like this, how can we sell it? Vegeta said coldly. Oh, sorry, I got too excited. I'll be more careful next time. Nappa apologized, nervously looking at Vegeta in fear. Forget it, let's find the one who killed Raditz. Vegeta glanced at him and said indifferently, "Yes. They'll look for him right now," Nappa replied, hastily pressing his scouter to search for powerful energy signatures. "Prince Vegeta, there's a fluctuation in battle power over there. Moreover, their battle power has already exceeded 1,000. It must be them." Nappa pointed in a direction and said to Vegeta, "Only 1,000. Vegeta frowned slightly, clearly unsatisfied. A battle power of 1,000. How could that possibly defeat Raditz? Are you kidding me? Forget it, whether or not it's them, let's go play with them for a bit." Vegeta said disdainfully. In such a low-power planet, achieving a battle power of 1,000 could be considered a master. Perhaps they could glean some information from them. Swish. Two figures shot through the air like shooting stars, quickly disappearing into the sky. The warriors on Earth also sensed the auras of these two. They all rushed towards the direction of the energy. On a plain surrounded by mountains, this was the training ground for Piccolo and Gohan, and Krillin happened to be there as well. The three of them sensed two massive energies approaching rapidly. Everyone's heart was in their throats as a tense atmosphere enveloped the area. Whoosh. Before they could collect their thoughts, Vegeta and Nappa appeared above them. It should be them. Nappa repeatedly pressed his scouter to confirm. Piccolo, seeing their attire, narrowed his pupils. Saiyans, wearing battle suits equipped with scouters, and most importantly having tails like Gohan's around their waists. That's right, they are Saiyans. Such powerful energy, just as Ji Yun said, these two are incredibly strong. Krillin trembled slightly, beads of sweat appearing on his bald head. Is this who we have to fight? Gohan said somewhat timidly as the overwhelming aura even left him speechless. Vegeta and Nappa slowly descended, gradually approaching them. The three stood in a defensive stance, ready for battle. Isn't this person a Namekian? Vegeta said to himself as he looked at Piccolo. Yes, that's right, he is a Namekian. It is rumored that they possess some special abilities. I wonder if it's true. Nappa nodded. Hearing their words, Piccolo was stunned in place, recalling memories of the past. He had always thought he was just a strangely looking Earthling. He never expected he was actually a Namekian. Piccolo, so you're an alien too. Krillin looked at him in surprise. Gohan was also curiously observing his uncle Piccolo. Enough with the small talk. Where's the one who killed Raditz? Bring him out so he can die with you. Nappa said fiercely. He scanned the three of them, noting their battle power was only around 1,000. It was impossible to kill Raditz. Piccolo gradually calmed down from the immense shock. Thank you for letting me know my identity. However, handling you two is enough for me. Ooh, let's fight. Piccolo sneered and assumed a combat stance. Since we plan to wipe out everyone on this planet, we might as well have some fun with you. Vegeta crossed his arms, looking at Piccolo disdainfully. Nappa, receiving the signal, pulled out a bag from his pocket and scattered several seeds on the ground. He then dripped a few drops of liquid onto the ground. Suddenly, 6 green-skinned fanged monsters erupted from the earth. Let the vegetable people have some fun with you first, Nappa said harshly. As the 6 monsters burst forth from the ground, the trio immediately became alert. The Cybermen cracked their knuckles, eyeing their prey with malice. It seems we have no choice but to deal with them first. Krillin's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Vegeta and Nappa watched them with a sneer. With a combat power of around 1-0 each, the Cybermen could easily handle these people. Just as Krillin was about to strike, 3 figures descended from the sky. Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. You're all here. Krillin exclaimed with joy, addressing them excitedly. Of course we couldn't let you steal all the glory. Yamcha laughed heartily. Tien and Kaiatsu nodded with a smile. Piccolo watched them coldly, harboring disdain in his heart. Another batch of trash. Perfect, we can dispose of them together. Vegeta said indifferently, his eyes on the scouters' readings, his mind unruffled. None of them had a power level exceeding 1500, which only fueled his contempt. After exchanging pleasantries, the group faced their opponents with grim determination. Kill them, Nappa sneered, giving the order. Foregoing the normal, unknown progression, the Cybermen swarmed forward at the command. If you think these creatures can kill me, dream on. Piccolo's gaze was arrogant. He didn't believe a few mere monsters could end him. The battle began in earnest. Skipping the initial solo fights, the scene erupted into a chaotic melee with dust swirling and explosions roaring incessantly. After a year of training, everyone had improved significantly. Surprisingly, the battle was evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Vegeta observed the fighting crowd with mild surprise. The expected one-sided slaughter didn't occur. These Cybermen were as strong as Raditz, yet they struggled. Unexpectedly, the group held their ground while the Cybermen began to tire, barely fending off the relentless assault. Boom. With a violent explosion, Piccolo was the first to defeat his opponent. He then turned his gaze to Gohan, who was struggling in combat. In an instant, he appeared before the Cybermen, fighting Gohan, grabbing its thin arm and hurling it upward. Piccolo shot a beam of light from his mouth, striking the target midair. The Cybermen disintegrated into ashes. Your combat skills are still too raw. That'll get you killed. Piccolo remarked calmly. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, be careful. Gohan replied, earnestly grateful for Piccolo's aid. The battle resumed, and the others swiftly dispatched their remaining foes. I didn't expect it to end so easily. They weren't so tough. Yamcha called out to Krillin, turning from the fallen Cybermen. Watch out. Krillin shouted, but it was too late. The Cyberman on the ground had been playing dead. Now it suddenly sprang up and embraced Yamcha. Boom. The Cyberman self-destructed, hugging Yamcha tight. When Krillin rushed over, a small crater marked the ground. Yamcha lay on his side in the crater, lifeless. Damn it, bastard. Krillin knelt, cursing under his breath. His fingers dug into the earth, clutching a handful of dirt as he stared wide-eyed at Yamcha's corpse. Yamcha was his fellow disciple, now dead. In that moment, blood surged to Krillin's head and rage consumed him. Tien stared blankly at the scene, then sighed sorrowfully. Though he hadn't known Yamcha long, they were comrades, and a pang of grief struck him. Didn't expect you to have some tricks. Nappa growled, deciding to take matters into his own hands. He had hoped the Cybermen would finish them off. Instead, they were swiftly dealt with, though they did take one down, fulfilling their purpose. Prince Vegeta, leave the rest to me, Nappa said with a cold smirk. Vegeta didn't respond, knowing Nappa's strength. Once he acted, these people were finished. Rumble. Nappa began releasing immense energy. The hills and earth trembled, and the very air currents shifted. With the terrifying aura, a fierce gale swept through the mountains, forcing the group to step back. So this is the power of a Saiyan. Tien strained to keep his 3 eyes open, speaking with difficulty. It was his first encounter with a Saiyan, and he was overwhelmed by their terror. Even Piccolo, the strongest present, couldn't help but tremble. Recalling his earlier boast, Piccolo realized how foolish it was, fighting them alone. Don't be ridiculous. Krillin's thirst for vengeance was also crushed by the oppressive aura. There was no choice. They were too strong. Strong enough to drive one to despair. The gale slowly subsided, but Nappa's aura still dominated the area. Which of you will step forward to die first? Nappa's gaze swept over them as if they were insects. The immense pressure made it hard to breathe, and no one dared to step up. Trash is trash, Vegeta muttered to himself, scanning the group with contempt. Proud Piccolo couldn't bear it any longer and stepped forward. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. A cheerful voice cut through the tension before Piccolo could speak. Who's there? Nappa looked around upon hearing the voice. Vegeta also searched for its source. Stop looking him above you. Everyone looked up. It's Mr. Ji-Yun, Krillin exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the figure. Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief, but shame quickly washed over him. He, the arrogant one, needed to be saved. Is this the strong one? Tien thought, staring at Ji-Yun. Having never seen him before, his curiosity was piqued. I thought someone powerful had arrived. Turns out it's just another piece of trash, Nappa sneered, glancing at his scouter. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji-Yun slowly landed. Facing the two Saiyans, he said calmly, both of you come at me together. No. Ji-Yun flexed his wrist, then fixed his gaze on Vegeta, pointing at him. Your turn. Vegeta stood frozen in place, his mind a tempest of shock and awe. Just a second ago, when he used his scouter to check Ji-Yun's power level, the number had suddenly leaped to 12000. For a moment, he doubted whether the device was malfunctioning. But Nappa's lifeless body told him that all of this could be true. Raditz had likely fallen to this man's hands as well. At that moment, he felt an immense pressure emanating from Ji-Yun, a sensation that suggested the opponent's true strength was far greater than what was visible. Of course, Vegeta was only momentarily stunned. After all, as the Saiyan Prince, he held considerable confidence in his own abilities. Don't lump me together with that waste. It'll show you what regret truly means. The instant his icy voice fell, Vegeta's body burst into motion. He unleashed an even more terrifying aura, charging straight at Ji-Yun. Whoosh! Vegeta moved with blinding speed, appearing before Ji-Yun in the blink of an eye. Few are worthy of my personal intervention. You are one of them. Consider yourself honored. With his arrogant declaration, Vegeta fired an energy blast directly at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun reacted swiftly, swatting the energy blast away with a single slap. Boom! The blast struck an empty patch of ground, triggering a violent explosion. The entire earth trembled, and a tidal wave of air uprooted the surrounding trees and grass. In the blast's epicenter, an unfathomably deep crater appeared. Heavens, this is terrifying. That immense energy could destroy the entire earth. The onlookers' hearts clenched once more, their faces etched with astonishment. They had assumed this short man was on par with the bald one. Yet the power he unleashed proved to be several times greater. And that energy blast was a casual strike. Had he focused his energy, everyone present would surely have perished. As the crowd remained stunned, in a flash, Ji-Yun and Vegeta clashed. They engaged in close-quarters combat. Their movements were so swift that no one could track them. Only the sounds of their blows, thump, 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 could be heard. Vegeta's attacks grew faster and more ferocious, a flurry of fists and feet. Undeniably, Vegeta's combat technique was superb, precise, ruthless, and without a single wasted motion. Ji-Yun, on the other hand, adopted a defensive stance. Though he evaded every one of Vegeta's assaults, his movements were broad and clumsy. Each dodge required only a slight twist of his body, yet he overexerted himself. Were it not for his superior strength and speed, he would have taken several heavy blows from Vegeta by now. Bang! But in the next moment, Vegeta's fist was effortlessly caught by Ji-Yun. What a... Vegeta was stunned. His attack had been blocked so easily. How was that possible? Hadn't this guy been scrambling to dodge just moments ago? Is this all you've got? If so, I'm disappointed, Ji-Yun said calmly. Yet inwardly, he resolved to stop blindly boosting his power and instead hone his combat skills. TCH, don't get cocky. I haven't even used my full power yet. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his voice seething with rage. Huh. He pulled back his hand and roared to the heavens, his terrifying aura flooding the entire world. Such immense energy, even greater than before. The crowd felt the shift in the atmosphere, their faces pale and bodies trembling. Could Ji-Yun still withstand Vegeta now? Though they couldn't see the battle clearly. When they witnessed Ji-Yun block Vegeta's strike, almost everyone's face lit up with hope. They believed Vegeta was finished, that Ji-Yun was the stronger one. But they hadn't anticipated that Vegeta was holding back. The aura he now released plunged them back into despair. This time he unleashed his full strength, a battle power of 18000, completely unbridled. Come on then. Ji-Yun's expression remained unchanged, his tone utterly calm. With a battle power of 600, he had no fear of a fully unleashed Vegeta. Bang! Their fists collided once more, and the shockwave shattered entire mountain peaks. This time Vegeta was sent flying by a single punch. Ji-Yun stood as steadfast as a mountain, not even swaying. Vegeta crashed heavily to the ground. His entire arm went numb, and a sharp pain seared through his chest. What's going on? How can he be this strong? Vegeta was dazed. With his remaining hand, he pounded the ground in frustration, his heart seething with defiance. He, the proud Saiyan Prince, had been knocked down by an Earthling. The shame would be unbearable if word got out. No, his power must exceed mine, or he couldn't have defeated me. Vegeta suddenly realized. Though he had suspected Ji-Yun was hiding his strength, he had been confident it wouldn't surpass his own. But the facts lay before him, undeniable. Vegeta quickly pressed the button on his scouter. The device emitted a short beep. 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 Bang. Suddenly the scouter exploded. Yet fear began to creep into Vegeta's heart. 40,000. Vegeta was dazed, staring blankly at Ji-Yun, who was approaching him step by step. This can't be. Vegeta muttered to himself. His scouter was an old model with a maximum reading of 4000. That meant Ji-Yun's power likely exceeded 4000, a truth Vegeta found hard to accept. I am the Saiyan Prince. How can you scum be my match? Vegeta's eyes were filled with anguish and bitter reluctance. It must be a malfunction. Yes, it's broken. Vegeta insisted stubbornly. Seeing Vegeta in this state, Ji-Yun frowned, slightly displeased. The system hadn't announced the mission's completion. Was this not enough? Ji-Yun sighed, then asked Vegeta with a hint of resignation, "Do you want to continue?" "What?" Vegeta was somewhat at a loss, staring blankly at Ji-Yun. "I mean, the renowned Saiyan Prince shouldn't be this weak. Don't you have some hidden trump card you haven't unleashed? If so, let's get on with it." Ji-Yun explained slowly. Logically, having reduced Vegeta to such a state should have counted as defeating him. But the system's prompt had yet to appear, which meant only one thing: Vegeta still had a trick up his sleeve. He hadn't truly vanquished the Saiyan Prince yet. "Damn you, you bastard." Vegeta gritted his teeth so hard they might shatter, seething with rage. He was the proud Saiyan Prince. Even in defeat, he would never admit it. Yet Ji-Yun's words sounded like nothing but mockery in his ears. "What's going on? Can someone tell me what's happening?" Krillin asked, dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen how the two had exchanged blows. One moment Vegeta was brimming with overwhelming power. The next he was sent flying, his energy dwindling to a faint whisper. "I don't know. Vegeta's ki could shatter heaven and earth, but it's clear Ji-Yun is far stronger." Piccolo's furrowed brow slowly relaxed as he spoke with a hint of relief. He was now genuinely convinced. Ji-Yun's strength was unfathomable, a pinnacle he might never reach in his lifetime. "I never imagined Ji-Yun would be this powerful. With him our victory is assured." Tien Shinhan's worried expression vanished, replaced by visible excitement. "Uncle Ji-Yun is incredible. When will I ever become this strong?" Gohan gazed at the distant Ji-Yun with childlike innocence, a peculiar glint shining in his eyes. At that moment Vegeta glared at Ji-Yun with fury. His eyes blazed with black flames. If looks could kill, Ji-Yun would have been torn to pieces 1,000 times over. "Don't just curse at me. Think hard. Isn't there some ultimate move you've forgotten? Seeing you like this, I'm getting anxious too." Ji-Yun's brow furrowed even deeper. His tone carried genuine urgency, as if he were Vegeta's concerned friend rather than his opponent. "Bastard. Die. Die." Vegeta cursed venomously. With his remaining hand, he frantically fired spherical energy blasts at Ji-Yun. In an instant, hundreds of energy spheres erupted, bombarding Ji-Yun in a relentless barrage. Yet such an attack posed no threat to him whatsoever. "Is this your ultimate technique?" Ji-Yun said with dissatisfaction. "Good grief, isn't this the legendary prince's battle method?" Though famous, it had never actually killed anyone. Huff huff. Vegeta gasped for air, the recent assault seemingly draining every ounce of his strength. He could no longer speak, his furious gaze fixed on Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun looked at the indignant Vegeta, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He felt certain Vegeta still had moves left and used, but for the life of him, he couldn't recall what they were. What could it be? Ji-Yun paced back and forth, lingering before Vegeta. "That's it." A spark of inspiration struck him. He dashed forward in a single stride, grabbing Vegeta by the collar and lifting him off the ground. "Bastard. Scum. Let me go." Vegeta struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from Ji-Yun's grip. Slap. Slap. Ji-Yun didn't hesitate. He delivered 2 sharp blows to Vegeta's face. Vegeta snapped out of it. "Can't you still turn into a giant ape? Use it now." Ji-Yun exclaimed excitedly. Having spent so many years in the Dragon Ball world, he had nearly forgotten that Saiyans could transform into giant apes. If anything, it was because that form appeared far too infrequently. The 2 slaps left Vegeta seeing stars, his mind reeling. But when he heard Ji-Yun's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Right? He could still transform. He had been so consumed by rage that he had forgotten this Saiyan trait. Seeing Vegeta finally come to his senses, Ji-Yun released his grip. He nodded faintly, thinking to himself, "The lad is teachable after all. Seems you know quite a bit. Next I'll make you regret ever crossing me." Vegeta regained his former arrogance, his eyes locked onto Ji-Yun. He didn't bother to question how Ji-Yun knew about this ability. "Get on with it. Stop wasting time," Ji-Yun said calmly. Truth be told, if it weren't for the system's mission, he wouldn't have bothered with so much talk. If the task wasn't to defeat Vegeta and send him back, he would have crushed him with a single slap long ago. To still be so arrogant after being beaten this badly. "I hope you can stay this composed. Now I'll show you the true terror of a Saiyan's power." After his bold declaration, Vegeta gathered a silvery white energy sphere with one hand and hurled it into the sky. A confident smirk curled at his lips. In his current form, he was no match for that man. But as a giant ape, victory was certain. Though the transformation would make his appearance hideous, that no longer mattered. Once he transformed, his combat power would multiply tenfold, reaching a staggering 18000. Wiping away his shame and obliterating this bastard would be effortless. "What are they doing?" Tien Shinhan asked, utterly bewildered. "Yeah, why not just finish off the Saiyan?" Krillin was equally clueless, completely baffled by their actions. Ji-Yun must have his reasons. "Let's keep our distance and not disturb him." Piccolo's voice was low as he addressed the group. With that he pulled Gohan and retreated a considerable distance. He had clearly heard Ji-Yun's demand for Vegeta to transform into a giant ape. Thanks to his uniquely constructed ears, even from afar he had caught every word of their exchange. Though he didn't understand Ji-Yun's motives, he wisely distanced himself, casting a subtle glance at Gohan beside him. Not long ago, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of a giant ape. Krillin and Tien Shinhan exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what was unfolding. But seeing that the strongest among them, Piccolo, had already retreated far away, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Kaios dared not be reckless. After one last glance at Ji-Yun, they flew off in the direction Piccolo had gone. Ji-Yun observed Vegeta's movements with a composed expression. "You wretched fool, I'll make you pay for your stupidity." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a maniacal laughter surging within him. His eyes were fixed on the energy sphere he had just tossed into the air. Suddenly his pupils vanished, his eyes blazing with a blood-red radiance. Ha! With a furious roar, Vegeta's body began to swell. Thick fur sprouted across his skin, sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, and his visage twisted into a hideous demonic form. His body continued to expand. Within mere seconds, Vegeta's frame loomed as massive as a mountain. Cloaked in black fur, Vegeta had fully transformed into a giant ape. How do you see this? This is my true power, Vegeta's power. Prepare to die. With his cavernous maw agape, Vegeta spoke with arrogant triumph. As his words fell, he drove a palm strike directly at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun flickered, evading Vegeta's attack with agile grace. Boom. The colossal fist slammed into the ground, triggering a considerable tremor. A massive fist imprint was left on the earth. Heavens, that guy's turned into a giant ape, just like Goku did back then. Krillin's face was etched with terror. His timidity was not unwarranted. He had nearly perished under Goku's ape form years ago. Now witnessing the scene again, the buried fear resurfaced within him. Tien Shinhan's expression was solemn, yet he did not share Krillin's panic. Ji-Yun had astonished him too many times. Somehow he believed Ji-Yun could vanquish this behemoth. Phew. Piccolo exhaled deeply. He had encountered giant apes before, and the oppressive aura still felt overwhelming. His gaze inadvertently flickered to Gohan. What kind of race were the Saiyans truly? So this is a battle power of 18000. The pressure is immense. After dodging another blow, Ji-Yun exhaled lightly and spoke with calm detachment. The real show has just begun. Vegeta declared confidently, surveying the ruined ground with renewed arrogance. Boom, boom, boom. With that he unleashed 4 or 5 more punches. Mountains shattered into fragments, and the rising dust blotted out the sky. Ji-Yun fluttered like a butterfly, moving with such lightness that all of Vegeta's attacks missed their mark. Bastard, are you only capable of running? Vegeta growled in frustration. His assaults were devastating, yet they could never touch Ji-Yun. What else can I do? Should I just stand still and let you hit me? Is the proud Saiyan prince so useless that he can only strike immobile targets? Ji-Yun retorted without mercy. With a mere 6-0 in battle power against Vegeta's 1-0, did Vegeta truly take him for a fool by forbidding him to dodge? Damn it, I'll deal with you. Vegeta fumed, his rage nearly causing his lungs to burst. In his giant ape form, he was immensely strong, easily lifting a mountain peak and gripping it in his hands. He wielded the mountain like a baseball bat, swinging it back and forth at Ji-Yun in hopes of landing a blow. That won't work. Ji-Yun's speed was extraordinary, though Vegeta's attack rhythm could never match it. He swiftly distanced himself, gathering energy in both hands. A devastating energy wave potent enough to annihilate Earth struck the giant ape's chest. Yet the ape remained unmoved, its fur-clad body unscathed. Both offense and defense are flawless, Ji-Yun acknowledged with a nod of praise. For you tickling me. Vegeta sneered contemptuously. Simultaneously, he opened his massive maw and fired a lethal laser. The only drawback is your speed. Too slow. Ji-Yun shook his head and casually sidestepped the laser. No wonder Vegeta later abandoned this technique. The great ape form was only suited for large-scale destruction. In single combat, it was far inferior to his base form. Seeing his attack fail again, Vegeta grew frantic, continuously firing lasers from his mouth. But Ji-Yun dodged every single one. This infuriated Vegeta even more. He stomped about in a rage, pounding his chest with both fists. This ends now, Vegeta. You are no match for me, Ji-Yun declared coldly as he hovered before him. Bastard, you speak too soon. Vegeta retorted with defiance. He was already this powerful. If only this coward would face him head-on, how could he possibly lose? How about this? He'll give you a chance. Ji-Yun, seeing Vegeta's refusal to yield, decided to toy with him further. As expected, the giant ape's crimson eyes blazed even brighter. What do you mean? It's simple. Since you can't keep up with my speed, let's have a direct confrontation. He'll strike you, and you want dodge. Then you strike me, and I want dodge either. But I get to attack first. Deal. Ji-Yun smiled slyly, his eyes curving into crescent moons, a cunning look on his face. Vegeta sensed a foreboding unease at Ji-Yun's expression. Yet he had no choice. He couldn't land a hit on Ji-Yun, and if this attrition continued, his energy would deplete, and he would eventually be doomed. Recalling the earlier attack from Ji-Yun that had left him unharmed, he made up his mind. Fine. Well, do it your way. No backing out. Seeing his scheme succeed, Ji-Yun chuckled. Then he raised his hand above his head and a golden energy condensed in his palm, transforming into a spinning disk of light that rotated at blinding speed. Watch this, Destructo Disc. Ji-Yun hurled the disc with a forceful flick of his wrist. In the early stages, this technique was a divine skill capable of slicing even Frieza. To master this move, Ji-Yun had spent a full 20 minutes practicing in an empty field before arriving. Thanks to the enhancement of his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, his comprehension of martial arts far surpassed ordinary beings. That was why he had left home so early yet arrived at the battlefield last. This. Vegeta stared at the Destructo Disc, his eyes filled with dread. Though he didn't know what it was, the way it seemed to slice through space itself made him sense the breath of death. If that attack hit him, he would die. As the Destructo Disc drew closer, cold sweat poured down Vegeta's back. Abandoning all pretense of their agreement, he heaved his colossal body into a desperate leap to evade. Whoosh! The energy flashed past, and Vegeta reacted just in time to dodge it. This allowed him a moment of secret relief. However, his tail behind him was not so fortunate, cleanly severed in half. Due to the severance of his tail, his body began to shrink rapidly. In just a few breaths, Vegeta had returned to his normal form. The old injuries on his body, coupled with the energy consumed upon transforming into a giant ape, had left him utterly weakened. He collapsed onto the ground, struggling to keep his eyes open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Vegeta. After Vegeta departs, you may automatically receive the reward. The long-awaited system notification finally rang in Ji-Yun's ears. Is it finally done? Ji-Yun's heart surged with immense joy, even though the system's voice was an electronic synthesis. To his ears, it was still crisp and melodious. At this moment, Vegeta was extremely weak, his aura faint, and he was on the verge of expiring. On the other side of the battlefield, Krillin the giant ape is gone. Suddenly, Tien Shinhan looked at Krillin, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. Huh, that's right, the giant ape is gone, and that Scion's ki has become extremely faint. Krillin was momentarily stunned, then spoke with equal excitement. Indeed, it seems Ji-Yun has dealt with that Scion. Piccolo nodded, his gaze fixed into the distance. Great, we're saved. Gohan danced with joy. Although he wanted to become as strong as Ji-Yun, deep down, he still detested fighting. Now that the crisis on Earth had been averted, he was overjoyed. Let's go over there, Tien Shinhan suggested to the group. Everyone nodded in agreement and dashed swiftly towards Ji-Yun. In almost 2 breaths, they all gathered around Ji-Yun. Uncle Ji-Yun, are you okay? You're so strong. Gohan exclaimed excitedly, looking at Ji-Yun with admiration. I'm fine, it was just a mere Scion, nothing worth mentioning. Even if I hadn't come, I believe you all could have dealt with them. Ji-Yun patted Gohan's head and smiled warmly at him. His humble words, however, struck a different chord with the others. Piccolo crossed his arms over his chest and awkwardly turned his head aside. Krillin and Tien Shinhan forced embarrassed smiles. All right, we'll have our chat later. Let me take care of a few things first, Ji-Yun said cheerfully to the group. Although he had defeated Vegeta, the task was not yet fully complete. He now had to ensure Vegeta successfully left this place. Everyone nodded earnestly. Ji-Yun flashed over and appeared before Vegeta. Didn't we agree 1 move each, no dodging? You're the Scion Prince, how can you not play fair? Ji-Yun feigned anger and spoke indignantly. You. Vegeta stammered for a long time, unable to form a proper response. He truly didn't know how to refute Ji-Yun's words. All right, unlike you, I'm a man of my word. Though you cheated first, I'll still keep the agreement. Come attack me, I want dodge. Ji-Yun declared with righteous indignation, exuding an aura of unwavering integrity. One might have thought him a true gentleman. Vegeta could take it no longer. Overwhelmed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dizziness and blurred vision consumed him. Can you be any more shameless? I can't even stand now, am I supposed to throw rocks at you? This sudden spew of blood startled Ji-Yun. Good heavens, don't you dare die here. The task isn't finished yet. Calm down. You can leave now. Hurry up. Ji-Yun shooed him away like a pesky fly, waving his hand for him to go quickly. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, wondering if he had misheard or was hallucinating. He's actually letting me go. No, we can't let him go. Yamcha's death hasn't been avenged. Krillin suddenly rushed over, glaring at Vegeta with hatred. Ji-Yun frowned deeply. Yamcha's death shouldn't be blamed on others. It was entirely due to his own carelessness. Neither Nappa nor Vegeta had directly struck the fatal blow. Krillin, let him go. He's still useful to me. Yamcha can be revived with the Dragon Balls. Ji-Yun placed his hand on Krillin's shoulder and spoke calmly. Krillin was greatly puzzled by Ji-Yun's words. He couldn't understand why they should let this guy go. Wouldn't it be better to just eliminate him? Ji-Yun patted him on the shoulder and nodded seriously. Seeing Ji-Yun's resolute gaze, Krillin said dejectedly, "Fine, I'll listen to you." With that, he stepped aside. "What are you looking at? Get lost." Ji-Yun turned his attention back to Vegeta and said impatiently. Overhearing their argument, Vegeta realized that this bastard truly intended to let him go. Though proud, he understood the principle of a man knowing when to bend and when to stand tall. Without further hesitation, he pulled a remote control from his person. Pressing the button, the spaceship parked in the distance instantly flew before him. Vegeta staggered into the ship. "You? Just wait." After today, I will become stronger. I will return. I will kill you with my own hands and everyone on Earth to avenge today's humiliation. After uttering this threat, Vegeta closed the hatch and swiftly departed from Earth. TCH. Ji-Yun paid no heed to Vegeta's threat. He possessed the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. His training speed would only surpass Vegeta's. Next time they met, Vegeta would likely suffer an even worse fate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward tenfold Kaioken side defect-free version. The moment Vegeta left Earth, the system's voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind once more. At the same time, the knowledge of how to use the Kaioken was imprinted in his memories. While Ji-Yun was still immersed in his own world, Krillin suddenly exclaimed joyfully, "That key, it's Goku. Goku is here." Ji-Yun was jolted from his thoughts by Krillin's voice, and then he too sensed Goku's key in the sky. It's Goku's key. It's a bit stronger than a year ago. Ji-Yun murmured to himself. Whoosh. A sound of tearing air followed as Goku, clad in his orange martial arts GI, descended from the sky and landed before the group. Goku! Goku! Dad! Everyone cried out excitedly upon seeing the familiar figure. Although the crisis had already been resolved, they hadn't seen each other for a year. The sight of Goku filled them with immense excitement. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, Kairatsu, and Gohan, you're all alive. Great. Where are the Saiyans? Let them come out, I want to fight them. Goku was overjoyed to see everyone safe. Then his gaze sharpened as he declared his intention to fight the Saiyans to the death. Well, Wukong, the Saiyans have already been driven away by Mr. Ji-Yun. Krillin recounted the battle between Ji-Yun and the Saiyans to the spirited Wukong. Huh, Ji-Yun, you sly dog, you beat them to it. Wukong complained incessantly, his face falling with disappointment. His life's creed was battle. If he couldn't fight, it would drive him to madness. Haha, sorry, Wukong. They were just too weak. If they could have held on a little longer, you might have made it. Truly a pity, Ji-Yun said with a smile. His words left the others speechless. Brother, we know you're strong, but do you have to be so discouraging? If they're weak, what does that make us? Trash. No, Ji-Yun. Since the Saiyans are gone, you'll fight me, or you'll go crazy. Wukong said, tugging at his hair in distress. He had just finished his training, his strength greatly enhanced, and he had mastered the two ultimate techniques, Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. If he couldn't let loose, he would truly be tormented. I'm afraid. Ji-Yun began to refuse without a second thought, but the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. The host has been challenged by Son Goku. Please make a choice. Choice 1, accept the challenge and defeat Son Goku. Reward 100 Senzu beans. Choice 2, refuse the challenge and leave. Reward title of Hidden Master. Ji-Yun paused for a moment, then quickly made his decision. What was this Hidden Master title? A fly's leg is still meat. I choose 1. Ding, choice successful. Accept the challenge and defeat Son Goku. Upon completion, the reward will be issued automatically. Please check it. After the system's final prompt, Ji-Yun continued his sentence. I'm afraid. That's possible. I'd also like to see the fruits of your training this past year. Great. Overjoyed that Ji-Yun accepted the challenge, Wukong was ecstatic. Even though the Saiyans had been defeated and fled, now he could spar with Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun had single-handedly defeated 2 incredibly powerful Saiyans. Wasn't fighting him even more thrilling? Come on, you strike first. Use your full power, Ji-Yun said calmly. Hearing this, Wukong quickly assumed a fighting stance. He stared intently into Ji-Yun's eyes. The others, seeing the two about to fight, quickly moved aside, clearing the entire area. Krillin watched the two and wanted to advise Wukong. After all, Ji-Yun was a monster, his power too terrifying. Fighting him was asking for trouble. But seeing Wukong's serious expression, he knew even if he spoke, it would be futile. Gohan was also deeply worried, hoping his father would know when to stop and avoid any accidents. At that moment, everyone was sweating for Wukong. Back on the battlefield, the two were still locked in a tense standoff. Wukong shifted his feet, slightly, his expression growing serious. He noticed that Ji-Yun was full of openings. Yet he also felt that each opening was a trap. A rash attack would surely lead to a heavy blow. Whoosh. Wukong flickered and appeared before Ji-Yun in an instant. Forgetting the potential traps, he launched a flurry of punches and kicks. Ji-Yun twisted his body, evading Wukong's rain-like attacks. No wonder he's battle-hardened. His combat skills rival Vegeta's. Ji-Yun silently praised Wukong's agility. Adadada. Seeing his attacks all dodged, Wukong increased his speed. Each strike became more ferocious. Boom. A loud crash rang out. Wukong's fist slammed into Ji-Yun's abdomen. A flash of joy crossed Wukong's face, hit. But the joy vanished instantly. He felt as if his fist had struck a stone. Not only did it cause no damage, but his hand also throbbed with pain. Wukong's assault slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Ji-Yun delivered a whip-like kick to Wukong's head. Struck hard, Wukong was sent flying backward. He crashed into a nearby mountain. Boom. The mountain collapsed, burying him instantly. Seeing the flying figure, Krillin and the others cried out in worry. Wukong! Wukong! Pushing aside the rubble, Wukong leaped up and returned to face Ji-Yun. Ouch, ouch. That hurts, Wukong said through gritted teeth. I told you to use your full strength, Ji-Yun said with a slight smile. It was Wukong's habit to test his opponent first, never starting at full power. Haha, then let me show you the results of my training. Wukong grinned. Then his expression turned serious again. His ki began to gather. Kaioken. Wukong shouted. A red aura enveloped his body. His ki doubled, instantly translating to a battle power of around 16000. Not bad. Come on. Ji Yun smiled calmly and beckoned Wukong forward. Whoosh. Wukong's speed and power had made a qualitative leap. Every punch carried terrifying force. But standing before him was the even more unfathomable Ji Yun. His attacks still couldn't touch Ji Yun. Ji Yun's movements were incredibly light. After his battle with Vegeta, his own combat skills had greatly improved. Learning in battle was a Saiyan trait. So, strong. Wukong felt unprecedented pressure, sweat beading on his forehead. Threefold Kaioken. Wukong roared, doubling his ki again. His muscles bulged, and the red aura grew denser. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fists flew like the wind, the air cracking with their speed. With a power level of 24000, he could finally barely keep up with Ji Yun's speed. Most of his blows now landed on Ji Yun, but still they couldn't harm him. Feeling he had played enough, Ji Yun threw a lightning-fast punch, striking Wukong hard in the chest. Reeling from the blow, Wukong's red aura dissipated, and his body flew back over a dozen meters. The impact made his eyes roll back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The others rushed over to check on him. Wukong's eyelids fluttered through the blurry figures before him. Darkness closed in, and he fell unconscious. At the Capsule Corporation, Ji Yun reclined on a rocking chair, sporting a pair of sunglasses and sipping fresh orange juice, utterly at ease. A week had passed since the Science invasion of Earth. After the previous battle, Ji Yun's strength had surged tremendously. He also discovered to his astonishment that he didn't need to cultivate deliberately. Besides a daily increase in his chi, it seemed that any battle would cause his chi to explode in growth. His battle power had reached the threshold of 100,000, a terrifying rate of improvement. Bulma, are you ready? We need to go. Ji Yun called out lazily. Okay, coming. Bulma replied in a crisp voice. Women are such trouble, always taking ages to get ready. Ji Yun rolled his eyes from the rocking chair, speaking with resignation. Their main goal today was to visit the hospital and see Goku, whom Ji Yun had injured. They planned to give him a senzu bean so he could be discharged. After their fight, Goku had been hospitalized, and since no one had any senzu beans, he had remained there ever since. Ji Yun had obtained 100 senzu beans through a system mission. However, after the battle, he noticed his chi was continuously increasing. So he had left the scene immediately to stabilize his strength without having time to give Goku a bean. About 10 minutes later, Bulma finally emerged. Darling, let's go. Bulma tapped Ji Yun on the head and said softly. Ji Yun looked up to see Bulma dressed fashionably, her makeup meticulously done. She looked youthful, vibrant, and adorably charming. All right, let's go, Ji Yun said with a faint smile. Then wrapping an arm around Bulma's waist, he leaped lightly into the sky. At the Third People's Hospital in West City, Son Goku, clad in a patient gown, was doing push-ups. Looks like you're recovering well, huh? Ji Yun and Bulma slowly pushed open the door, and the first thing they saw was Goku on the floor. Ji Yun, Bulma, you're here. Goku greeted them happily, showing no resentment over being injured by Ji Yun. Look what I brought you. Ji Yun smiled, shaking a small green bean in his hand. A senzu bean. Goku's eyes lit up. He had grown tired of the hospital environment. It was bearable except for the treatments, and worse, the injections. They were utterly agonizing, nearly killing him. Goku took the senzu bean from Ji Yun without doubting its authenticity and popped it into his mouth. After swallowing the bean, his previously weakened body instantly returned to normal. Great. Ji Yun, now that I'm recovered, let's fight again. Goku stretched his body, regaining his usual vitality. His first thought after recovery was to challenge Ji Yun once more. Ji Yun shook his head with a smile. I wouldn't dare fight you again. Focus on training first. When you're strong enough, I'll have another bout with you. All right, it's a deal, Goku said earnestly. He knew his words had slipped out impulsively. His battle-loving nature was ingrained in his very bones. As they chatted amicably, Ji Yun paused slightly. Then he spoke to Goku mysteriously. Do you want to fight someone even stronger than me? Huh? Goku was taken aback by the question. Is there anyone stronger than you in this world? He asked curiously. In his eyes, Ji Yun was undoubtedly the pinnacle of strength. Someone even more powerful. How unimaginable would that be? The universe is vast and full of wonders. Those stronger than me are everywhere. I'm merely a speck of dust in the cosmos, Ji Yun said calmly. His eyes seemed to hold a longing for another world. Gulp. Goku swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with even more excitement than if he had seen a beautiful woman. I'm in. Where is it? Goku pressed urgently, his impatience growing. Don't rush. It's far away on another planet. Ji Yun smiled faintly, maintaining the mystery. No matter where it is, I want to go. Goku's eyes blazed with determination. The more Ji Yun spoke, the more excited Goku became. All right, it's on planet Namek, Piccolo's homeworld, Ji Yun said in a calm tone. Bulma had been listening to their conversation. When she heard planet Namek, her brow furrowed. Bulma knew Ji Yun wouldn't bring this up casually. He must have some ulterior motive. She was right, his mention wasn't a whim or a random thought. It was because his system had suddenly activated. Ding. Frieza has obtained information about the Dragon Balls through other means and is about to invade planet Namek. Host must make a choice. Choice 1, go to planet Namek and defeat Frieza. Reward 0. 1 second time skip technique. Choice 2, I don't know, ID rather die than go. Reward solar flare. When Ji-Yun saw the mission, he was torn. Though strong, facing the Galactic Emperor Frieza was a risk that could cost him his life. He was tempted to choose the second option and abandon the mission. But his heart told him that future enemies would only grow stronger. If he lacked even this spirit of adventure, he was doomed. At the same time, he secured a safety net by deciding to drag Goku along. If the situation turned dire, Goku might transform into a Super Saiyan and thrash Frieza. Just then the hospital door was pushed open. Please take me with you. Ji-Yun glanced at the newcomer. It was Piccolo. He had come to visit Goku and overheard their conversation. When he heard Namek, it stirred deep-seated memories. Piccolo, it's you. Great, we can fight side by side again. Goku said happily. The friendship between the two had subtly and unknowingly changed. Ji-Yun, however, was somewhat surprised. Piccolo wasn't part of his plan. Bringing him would be less effective than bringing Krillin, who could serve as a sacrificial pawn. Piccolo might not work as well. Ji-Yun initially wanted to refuse, but couldn't bear to deny Piccolo's earnest gaze. Very well. We need to locate planet Namek. Goku, that's your task, asked King Kai. And we need a spaceship. Bulma, that's your responsibility. Ji-Yun looked at them and assigned the tasks directly. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. How can you decide on your own? Bulma finally spoke up, deeply worried about Ji-Yun's safety and unwilling to let him take such risks. Sigh. Ji-Yun let out a resigned sigh. It seemed he'd have to explain himself thoroughly again. Otherwise, he might not be welcome in bed tonight. After a night of persuasion, Ji-Yun finally convinced Bulma to agree to build them a spaceship. Raditz and Nappa spacecraft were both completely intact. They could be used normally once scaled up proportionally. However, this project was rather extensive and would require 3 days. Ji-Yun chose not to sit idly by. He decided to make good use of these 3 days for intensive training. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot and reappeared directly in the Temple of the Gods. This was also his first time here. Mr. Ji-Yun, what brings you here? Asked a nervous man with a dark face, thick lips, round eyes, and a wrapped turban. The reputation of the man before him thundered in everyone's ears. He was the strongest on Earth and a great hero who safeguarded the planet. Nothing much, Popo. I need to borrow your hyperbolic time chamber. Ji-Yun replied casually. 3 days was indeed too short. However, the hyperbolic time chamber in the Temple of the Gods could perfectly resolve this issue. This. Popo was utterly astonished. He didn't recall Ji-Yun ever visiting the temple, yet he accurately called out his name, which sent a jolt through him. I must consult the Guardian. Popo didn't dwell too much on this matter. After all, someone of Ji-Yun's caliber was not someone he could afford to provoke. However, as the Guardian's servant, proper procedures had to be followed. Ji-Yun nodded, faintly indicating his understanding. Let him use it. He is not evil. The aged Guardian, leaning on a staff, walked slowly out of the palace. Ji-Yun observed his features and thought to himself, indeed, he looks just like Piccolo. The Guardian also studied Ji-Yun. Though he didn't know what this young man intended to do, he had saved Earth multiple times. Allowing him entry into the hyperbolic time chamber was only reasonable. Moreover, the Guardian had been watching him and knew something of the conversation in the hospital that day. After all, Piccolo would be traveling with him next, and helping him was akin to helping himself. Thank you. Ji-Yun expressed his gratitude politely. Upon receiving permission, Popo made a gesture for him to proceed. Ji-Yun followed behind him, walking slowly into the depths of the temple. They soon arrived outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Please enter. Each person can only stay inside this room for 2 days in their lifetime. If you exceed 2 days, you won't be able to leave. There is ample water and food inside. Popo explained to Ji-Yun. All right, I understand. Thank you for the trouble. Ji-Yun nodded with a smile. Then he slowly stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. A vast white space stretched endlessly before his eyes. The gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber was 10 times that of Earth. Ji-Yun's strength far surpassed ordinary people, but he still felt somewhat unaccustomed upon entering. However, he quickly adapted. Now let's see how far I can go. Ji-Yun muttered to himself. He had no intention of staying for long. After all, remaining in such an environment for too long could indeed cause mental damage. Ji-Yun let out a fierce shout, gathering all his energy and firing a blast of ki. After releasing it, he quickly withdrew his hand and chased after the trajectory of the ki blast. In no time, his figure instantly blocked the path of the ki blast. Without any defensive stance, he took the full force of his own attack. Ji-Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, and the powerful ki vanished instantly. His vision blurred, and his body was covered in the smell of scorched flesh. Not daring to delay, he tremblingly pulled out a bulging cloth pouch from his person, took out a senzu bean, and swallowed it directly. The moment the bean entered his stomach, his battered body was instantly restored to full health. His entire aura became even more profound. This training method is really effective, but far too dangerous. Ji-Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. His goal was simple: to exploit the Saiyan bug of power increase upon near-death recovery to boost his strength in a short time. This was the legendary self-harm training method. However, when he sensed his power, he couldn't help but be astounded. This ability is truly insane. It tripled my ki. Ji Yun clenched his fists, feeling the explosive energy within him. He didn't continue using it immediately. He needed to first adapt to the power in his body. If he lost control, he might actually kill himself. And so the enhanced Ji Yun continuously unleashed his power within the hyperbolic time chamber. From world-destroying light waves to mundane punches and kicks, he practiced every technique. It took a full 3 days to completely master the power within him. Come on, let's continue. Ji Yun repeated the same actions from 3 days ago. He fired a ki blast chased after it and blocked it hidden. This time, fearing he might not have time to grab a senzu bean, he held one in his mouth. When his life hung in the balance, he swallowed it in one gulp and stood up again, lively and energetic. His ki surged explosively once more. He again practiced all his previous techniques to stabilize his strength. However, this time the stabilization period became even longer. Day after day, Ji Yun relentlessly repeated the self-harm actions in the hyperbolic time chamber. Time flew by. Half a day had passed in the outside world. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Ji Yun had ceased his training. It wasn't that he couldn't improve further, but life here was unbearably monotonous. His ki had grown to an incalculable magnitude. Roughly estimated, it should be around 8 million in combat power. If not for the increasingly long stabilization periods, he could have stayed inside until he became invincible. Still, leaping from 100,000 to 8 million was a training speed more ferocious than cheating. It seems I can prepare to set sail. A sharp light blazed in Ji Yun's eyes. He pushed open the door of the hyperbolic time chamber, exchanged greetings with the guardian, and flew away from the temple of the gods. He went nowhere else, but directly back to Bulma's place. This departure would keep him away for who knew how long. He spent the next couple of days enjoying some tender moments with Bulma. Finally, the 3 days were up. The spaceship was ready. After persistent pestering, Goku finally learned the exact location of planet Namek from King Kai. Bulma explained the specific operation of the spaceship. The three boarded the spaceship. Amid Bulma's reluctant gaze, the ship gradually ascended, left Earth, and soared into the depths of space. Ji Yun stared ahead with unwavering determination. Planet Namek, Frieza, am coming. Several months later, a spherical spaceship traversed the boundless starry sky, gliding through the pitch-black void of space. Only 3 days left until we reach planet Namek. Ji Yun glanced at the coordinates on the display. With a sudden burst of speed, two figures clashed repeatedly within the ship. The violent impacts caused the vessel to shudder incessantly. The interior had become battered and torn, on the verge of falling apart. The two figures were none other than Son Wukong and Piccolo. The long space journey had been tedious, so they sparred inside the ship to train and pass the time. If not for the ship's trajectory correction system, they would have long deviated from their course. 3 days later, Ji Yun's spaceship finally touched down safely on planet Namek. Fresh air, lush greenery, warm sunlight. The planet's temperature was remarkably pleasant. So this is my homeland. Piccolo murmured, taking in the scenery around him. Wow, it's really beautiful here. You can't find an environment like this on Earth. Wukong exclaimed in awe. All right, enough marveling. I sensed several faint energy signatures nearby. That must be our target. Ji Yun interrupted their reverie. Their mission was daunting from the start. Directly challenging the Galactic Emperor Frieza was no small feat. With a combat power of 8 million and 10 times the Kaioken, he could reach 80 million, impressive as it seemed. Yet, Ji Yun knew this was far from sufficient. Because his opponent at full power could reach a staggering 120 million. Ji Yun, is this what you call a faint energy signature? Piccolo was astounded. Sensing the key, he perceived a large group gathered together. Every single one of them possessed a power greater than his own. Among them, one presence was so overwhelming it took his breath away, a suffocating pressure felt from afar. Piccolo's legs trembled, cold sweat beading on his brow. It seemed all three of them might end up here. My God, are these the people you mean? This is insane. Wukong was equally shaken. His excited heart plunged into an icy abyss, chilling him to the bone. Well, not too bad. I'd say they're not that strong. Ji Yun stroked his chin, speaking seriously. This group was most likely Frieza and his men. Their combat powers ranged from 5,000 to 30,000, with one aura far exceeding the others, presumably Frieza himself. Wukong and Piccolo exchanged bewildered glances. Not that strong. Just how strong are you, brother? Still, his words served as a reassurance. If he didn't have absolute power, he wouldn't say such things. Don't just stand there. The enemy is coming. Ji Yun warned them. Wukong and Piccolo focused their minds, sensing someone flying toward them with an incredibly powerful aura. What do we do now? Run. Piccolo spoke first. With his combat power of around 5,000, engaging in battle would mean certain death. Wukong also looked to Ji Yun. As the strongest among them, he was their leader, awaiting his command. Run. Let's just kill him. We'll wait right here for him, Ji Yun said with a smile. Here he was the strongest. Aside from Frieza, the others were mere rabble. About a dozen breaths later, a red figure streaked through the air, hovering aloft as he gazed down upon the land. Who are you? The crimson figure demanded, sternly looking at the trio below. He was none other than Frieza's right-hand man, Dodoria. When Ji Yun and his group landed on Namek, Dodoria had detected them with his scouter. As Frieza's general, he naturally came to investigate. So it's you. Ji Yun smiled calmly, recognizing the familiar face. He didn't take Dodoria seriously. His strength was at best slightly above that of Vegeta. You sound like you know me. Dodoria said coldly, his gaze contemptuous as he looked at Ji Yun. His scouter displayed the combat powers of these three. The highest was a mere 3,000. He had never seen them before, nor had he ever dealt with such weaklings. Of course, Frieza's loyal lackey. Who doesn't know that? Ji Yun said with a snicker. At this, Dodoria's face twisted with rage. He couldn't believe a trash with only 3,000 combat power dared to provoke him. His fists clenched involuntarily. Is that not true? Ji Yun continued to taunt. Dodoria, as Frieza's henchman, had countless innocent lives on his hands. Though Ji Yun was no righteous crusader, killing such a man brought him no guilt. Bastard! How dare you show such insolence before me? They'll make you die horribly. Dodoria roared in fury. As the words left his mouth, he shot forward, diving down from above. In the blink of an eye, his crimson fist was already before Ji Yun. Bang! His punch landed squarely. It struck Ji Yun's head with precision and force. Before Wukong and Piccolo could react, they saw Ji Yun take the hit. Ji Yun! Wukong shouted in concern. Dodoria smirked, cruelly satisfied with his strike. Trash is just Tross. Bang! The next moment, a dull thud echoed. Before Dodoria could finish, his smirk froze, then stiffened entirely. His pupils dilated, filled with the terror of death. Dodoria's fist had done no harm to Ji Yun. Instead, Ji Yun's counterpunch drove deep into his abdomen. Excruciating pain spread through his body. Then a golden beam of light erupted from the fist buried inside him, piercing through Dodoria's form. This. Impossible. Dodoria gasped out his final words. In the next instant, his entire body exploded, scattering into dust upon the soil. Wukong and Piccolo stood by stunned. That man had just exerted immense pressure on both of them. Yet in a flash, Ji Yun had annihilated him. Now they truly understood what Ji Yun meant earlier. When he said there were several faint energy signatures nearby, this was exactly what he was talking about. If someone this powerful could be killed with a single punch, then indeed he was nothing but a faint presence. Shall we take the initiative and strike directly? Ji Yun said with a faint smile to the two of them. After dealing with Dodoria, Frieza would surely dispatch more men. He had no time to play games with these small fry. Frieza, who constantly maintained his first form, had a battle power of only 530,000. As long as Frieza was denied the chance to transform, he would be no match for him. Yeah, I have no problem with that, Goku said nonchalantly. He now understood that he was probably just here to be a spectator with no real need for him to intervene. However, he would be more than willing to watch if it meant seeing Ji Yun battle other powerful fighters. Could we wait just a moment? Piccolo spoke up. Ji Yun and Goku looked at him with confusion. What's wrong, Piccolo? Do you have a relative to visit? Goku asked half-jokingly. He knew Piccolo had grown up on Earth, so how could he have any relatives here? Sort of. In that direction, there's a special feeling constantly calling out to me. Piccolo said, slowly pointing in a direction. Goku remained indifferent. Anywhere was fine as long as Ji Yun agreed. Ji Yun was silent for a moment, then said thoughtfully, all right, fine, let's go take a look first. Thank you. Piccolo quickly expressed his gratitude, then leaped up and flew swiftly toward the horizon. Seeing Piccolo's eagerness, Ji Yun and Goku had no choice but to follow behind him. Meanwhile, in a village on planet Namek, dozens of Namekian corpses lay on the ground. Beside the bodies stood several alien beings of various appearances, standing in perfect unison. They were equipped with sophisticated gear, all wearing identical battle suits. At this moment, they gazed with utmost reverence at the small figure seated in a hovering pod. This person was none other than the Cosmic Emperor, who struck fear across the universe. Frieza, Lord Frieza, Dodoria's scout, has lost contact. He has likely been killed. A man with long green hair and a rather handsome face reported to Frieza. He was Frieza's other powerful Lieutenant Zarbin. Oh, it seems those fellows come with ill intent. Could they also be after the Dragon Balls? Frieza said with a cold sneer, his eyes sharp and dangerous. That's not certain yet. Lord Frieza, those people have changed their location. Zarbin looked at the display on his scout and informed Frieza. Whatever their purpose, since they're here, send them to their deaths. Leave this matter to you, Zarbin. Frieza said calmly, yet his sinister gaze sent chills down one's spine. Yes. Receiving Frieza's orders, Zarbin placed the Dragon Ball he was holding on the ground. Then he set off in pursuit of the direction indicated by the scout. Let's go. On to the next village. With a single command, Frieza soared into the air. His subordinates dared not delay, gathering the collected Dragon Balls and following after him. Piccolo, are we there yet? Goku flew up beside Piccolo and asked. It should be close now. Piccolo said, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Ji Yun silently trailed behind them. As someone familiar with the original story, he could vaguely guess who Piccolo was going to meet. It was most likely the Grand Elder of the Namekians. The reason he agreed to Piccolo's request was partly selfish. The Grand Elder of the Namekians possessed a miraculous ability to unlock one's potential and enhance their power. Ji Yun, possessing the bloodline of a legendary Super Saiyan, undoubtedly had boundless potential within him. If it could be unlocked, it would give him a much greater advantage against Frieza. We're here. Piccolo came to an abrupt halt, hovering in midair. A massive structure lay below them. The three of them then descended slowly before the palace gates. Ji Yun looked at the enormous building before him, a secret joy welling up inside. Just as I thought. Now it all depends on whether the Grand Elder is willing to help. Piccolo stepped forward ready to enter. Suddenly the great doors swung open, and a Namekian emerged blocking their path. Huh, another Piccolo. Goku exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the Namekian. My name is Nail. The Grand Elder sent me to welcome you all. Nail introduced himself and then walked inside without waiting for a reply. Nail, he looks just like Piccolo. Goku whispered slyly to Ji Yun. Let's go inside too, Ji Yun said with a smile. Watching Piccolo, who had already entered, he also stepped leisurely into the building. Upon entering, the first thing that met their eyes was a colossal Namekian. Even though Ji Yun had mentally prepared himself, he was still inwardly astonished at the sight. Goku, however, let out an exaggerated shout. His outburst immediately drew a look of disapproval from the guard Nail. Noticing Nail's unfriendly gaze, Goku gave an awkward chuckle. Child, come closer and let me see you. The Grand Elder spoke in a kind, gentle voice. As the Grand Elder of the Namekians, he was aware of everything that happened on the planet. The moment Piccolo set foot on Namek, the Grand Elder had sensed his presence. He was also curious as to why a fellow Namekian had come from outer space. To satisfy his curiosity, he used his unique ability as the Grand Elder to guide Piccolo there. Piccolo did not resist and walked straight forward. The Grand Elder placed his hand on top of Piccolo's head. After about a minute, a look of sudden realization dawned on his face. So that's it. You are the son of Katas. I am astonished. I never imagined you would actually make it safely to Earth. The Grand Elder let out a long sigh, filled with emotion. The look of confusion on Goku's face only deepened. Piccolo was equally perplexed, lost in a fog. Ji Yun, being aware of the story, remained much more composed. Seeing their confusion, the Grand Elder slowly began to explain Piccolo's origins. So that's how it is. Piccolo nodded as if coming to terms with a past life. At that moment, a complex mix of emotions surged within him. Furthermore, I thank you both for traveling such a great distance to Namek to help us fend off our enemies. The Grand Elder said to Ji Yun and Goku with a benevolent tone. Through Piccolo's memories, he had also learned of their journey. Regardless of their motives, he could tell from Piccolo's memories that these two were kind-hearted individuals. Thank you, Grand Elder. Our purpose in coming here is to eliminate Frieza. However, he is immensely powerful, and I fear I may not be his match. Ji Yun spoke slowly. I can sense that your strength is considerable, and you possess immense potential within. Come forward. Allow me to help draw it out for you, the Grand Elder said to Ji Yun with a smile. Ji Yun was overjoyed and strode forward. This was precisely his intention, and he was delighted that the Grand Elder had proposed it himself. Thank you, Grand Elder. Ji Yun approached the Grand Elder and expressed his gratitude. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, then placed his hand on Ji Yun's head. Time ticked by. Ji Yun felt no change in his body and was greatly puzzled. Huff, the potential within you is immense, I may not be able to fully draw it out. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. Ji Yun felt a pang of disappointment. He had thought it would be simple. Was it truly impossible? However, I can help you draw out a portion. The rest will be up to you. The Grand Elder paused, then continued. Whoosh. Ji Yun felt as if his body was suddenly stretched upward. A continuous cool sensation flowed through his blood. An unprecedented comfort spread through his bones and tendons. All right, child. The Grand Elder removed his hand and spoke to Ji Yun. Thank you, Grand Elder. Ji Yun thanked him again, his voice filled with excitement. He discovered that his internal chi had doubled, meaning his combat power had doubled. His power had surged directly from 8 million to 16 million, and this was only a fraction of his potential. How terrifying would it be if it were fully unleashed? No wonder Clint in the original story was so excited. Suddenly gaining so much chi, how could one not be happy? You two come here as well, the Grand Elder said to Goku and Piccolo. Seeing Ji Yun's joyful expression, Goku eagerly stepped forward. In no time, their potential was also drawn out. The rate of their increase was even more astonishing than Ji Yun's. Ah, is this my chi? It's so strong. Goku's excitement surpassed Ji Yun's. He was amazed to find that his internal chi had increased more than 5-fold. Before arriving on planet Namek, his combat power was around 2,000. Now it had directly become 1,000. Piccolo's face also showed joy. However, his increase was not as great as Goku's. His combat power was only about 6,000. Ji Yun watched them both happily. Because of his intervention, their strength did not grow exactly as in the original story. However, they now enjoyed benefits that were absent in the original. As their companion, Ji Yun was genuinely happy for them. Don't get too excited yet. An enemy is coming, Nail said to everyone with a serious expression. Ji Yun had also sensed this long ago. But since the approaching enemy's strength was not very formidable, he hadn't paid much attention. As soon as Nail finished speaking, a scolding shout rang out. You inside, listen up. Get out here and die. The speaker was Zarbon, one of Frieza's men. He had locked onto their positions with his scouter and followed them all the way here. Why does another one come looking for death? Ji Yun said lazily. Goku, Piccolo, and the others appeared at the same time. Nail stayed by the Grand Elder's side to guard against any mishaps. Was it you who killed Dodoria? Zarbon demanded sternly. I did it. So what? Do you want to join him? Ji Yun retorted without backing down. Zarbin saw from his scouter that their power levels were only a few thousand. He was deeply contemptuous, wondering how Dodoria could have fallen to such weaklings. Don't think that just because you killed Dodoria you can be my opponent. Zarbin sneered, his gaze filled with disdain. Dodoria must have been careless or caught off guard by these people's ambush. Otherwise his strength would have been more than enough to crush them all. It seems you can't wait to join your comrade. Let me send you on your way then, Ji Yun said with a faint scornful smile, his eyes fixed on Zarbin. Hey Ji Yun, let me take this one. I haven't fought in a long time. Goku directly stepped in front of Ji Yun, his eyes burning as he looked at Zarbin. Ever since Ji Yun appeared, Goku had hardly had any part in the battles. Now with his power skyrocketing, he regained his former confidence and was determined to have a good fight. Enough. This guy is my prey. No one else is to touch him. Piccolo waved his hand, dismissively speaking, without mercy. He had also been patient for a long time. He too needed a thrilling battle to vent his inner restlessness. No, Piccolo, I called dibs. I have to be the one to take him down. Goku was adamant, arguing his case. Piccolo, no. I will. And so the two began arguing over who would fight the single enemy. Standing nearby, Zarbin's cyan face turned an ashen black. What was this supposed to mean? Did they think he was weak? Did they see him as an easy dish? Was he that easy to bully? He was one of Lord Frieza's most capable officers. Being squabbled over like this was a direct insult to him. Stop arguing, you trash. Both of you come at me together. Zarbin roared, pointing at the two. Goku and Piccolo exchanged a glance. Under these circumstances, there was no other choice. Ji Yun cast a sympathetic look at Zarbin, silently praying for him in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh. The two shot towards Zarbin with lightning speed. Zarbin clearly hadn't expected them to be so fast, and was caught completely off guard. In the next moment, they flanked him, attacking from both sides, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Perhaps because they had just received such a massive boost, their control over their strength wasn't yet perfectly precise. Bang! A dull thud sounded. Both of their hands struck Zarbin's head simultaneously. He then fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide as bells filled with bloodshot veins. He seemed unwilling to accept his fate, dying with his eyes open. How could he be defeated by two pieces of trash with power levels of only a few thousand? Ji Yun looked at the fallen corpse, his expression unchanging. It was simply a man destined to die. There was nothing surprising about it. Hey Piccolo, you hit too hard. How did you kill him? Goku said, greatly dissatisfied as he looked at the dead body. If it was clearly you who killed him. I had already controlled my strength. Otherwise that punch would have blown his head off. Piccolo snorted, speaking with a hint of pride. Stop arguing. This was just a warm-up. You'll have plenty to do soon. Ji Yun patted his head in exasperation. At the same time, his gaze turned serious again. He pointed in a direction and said in a deep voice, over there is a stronger enemy. That is our true adversary. With that, his body transformed into a shooting star streaking across the sky. Seeing this, Goku and Piccolo burst out with their own chi and flew swiftly towards that immense power. At that moment, in another Namekian village, Frieza listened with a pallid expression to his subordinate's report. Lord Frieza, Sir Zarbin's signal has suddenly vanished, it seems. It seems he too has been slain, stammered a subordinate, his voice trembling slightly, fearing that Frieza might erupt in rage upon hearing this news and annihilate him on the spot. It appears these individuals are no ordinary foes, daring to slay two of my elite warriors. Frieza remarked with displeasure, his eyes narrowing. The frost on his face deepened. Though his voice was not loud, it was imbued with murderous intent. The surrounding subordinates trembled in sheer terror. All of you search for them. Notify me immediately once found. Whoever they are, I shall make them wish they were never born. Frieza declared emotionlessly, his eerie gaze chilling. His purpose on Namek was to gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish for immortality. This sudden turn of events had inevitably delayed his progress. Thus, regardless of their origins, these intruders must die. As all subordinates prepared to set off upon Frieza's command, their scouter devices simultaneously began to beep. Oh, my dear Lord Frieza, are you referring to us? Another voice suddenly rang out before anyone could react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures materialized before Frieza. They were none other than Ji Yun, Goku, and Piccolo, who had rushed over. How daring to appear before me? Just who are you? Frieza sneered, his eyes locked onto Ji Yun. Who we are is none of your concern. All you need to do is prepare to meet your end. Ji Yun replied with a faint, teasing smile. So it's confirmed you killed my two men. Now you dare to stand before me and provoke me. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Frieza's tone turned savage. His icy glare seemed to lower the ambient temperature, making the warm climate feel like the depths of winter. SSO strong. Goku, standing beside Ji Yun, felt cold sweat trickle down. This opponent's level is far beyond what we can imagine. He never imagined such a formidable being existed in the world. It seems we still underestimated his power, Piccolo said grimly. The joy they had felt upon gaining new strength vanished instantly. Neither had anticipated the immense pressure this man would exert on them. Truly, there is always a sky beyond the sky, and people beyond the people. Beep, beep, beep. A subordinate beside Frieza, seeing the numbers on his scouter, quickly reported, Lord Frieza, this man's battle power is 1-0. The other two are between 6-0 and 1-0. Ji Yun and the others had flown at full speed, leaving their energy signatures uncloaked. Oh, Frieza showed slight surprise, but quickly regained his composure. No wonder they had easily killed Zarbon and Dodoria. They possessed genuine strength. However, if this was all they had, it was far from enough to defeat him. The surrounding subordinates were equally astonished, stunned by the battle powers of Ji Yun's group. They had not expected such terrifyingly strong individuals to appear so suddenly. Listen, I'll give you a chance. I'll overlook the matter of Dodoria and Zarbon, and we can forget your insolence. On the condition that you submit to me, you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory, Frieza said with a sinister grin. Though these people still did not meet his standards, they were formidable warriors by cosmic measure. After all, Zarbon and Dodoria had barely surpassed 2-0 in battle power. These three were far stronger. If used wisely, they could save him considerable trouble. Ji Yun couldn't hold back his laughter. Was Frieza really this adorable? Didn't he realize they were here to kill him? And yet he was actively recruiting them, offering a top-tier salary of endless wealth and glory. The king sure knew how to play the game. Seeing Ji Yun burst into laughter, Frieza's expression darkened instantly. He had intended to spare them, only to be met with merciless mockery. Never before had anyone dared to be so arrogant in his presence. Very well. Arrogance comes at a price, and your price is death. Frieza sneered malevolently, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Oh, is that so? I'd like to see how you'll make me pay, Ji Yun replied with a smile, utterly unfazed by the threat. His battle power had reached 16 million. When he unleashed the tenfold Kaioken, it soared to 160 million. Even at full power, Frieza's battle power was only 120 million. In this battle, no matter how it played out, Frieza was doomed to defeat. Fine. Utterly clueless. They'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy like a dog. Frieza laughed in fury, and after uttering 3 fines, he vanished in a flash. Leave the rest to you, Ji Yun instructed Goku and Piccolo. The grunts were numerous, but weak, with battle powers no higher than 1000. It would be good practice for the two of them. Leave it to us, Goku vowed, thumping his chest. Then the two charged into the ranks of the grunts. Ji Yun with a light leap vanished and reappeared directly before Frieza. What's this? Frieza marveled at Ji Yun's incredible speed, barely registering it before. Ji Yun struck with a rising dragon fist, landing a blow on Frieza's chin. Bang! The terrifying force sent Frieza flying upward. Whoosh! Before Frieza could stabilize himself, Ji Yun shot into the sky and flashed above him. Boom! Ji Yun unleashed a ki blast. The ki blast engulfed Frieza from above, its immense force driving him deep into the ground. Frieza was buried far beneath the earth. Wounds already marked his body. From the moment he was stunned to being buried underground, less than half a second had elapsed. In his first form, Frieza's battle power was a mere 5-3-0-0. Ji Yun could have killed him with ease, but he chose not to. His strength already surpassed Frieza's peak form, so there was no fear of a counterattack. Moreover, as a descendant of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, continuous combat would only raise his battle power further. Such an excellent whetstone should not be allowed to perish so easily. Impossible. Lord Frieza was driven into the ground. How could this be? Frieza's underlings were utterly astonished. He was the emperor of the universe, a being who could destroy heaven and earth with a flick of his finger. Yet this man had made Frieza suffer a great loss with a single move. Who was this person, and how could his power be so formidable? The crowd could hardly believe it, suspecting they were dreaming. Hey, your opponents are us. It's not wise to be distracted in battle. Goku frowned as he addressed the grunts. Of course, his own shock was no less than theirs. He could sense that Frieza's strength was as unfathomable as an abyss. Yet when Ji Yun clashed with him, Frieza's abyss seemed as insignificant as a cesspool. Boom crack. Piccolo unleashed a special beam cannon, wiping out a group of grunts. These soldiers with mere thousands of battle power were no match for him. With a single move, he could sweep through the crowd. Piccolo's attacks were lethal, leaving almost no survivors. Goku was not to be outdone. With swift movements, he knocked out several foes in the blink of an eye. Unlike Piccolo, he showed mercy, merely knocking them unconscious rather than killing. On the other side, Frieza rose from the crater and slowly descended to the ground. His jaw ached, his body was blackened by the blast, and he was covered in dust. Damn it, you've successfully angered me. Rage ignited in Frieza's eyes. This was the first time anyone had wounded him. He never imagined there was someone in this world who could reduce him to such a state. Absolutely unforgivable. Though burning with fury, Frieza cautiously analyzed the situation. A battle power of 100 seemed significant, but to him, it was nothing. Even if he stretched out his neck and let the man attack freely, he couldn't be harmed. He could sense that the previous attack could not have been delivered by someone with only 100 battle power. In that case, Frieza let out a low roar and a massive surge of energy coalesced around him. The ground beneath him began to crack. A golden light enveloped his entire body. Then his form started to expand, his limbs stretching outward. The two horns on his head grew curved and sharp, like those of a bull. So the transformation begins. Ji Yun murmured softly. He did not interrupt the change, but stood aside watching calmly. In a short while, Frieza's body had grown 3 or 4 times larger. His energy instantly doubled. What's happening? How has his energy increased so much? Piccolo exclaimed in terror. He and Goku had already dealt with the grunts. Both intended to aid Ji-Yun, but now they stood side by side, watching the transformed Frieza hesitating to advance. This level of battle was beyond their reach. Their expressions grew grave, matters had become dire. You didn't expect this, did you? This is my second form. You should feel honored that I'm forced to use it, Frieza said with a smug expression. After transforming, his battle power soared to over 1,000,000. No one could possibly defeat him now. Tisk, is that all? I waited half a day for this, and you show me this. Ji-Yun curled his lip in disdain. He had known all along that Frieza could transform. If the tyrant thought this would win, he was dreaming. How arrogant. Very well, let me show you just how ignorant and insignificant you are before me. Frieza gritted his teeth and snarled. At this point, instead of kneeling and begging for mercy, the man still dared to boast. This was the recklessness of ignorance. Prepare to face his wrath. Then come on, why the endless chatter? Ji-Yun said dismissively, as he beckoned with his finger. Humph! Frieza snorted and vanished from his spot. The next instant he appeared before Ji-Yun. His massive fist, crackling with energy, hurtled toward Ji-Yun's face. Bang! The collision of fist and head produced a thunderous roar. Ji-Yun did not dodge, he took the blow squarely. Did you skip breakfast? Your punches are so soft. Ji-Yun's expression remained unchanged, his tone flat. 1,000,000 battle power might sound intimidating, but before him it was indeed unimpressive. Damn, his head is too hard. Don't get cocky. Frieza cursed inwardly. Then he launched several more attacks. A rain of fists pounded Ji-Yun from all angles. But none of these attacks had any effect. Ji-Yun withstood them all. Any other tricks? If not, I'll be disappointed. Ji-Yun taunted relentlessly. The seemingly powerful fists felt like a full-body massage. Just a bit too gentle. How is this possible? Frieza began to panic. He quickly retreated dozens of meters. A terrifying energy gathered in his hands. Then try this. With that, his hands moved like machine guns, firing countless purple energy spheres at Ji-Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres struck Ji-Yun, exploding on impact. In an instant, the blast site became a hellish fireball filled with a devastating energy storm. Tisk, keep being arrogant. Let's see how you withstand this. Frieza laughed, triumphantly, panting heavily. At the explosion site, flames and smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a crater hundreds of meters wide. But Ji-Yun was nowhere to be found. Ho ho ho, my apologies, I was a bit too rough. I didn't even leave a corpse. Frieza roared with satisfaction. See that? This is the power of the great king. This is the dignity of the emperor of the universe. This is what happens when you oppose me, Frieza. Watching from the side, Goku could no longer contain his anxiety. Had Ji-Yun really perished? Piccolo, however, remained unusually calm. Don't act rashly, Goku. Ji-Yun is not dead. His energy still exists. Goku quickly sensed it, and as Piccolo said, he breathed a sigh of relief. Your laughter is truly nauseating. A cold voice suddenly sounded beside Frieza's ear. Frieza heard the familiar voice. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he swiftly turned his head to look back. However, what greeted him was an incredibly swift side kick. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Ji-Yun's side kick directly struck Frieza's arm. Frieza's body was sent flying sideways. He crashed directly into a nearby house. The house collapsed with a roar, dust and debris flying everywhere. So amazing. Goku swallowed hard, his eyes filled with admiration. Piccolo was also utterly stunned. They had long known Ji-Yun was strong, but when Frieza appeared, they felt Frieza was even stronger, incredibly terrifyingly so. They never imagined that such a powerful being would be as fragile as a clay chicken and dog in Ji-Yun's hands, utterly defenseless. No Ji-Yun is this strong. When I go back, I must train hard. One day I will surpass him. Goku's eyes blazed with determination. Seeing Ji-Yun's displayed strength deeply stirred his heart. The hot blood within him felt ready to erupt at any moment. Don't even think about it. A monster like him, we can only look up to his dust, Piccolo said, arms crossed, mercilessly dashing Goku's hopes. He was far more realistic than Goku. When Ji-Yun first appeared, Piccolo might have felt some defiance and urge to defeat him. But as time passed, that urge faded more and more until it vanished entirely. Because as his own power grew, he understood more clearly that they and Ji-Yun were not even in the same dimension. On the other side of the battlefield, Frieza stood up from the rubble. A trail of purple blood hung at the corner of his mouth. Clutching his left arm, the fury in his eyes seemed capable of burning Ji-Yun to ashes. You damned thing, unforgivable. He'll kill you, kill you. Frieza grew somewhat frenzied. He was the proud emperor of the universe, now being beaten without any chance to fight back by a nobody. Disgrace, utter disgrace. Only this man's blood could wash away today's shame. I will use my strongest form to tear you apart completely. I will scatter your ashes across space. Frieza had completely lost his mind. A golden light began to emanate from his body again. His battlesuit developed countless spiderweb-like cracks. Then it fell away in pieces, turning to dust before it even hit the ground. A terrifying aura erupted into a monstrous airwave, spreading outward from him in all directions. Nearby houses were instantly blown away by the air current. Goku and Piccolo staggered back, their steps unsteady. They struggled to shield their chests with their arms, their eyes already obscured by swirling sand. This pressure, it's terrifying. Is this even something a person can do? Piccolo said with difficulty. He couldn't fathom how long one would need to train to reach such a level. Amazing, truly amazing. The entire Earth is shaking. Is this what Ji-Yun meant by a true powerhouse? Goku wasn't panicked. Instead, he was incredibly excited. Today, his horizons had truly been broadened. He had never known such powerful beings existed in the world. This trip to Namek was well worth it. At the same time, he fixed his gaze on Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun, show me just how powerful you really are. By now, Ji-Yun had floated into midair. His form stood steady, completely unaffected. After waiting for several dozen seconds, Frieza finally completed his transformation. His body shrank again, appearing smooth all over. Is this all the power you have? Seems like it's still nothing special. Ji-Yun said nonchalantly, completely disregarding this form of Frieza. Are you ready to meet your death? Frieza looked up at Ji-Yun. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were even more eerie and cold. Oh, seems like you're feeling confident again. All right then, let's give it a try. Ji-Yun let out a derisive laugh, his face still carrying a relaxed expression. When Frieza transformed into his final form, his initial battle power wasn't very high, only around 3 million. When Frieza unleashed 50 of his power, his battle power would reach 60 million. Exerting his full power would be 120 million. As he was now, he was still no match for Ji-Yun. You reckless fool, let's see what gives you the nerve to talk so big. Frieza's expression grew even colder. It was precisely because his power was too great and sometimes he couldn't control it that he chose to suppress it. He never imagined today would force him to unleash it. Consider it this guy's honor. The moment the words left his mouth, Frieza instantly charged at Ji-Yun. His speed was incredible. In almost an instant, his fist once again aimed for Ji-Yun's face. Whoosh! Ji-Yun sidestepped the attack and grabbed Frieza's slender arm. Damn it, why is his reaction so fast? Frieza was bewildered. Logically, with his current battle power of 3 million, no one should be able to dodge this move of his. Could it be that this man's battle power exceeded 3 million? Frieza quickly shook his head at the thought. Impossible. If there was someone this strong in the universe, how could he not know? However, Ji-Yun didn't give him much time to think. He grabbed Frieza's arm and hurled him with force toward the ground below. Swoosh! A sharp sound rang out, the noise of air friction. Frieza couldn't dodge, he could only endure the burning sensation on his skin. Bang! Frieza slammed into the ground with a thud. Before he could recover, Ji-Yun descended like divine judgment, driving a knee strike heavily into Frieza's abdomen. Cough! Frieza coughed violently, spewing a large mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy and his chest tight. Ji-Yun stood up, grabbed Frieza by the head with one hand, and lifted him up. Now do you know what gives me the nerve? Ji-Yun brought Frieza's head close to his own, speaking coldly. Frieza, whose complexion was already poor, twisted into an even more ferocious grimace. He had already transformed into his final form, so why was he still unable to defeat this guy? As he spoke, a golden light appeared in the hand Ji-Yun used to hold Frieza. Boom! A super energy wave blasted out. Frieza's face was charred black, and he was sent flying a great distance. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Frieza stared at the sky, his eyes rolling back. Blood flowed from his mouth as he murmured weakly, his lips parting and closing. Countless wounds had appeared on his body, purple blood gushing out incessantly. Frieza took a long time to recover. Finally, he stood up again. Let me end this boring fight. Frieza let out a long breath and said calmly, his face expressionless. Frieza paced slowly to stand before Ji-Yun, speaking with an air of nonchalance. I never thought I'd encounter a warrior like you. It's truly unexpected. It would be a shame to kill you. Oh please, Lord Frieza, don't be so polite. Seeing you in such a sorry state, what gives you the audacity to say such things? Ji-Yun replied with a faint smile. He was well aware that Frieza had yet to unleash his full power. But even if he did, so what? Had he himself fought with all his might? I knew you'd say that. But those who fail to see the reality are doomed to die. Frieza's calm visage gradually turned icy. All right, let's see who truly fails to see the reality. Ji-Yun smiled confidently. Frieza had no idea of Ji-Yun's true strength. But Ji-Yun knew Frieza's power all too well. Without absolute certainty, Frieza wouldn't even have the chance to transform. He would have perished long ago, still as arrogant as ever. You'll soon understand why I say this. Frieza finished with a dismissive smirk. Simultaneously, he raised 5 fingers toward Ji-Yun. 50% of my power. That's all I need to make this insolent brat vanish completely. Frieza's face twisted into a sneer. His 50% power translated to a battle power of 60 million. No matter how strong this man was, he couldn't possibly exceed that number. 50%. Why not 100%? Ji-Yun retorted, his mind racing. 60 million was indeed troublesome. His own power was only 16 million. If he wanted an overwhelming victory, he would have to use the Kaioken. 100%. You overestimate yourself. 50% is more than enough for a wretch like you. Frieza said coldly. As he spoke, an immense aura erupted from his body once more. His blood surged and a powerful gale enveloped him. In that instant, a dazzling spectrum of colors burst from Frieza's eyes. Within a few breaths, his ki was fully unleashed, reaching a terrifying level. His His ki is rising again. Goku watched the battlefield tensely. He couldn't fathom how much more these two monsters would astonish him. Piccolo was completely stunned. Good heavens, this was too intense. This terrifying power was beyond his wildest imagination. Ho ho ho, 60 million battle power, truly formidable. Ji Yun's expression finally shifted. This overwhelming aura was not something an ordinary person could withstand. With only 16 million of his own, he was utterly insufficient to counter this force. In an instant, he felt immense pressure emanating from Frieza. Frieza, having released his power, took note of the change on Ji Yun's face. What's the matter, boy? Scared already? But even if you beg for mercy on your knees now, your life is forfeit, Frieza said smugly. He was quite pleased with Ji Yun's momentary expression. Ji Yun didn't immediately retort. Frieza indeed had some merit. 60 million battle power was trivial in the later eras of Dragon Ball. Even his full power of 120 million would be felled with a single punch. But in this era, Frieza was undoubtedly the supreme existence. Unfortunately, he had encountered Ji Yun, who was even more monstrous. Afraid? Not really. Just a little surprised. Ji Yun shrugged casually. Pretending. Still spouting nonsense at a time like this. Watch me deal with you. Frieza sneered, convinced Ji Yun was merely putting on a brave face. With that, Frieza's body vanished in a blur. A thunderous crash echoed through the sky. Before anyone could see what happened, Ji Yun was sent flying. He smashed through two distant mountains before staggering to a halt. Thud. Ji Yun spat out gravel and sand. No honor. I wasn't ready, and you sucker punched me. Ji Yun complained as he stretched his limbs. Yet his eyes burned with excitement, every cell alive. This thrill seemed to surge from the depths of his genes to his brain. Perhaps this was the effect of his Saiyan bloodline. 5 times. Kaioken. Ji Yun clenched his fists and shouted. Instantly, a red aura exploded from within, enveloping his entire body. The rubble and dust beneath his feet were blown away. His battle power now reached 80 million, 20 million above Frieza's, once again overwhelming his aura. That's the Kaioken. How does Ji Yun know that technique? Goku wondered in astonishment. It was a move he had learned from King Kai with great difficulty. Seeing Ji Yun use it caught him off guard. It seems your power has increased a bit, but in the face of absolute strength, it's all futile. Frieza's voice was icy. Though he couldn't sense ki, he could tell Ji Yun's state was much stronger than before. Is that so? Let's see then. Ji Yun's lips curled upward as he shot forward in a flash. Is that all you've got? Frieza scoffed, vanishing in a blur. Their figures collided in midair like meteors. A terrifying energy erupted around them, warping space itself. Simultaneously, the ground cracked violently, and rocks exploded without warning. They disintegrated into fine dust. In the fierce clash, Frieza was sent flying, skidding face first across the ground for dozens of meters before halting. Ji Yun stood firm as a mountain, unaffected. Clearly, he had gained a massive advantage in that exchange. After all, an extra 20 million battle power was no mere decoration. Damn it. Frieza rose slowly, kneeling in fury, pounding the ground with clenched fists. The entire planet trembled. He couldn't understand how a full-force blow at half his power couldn't kill this man. Instead, he was sent flying. This was beyond his imagination. What kind of monster was this person? Thrilling, absolutely thrilling again. After the recent exchange, Ji Yun felt his battle lust rekindled. Frieza refused to accept defeat. How could he endure such humiliation? Regardless of what kind of monster he faced, he would never lose. You damned creature. Frieza cursed through gritted teeth. Then a formidable aura erupted from his body once more. He charged directly at Ji Yun. Well met. Midair, Ji Yun saw Frieza charging again, and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. As his power grew, opponents worthy of his notice became increasingly scarce. Now Ji Yun could finally engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Die. In an instant, Frieza was before Ji Yun, driving a fist toward him. Boom. Another thunderous crash. Ji Yun countered with a punch, their fists colliding. This time, Frieza's body was sent flying backward like a cannonball. He shattered several great mountains. The next moment, a torrent of rubble erupted skyward. Frieza's figure crawled out once again. Damn it. Frieza's arm went numb, and at last he understood. Ji Yun's strength had already surpassed his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so thoroughly dominated. If that were the case, he had no choice but to unleash 100% of his power and eliminate him completely. Boy, I must admit your power has astonished me time and again. But you seem to forget, I've only been using 50% of my strength. Frieza's face regained its composure. Is that so? I've said it before. Why not use 100% from the start? A fool like you. How have you survived this long? Ji Yun taunted without yielding. Frieza, who had just regained his calm, instantly flew into a rage again. Very well, let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Frieza snarled through clenched teeth. Then a violet radiance began to wreathe his body. Frieza's muscles swelled rapidly. His petite frame instantly brimmed with power, transforming into a muscular behemoth. In that moment, Frieza's energy doubled. This is my full power. I never imagined anyone would force me to use it. Boy, you can die without regret. Frieza clenched his fists and bellowed at Ji Yun. He still had faith in his own strength. Then he struck again. Placing both hands forward, a violet energy wave crackling with lightning surged violently, toward Ji Yun. Finally, Ji Yun scoffed disdainfully tenfold Kaioken. Instantly, the red aura around him blazed even fiercer. The surrounding flora lost all color, completely engulfed in crimson. At that moment, Ji Yun's combat power skyrocketed to 160 million. This was the first time Ji Yun had wielded such immense power. Feeling the surging energy within his body, the fervor in his heart reached its peak. With a fierce cry, the muscles in Ji Yun's shoulders bulged. He thrust forward a white energy wave no weaker than Frieza's. Bang! The two energy waves collided. For a moment, a blinding radiance blanketed the earth as bright as an eternal day. The planet Namek was shaken by the violent impact. Cracks began to appear across the entire planet. The mountains and rivers were utterly deformed. On the sea, towering waves crashed one after another as if the world were ending, sky falling, earth splitting. Why? Why can he still withstand my attack? Frieza's mind was thrown into turmoil. He could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. The energy blast he had unleashed with all his might was actually being blocked. Just how strong was this man? Now panicked, a thought inadvertently flashed through Frieza's mind. Today, was he really going to die here? This time Ji Yun held nothing back. He was also channeling this vast energy for the first time. Still unaccustomed to it, if he continued to deplete it, he risked being consumed by the power's backlash. It's over, my foolish Lord Frieza. Ji Yun made a swift decision. He concentrated all his energy into his hands, increasing the output, and the white energy wave instantly swelled even larger. The impact force multiplied several times over. Frieza sensed the danger, watching the violet energy wave being steadily eroded. The white beam grew terrifyingly large before his eyes. Frieza's face turned ashen with terror. Stop! Frieza screamed in fright. But the white energy wave paid no heed to his cries, and Ji Yun remained unmoved. In an instant, Frieza let out a blood-curdling scream as the immense energy slammed into him. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the beam. Phew, is it over? Ji Yun exhaled and wiped the sweat from his brow. But just as he thought Frieza was finished, the system's notification tone did not sound. Ji Yun furrowed his brows. Could it be that Frieza is still alive? Immediately, he began to sense Frieza's energy. Indeed, he's as tenacious as a cockroach. Ji Yun flew off, tracking the direction of the energy. Though the energy was now very faint, it could not escape his detection. Before long, Ji Yun found Frieza's location. The mighty emperor of the universe reduced to this state. I wonder what others would think. Ji Yun shook his head helplessly, addressing the dying Frieza. At this moment, not a single patch of Frieza's skin was intact. Apart from his barely open eyes, his limbs were utterly immobile. Please, don't kill me. I can still be useful. I can be your underling. I can carry out any task. Frieza's will to survive was fierce. He immediately begged for mercy. All his former arrogance was gone. Though he had killed countless, he was also terrified of death. His purpose in coming to planet Namek was to find the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish for immortality. But now, with his life hanging by a thread, he regretted it. He regretted ever coming to this planet. If he hadn't, he would never have encountered this man, and would never have ended up like this. Alas, I'm sorry, Lord Frieza. I'm used to going it alone. I don't take on dogs for now. So I'm sorry, rest in peace. Ji Yun said to Frieza with feigned regret. Even if he needed underlings, he wouldn't choose someone like Frieza. He wasn't the protagonist. He couldn't tame Frieza's ambition. If Frieza turned on him in the end, who would he complain to? Ji Yun extended his finger, aiming at Frieza. Frieza's eyes bulged as he shook his head desperately. Boom. Frieza only managed a single word. Then with an explosion, he was reduced to ashes. Phew, it's over, finally over. Ji Yun let out a long breath, the red aura around him slowly fading. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the system reward 0. 1 second flash time technique. The system's notification echoed in his mind. A faint smile finally appeared on Ji Yun's weary face. Hey Ji Yun. Wukong greeted excitedly. Seeing that the battle had concluded, he couldn't wait and flew over. Ji Yun nodded with a smile at the impatient Wukong. Wow, your performance just now was incredible. How exactly did you train? And that guy, who was he? He was so strong too. When will I be as powerful as you? Wukong, visibly stirred, fired off several questions in quick succession. Ji Yun waved his hand with a chuckle and said slowly, Wukong, don't rush. You are actually very strong too, you just haven't realized it. Perhaps one day you'll become second only to me. This was no empty boast. Son Wukong's innate talent for cultivation was indeed remarkable. Even without Ji Yun, Frieza's fate would ultimately have been defeat at Wukong's hands. Really? But I'm not aiming to be second only to you. I'm going to surpass you. Wukong was overjoyed by Ji Yun's affirmation. Hearing Wukong's words, Ji Yun merely smiled and did not refute him. Surpassing Ji Yun, barring unforeseen circumstances, was simply impossible. Enough idle talk. We should be going, Ji Yun reminded Wukong. With Frieza dead, there was no point in staying on planet Namek. He was also starting to miss his Bulma. It would be better to return early and enjoy a few more days of peace. I have no objections, Wukong said indifferently. Having witnessed the epic clash between two powerhouses today, he was fully satisfied. Piccolo, aren't you going to say goodbye to the Great Elder and the others? Ji-Yun turned his head and asked Piccolo. No need, Piccolo replied, tersely maintaining his characteristic aloofness. All right then, if there are no issues, let's go. Ji-Yun glanced at the two and made his decision. Just as the trio prepared to head back to the spaceship's landing site, a sudden voice halted their steps. Everyone please wait. A Namekian carrying a bag descended from the sky and landed before them. It was Nail, the Great Elder's attendant. The Great Elder sent me to thank you for saving planet Namek. Nail looked at Ji-Yun, his usual cold demeanor replaced by a forced awkward smile. No need, no need. The Great Elder helped unlock our potential. Consider us, even if there's no need for thanks. Ji-Yun smiled faintly. The Great Elder had effectively doubled his strength. Such a generous gift was more valuable than any verbal gratitude. Moreover, he was here primarily to complete his mission, so strictly speaking, he wasn't here to help them. No, Mr. Ji-Yun. Without you, our planet would surely have been doomed. Therefore, as a token of gratitude, the Great Elder allows you to use the Dragon Balls and grants you 3 wishes. As he spoke, Nail pulled a massive Dragon Ball from the bag in his hand. Ji-Yun was slightly taken aback. Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls of Namek. He hadn't expected an additional reward today. So this is the genuine Dragon Ball. It's huge. Wukong exclaimed in awe upon seeing the Namekian Dragon Ball for the first time. Combined with the 6 left behind by Frieza, the Dragon Balls were now complete. They could summon Porunga, the eternal dragon of Namek, at any moment. Before Ji-Yun could agree, Nail had already gathered the Dragon Balls. He began chanting in the ancient special language of the Namekians. Whoosh! A golden light streaked across the sky. Night fell over Namek, a planet that was perpetually day. The Dragon Balls emitted a blinding radiance. A colossal green figure slowly emerged from the Dragon Balls. Porunga has appeared. State your wishes, Nail said to Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun scratched his head in thought, struggling to think of a wish. After all, given his current power, whether the dragon could even fulfill his desires was uncertain. As Ji-Yun remained silent, a short figure suddenly darted out in a flash. No one had time to react, they only felt a gust of wind brush past them. Only Ji-Yun sensed the anomaly, his heart jolting with alarm. What the? Something just dashed past. At that speed, could there be another hidden expert nearby? The figure then roared at Porunga, grant me immortality. The resounding voice echoed through the empty mountain valley. But Porunga did not respond. Only a chilly breeze swept by. Ji-Yun, Wukong, Piccolo, and Nail all fixed their gazes on the figure. That short figure was none other than Vegeta, who had once invaded Earth. Now, under the collective scrutiny of the group, he was utterly embarrassed. It's you. Piccolo sneered disdainfully upon seeing the newcomer. Ahem, it's me. So what? Vegeta coughed dryly, trying to mask his awkwardness. After returning to his base, he had immediately received treatment. Upon learning that Frieza had come to Namek, his curiosity was piqued. After some inquiries, he discovered that the Namekian Dragon Balls could grant wishes. Unable to contain his excitement, he had rushed to Namek, planning to snatch the opportunity after Frieza gathered all the Dragon Balls. What he hadn't expected was to witness the epic battle between Ji-Yun and Frieza. Nor had he anticipated that the young man who had given him such trouble possessed such terrifying power. Frieza had been annihilated by him. You escaped on Earth before, but I never thought you'd dare show your face again, Piccolo said coldly. Now he was completely unafraid of Vegeta. The two glared at each other, tense and ready to brawl. Wukong watched in utter confusion. Who is this guy? Do they know each other? What's going on? Porunga is about to disappear. Make your wishes quickly, Nail said, indifferent to the new intruder. To make a wish, one must use the Namekian language. My wish is for immortality. Hurry up. Vegeta, ignoring his standoff with Piccolo, shouted at Nail commandingly. I wasn't asking you, Nail replied flatly, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Internally, he cursed Vegeta profusely. Who the hell do you think you are? Did I ask you? You're asking for death. Vegeta, growing increasingly impatient, was about to resort to violence. Ahem. Well, if it isn't Prince Vegeta. Long time no see. Ji-Yun cleared his throat, observing the absurd scene, and spoke up to remind them. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, as if he had forgotten that Ji-Yun was still beside him. His arrogant demeanor instantly froze in place. Long time no see. Vegeta didn't know what to say, so he just followed Ji-Yun's lead, terrified of offending him and meeting a swift end. You've improved your speed quite a bit lately. Rushing out like that, I thought some expert had arrived, and gave me quite a start. If there's nothing important, kindly step aside, Ji-Yun said calmly. He knew all too well about Vegeta's desperate craving for immortality. However, Porunga could not grant that wish. Even if it could, Ji-Yun wouldn't let him achieve it so easily. Vegeta was somewhat exasperated, but catching Ji-Yun's unfriendly gaze, he had no choice but to desist. He didn't want to court death. He reluctantly stepped aside, filled with displeasure. Now my first wish is to restore planet Namek to its original state. Ji-Yun pondered for a moment before making his decision. Nail was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Ji-Yun to make this wish. Then he cast a grateful glance at Ji-Yun. Nail began chanting in an incomprehensible language, and Porunga's crimson eyes flared up once more. The ravaged land was instantly restored to its former glory. Mountains and rivers began to float cheerfully once again. The entire planet of Namek brimmed with vitality. Thank you, Lord Ji-Yun. We Namekians shall never forget your benevolence, Nail said, deeply moved. He was utterly in awe of Ji-Yun. If before he admired his strength, now it was his character that commanded respect. No need. It's only right, Ji-Yun said with a chuckle. After all the devastation here was partly a result of his battle with Frieza. Though he wasn't the sole cause, he bore some responsibility. So Lord Ji-Yun, what is your second wish? Please state it. Nail addressed Ji-Yun with reverence in his eyes. My second wish is to revive the Namekians who were killed by Frieza and his men. Ji-Yun took a little longer to think this time, then slowly voiced his second wish. When Nail heard this wish, he was so moved he nearly wept, wanting to kneel before Ji-Yun and kowtow to express his admiration. A saint. Lord Ji-Yun, you are a saint, Nail exclaimed emotionally. The person he had respected most in his life was the great elder of Namek. And today another person was added to that list. Nail would readily lay down his life for Ji-Yun at any command. Ji-Yun scratched his head, awkwardly questioning himself inwardly. Am I really that great? At the same time, Nail voiced the wish again. Upon confirmation, Porunga's eyes brightened once more. Countless slain Namekians stirred back to life. They slowly rose from the ground. Is this? Am I revived? Why is the sky dark? Could it be that the great Porunga has brought us back? Thus Namekians scattered across the land were resurrected. My third wish is... Wait a moment, Lord Ji-Yun. Just as Ji-Yun was about to state his third wish, Nail interrupted him. What's the matter, Nail? Ji-Yun asked, puzzled. The debt of gratitude we Namekians owe you can never be repaid in this lifetime. Please make this last wish for yourself. Otherwise our conscience will be troubled, Nail said earnestly to Ji-Yun. The great elder had allowed the use of the Dragon Balls precisely to repay Ji-Yun. Yet with his actions, Ji-Yun had only deepened Namek's indebtedness. Very well then. Ji-Yun nodded seriously. Even if Nail hadn't said it, the third wish was intended for himself anyway. He understood the principle of being a good person before achieving great deeds. Phew, that's a relief. Please go ahead, Lord Ji-Yun, Nail said with a relieved smile. My third wish is to learn the instant transmission technique of the Yardratians. Ji-Yun stated calmly to Nail without much deliberation. Nail nodded with a smile and relayed the wish to Porunga. Porunga replied, I understand. His eyes flashed once more. A sudden spark of insight flashed through Ji-Yun's mind. The method of using instant transmission was directly imprinted into his consciousness. Porunga announced, your wishes are all granted. Farewell. Porunga's colossal form vanished. The Dragon Balls on the ground shot into the sky. Whoosh. With a piercing sound, the 7 balls scattered in different directions. The sky returned to its original color. Watching the Dragon Balls disperse, Vegeta's envy was palpable as he clenched his fists tightly. Wasting 2 perfectly good wishes on these useless wretches, Vegeta sneered. In his eyes, Ji-Yun was a fool for squandering such a perfect opportunity. If you're tired of living, I wouldn't mind sending you off. Nail erupted with a formidable aura glaring at Vegeta. Sensing Nail's power, Vegeta was startled. After the battle on Earth, he had learned to control Ki. He hadn't expected this Namekian to possess such immense energy. Vegeta snorted in dissatisfaction, but dared not say more. His current strength was no match for Nail's power level of 4000. Lord Ji-Yun, if you have no urgent matters, please stay on Namek for a few days so we can properly host you. Nail looked at Ji-Yun with gratitude and profound respect. Vegeta's words held some truth. Ji-Yun could have used all 3 wishes for himself, disregarding Namek's plight. But he didn't. That was the difference between people, the difference in spiritual attainment. Thank you for your kindness. My visit to Namek has been very fruitful. But we have matters to attend to, so we won't impose further. We'll meet again someday. Ji-Yun declined Nail's invitation with a smile. He was already satisfied and saw no point in staying. It was better to return early as more formidable foes lay ahead. I see. Then I wish you a safe journey. You are always welcome to visit us. Nail didn't press further upon hearing Ji-Yun's words. Farewell. Ji-Yun nodded. He grabbed Vegeta like a chick and holding him in hand flew toward the spaceship. Goku and Piccolo bid farewell to Nail, then followed Ji-Yun's lead and hurried over. Bastard, let me go. Don't you hear me? Vegeta said angrily to Ji-Yun. Being carried like this was utterly humiliating. Yet no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Ji-Yun's grasp. You'd better behave or you'll suffer the consequences, Ji-Yun said calmly. He was in an excellent mood, having not only obtained the flash time technique as a system reward, but also learned instant transmission. Moreover, after the fierce battle with Frieza, Ji-Yun's chi had been further enhanced. He could vaguely sense that his power level had increased by about 5 million. In other words, his basic combat power had now reached an astonishing 21 million. In no time, Ji-Yun arrived at the spaceship, which still stood towering there. Bastard, what the hell are you trying to do? Vegeta fumed. After all, being at someone's mercy was far from pleasant. Hearing this, Ji-Yun casually released him. Frieza is dead. You no longer have to serve him. The Scion's grudge, I've avenged it for you. Vegeta was stunned by Ji-Yun's words. You? What did you say? How do you know about the enmity between us Scions and Frieza? Heh. Ji-Yun chuckled lightly, then continued. That's not your concern. You can pilot a spaceship, can't you? Later you'll need to take Goku and Piccolo back to Earth. Having just mastered instant transmission, Ji-Yun no longer needed to return by spaceship. Though instant transmission could transport multiple people, he had only just begun to grasp the technique, and accidents might happen. If he ended up stranded in space, he might barely survive thanks to his legendary Super Saiyan heritage. But Goku and Piccolo, they wouldn't stand a chance. And what if I refuse? Vegeta snorted defiantly. He was the proud prince of all Saiyans. How could he simply follow another's orders? That's your problem. As long as you can convince Piccolo and Goku, do as you please. Ji-Yun said indifferently. TCH. Vegeta's gaze was full of disdain. Convince them? Easy, beat them up. How hard could it be to deal with two worthless weaklings? About 3 minutes later, Goku and Piccolo finally arrived. Ji-Yun shared his plan with them. Though reluctant, they reluctantly agreed. Ji-Yun had initially wanted them to fly the spaceship back on their own. But recalling how poorly they drove in the original story, letting them pilot a spaceship seemed unreliable. To be safe, it was better to have Vegeta act as the driver. Hey Ji-Yun, earlier when you fought that guy, did you use the Kaioken? How do you know that technique? Goku suddenly remembered and asked curiously. Oh, this. Well, yes. When we fought, I saw you use it. It looked impressive, so I thought I'd give it a try. To my surprise, I pulled it off right away. Ji-Yun hadn't expected Goku to ask that. He quickly made up an excuse. Wow, you're amazing, Ji-Yun. It took me ages to learn. And you mastered it just by watching once. Goku looked at Ji-Yun with admiration, completely convinced by the explanation. After all, in Goku's eyes, Ji-Yun had become a god, an omnipotent deity. After a few more casual exchanges, realizing time was running short, they began arranging their return. Let's go, Prince Vegeta. Sorry for the trouble this time. Piccolo said with a sneer. Sorry, but I refuse. Vegeta declared arrogantly. He had his pride. If not for Ji-Yun's presence, he would have already killed those two. You're Vegeta, right? Come on, we won't hurt you. Just take us back, that's all. Goku, unaware that Vegeta was also a Saiyan, stepped in to mediate. TCH Kakarot, a low-class warrior like you and a Namekian, think you can hurt me? Are you dreaming? Vegeta scoffed contemptuously. He had recognized Goku immediately. He looked exactly like that foolish father of his. Oh, you know me. So you're the Saiyan. Great, I've been wanting to fight you. Goku exclaimed in surprise and delight. He had never met Vegeta before and knew nothing about him. Fear not, worthy. Vegeta snorted arrogantly. His royal pride forbade him from battling a low-class warrior. It would only dirty his hands. Stop wasting words with him. Guys like him just need a good beating. Piccolo cracked his knuckles, glaring at Vegeta. Back on Earth, he had been so arrogant. Today I'm going to teach him a lesson. Hell, why don't you both come at me? Do you really think your pitiful strength can shake me yet? Vegeta remained defiant, still oblivious to his situation, convinced that Goku and Piccolo were nothing but weaklings. Hearing this, Piccolo smirked. Then in a flash, he appeared before Vegeta. Vegeta never imagined Piccolo could move so fast. He had no time to react. What followed was a brutal beating. Soon a battered and bruised Vegeta lay on the ground. Bastard, when did he become so strong? Vegeta roared inwardly in frustration, but dared not voice it aloud. He feared Piccolo would give him another thrashing. Piccolo, you were too harsh. What if you broke him? Goku complained, though his real gripe was that Piccolo had acted first. Goku had wanted to be the one to fight. Kakarot, who do you think you are? Vegeta suddenly stood up furious. His princely pride couldn't bear being bossed around by a low-class warrior. With that, he swung his fist, intending to teach Goku a lesson and vent his anger on this clueless fool. Sighed. Ji-Yun shook his head helplessly. It seemed Vegeta still didn't grasp the situation. Seeing this, Goku's hands itched for a fight, and the two clashed. Bam bam bam. Another round of fierce blows ensued. Both held back to some extent. Though Vegeta was knocked to the ground, he only suffered superficial injuries. Vegeta was truly unfortunate. If Goku and Piccolo had not grown stronger, perhaps they would not have been his match. However, both of them had already surpassed him. Being utterly defeated was only to be expected. Well, Vegeta, do you still wish to try persuading them? Ji-Yun looked at Vegeta with sympathy. There was no deep-seated enmity between them. Perhaps it would be better for Vegeta to follow them back to Earth, where greater opportunities might await. Impossible. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Having suffered such humiliation, he had his pride. He would rather die than agree to Ji-Yun's proposal. Very well then. Aren't you after the Dragon Balls? There are some on Earth, though they can grant only one wish. Fortunately, they belong to no one. The capable shall claim them. If you're not interested, so be it. Ji-Yun said with feigned regret. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's spirits lifted, and hope seemed to rekindle in his life. The Dragon Balls on planet Namek were indeed remarkable, but they were scattered among the various elders. Even if gathered, one would need to know the Namekian language to use them. With that nuisance nail around, fulfilling his wish was nothing but a fool's dream. Well, I suppose I could. Vegeta stammered, seeming to set aside his princely pride, lured by the immense temptation. Ji-Yun revealed a triumphant smile. Then it settled. Ji-Yun said with a smile. And so, under his watchful gaze, everyone boarded the spaceship heading towards Earth. Finally gone. Ji-Yun watched the receding spacecraft, a sigh of relief escaping him. At last he had seen them off. Without wasting any time, Ji-Yun began to try sensing the key on Earth. To use instant transmission, he needed a target to lock onto. Unfortunately, Earth was far too distant from Namek. Ji-Yun only knew its general direction. Locking onto it precisely was no easy feat. Found it. After searching for most of the day, Ji-Yun finally pinpointed Earth's location. Placing his fingers on his forehead, he vanished from his spot in an instant. No trace of Ji-Yun remained on Namek. Damn, where is this? This is way too unreliable. Ji-Yun cursed as he took in the scenery before him. He had not arrived on Earth, but on a planet engulfed in magma and storms. Howling winds, erupting lava, the air thick with carbon dioxide, and the stench of sulfur. It was a veritable hell on Earth. For a moment, Ji-Yun found it hard to breathe, though his Super Saiyan lineage allowed him to barely survive in the vacuum of space. In such a hostile environment, even he could not endure it. Whoosh. Without a second thought, Ji-Yun used instant transmission to flee the planet. This doesn't seem right either. Ji-Yun frowned, muttering to himself. He was on a frigid, gaseous planet. The cold was so intense that the surface gases had frozen into ice. Can this thing even work? Ji-Yun couldn't help but complain. After all, it wasn't a system-granted ability. The margin for error was far too high. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ji-Yun tried several more times. His mastery of instant transmission grew. Finally, after countless attempts, he returned to the Earth he had longed for. People around stared curiously at the man who appeared out of thin air. A full week had passed since he left Namek. Having traversed countless planets, his clothes were tattered, making him look like a beggar. Ignoring the stares, Ji-Yun headed straight for Capsule Corporation. Ji-Yun have finally returned. He strode towards the entrance, but the security guards frowned and blocked his way. Shoo shoo. This isn't a place for beggars. Go somewhere else. The guard barked, clearly mistaking Ji-Yun for a homeless man. Ji-Yun, though rebuffed by the guard, he chose not to argue. After all, his current appearance was indeed unsightly. Then Ji-Yun activated the flash time technique and vanished instantly. The guard stood bewildered, clueless about what had just happened. How could a perfectly healthy man simply disappear into thin air? By then, Ji-Yun was already back in his familiar home. Though flash time lasted only 0.1 second, it was enough time for him to circle the company's perimeter. Honey, I missed you so much. Ji-Yun suddenly appeared behind Bulma, wrapping his arms around the dazed girl. Startled at first, she recognized him and burst into tears of joy. They held each other tightly. Deep in the cosmos, on a planet with lush mountains and serene beauty. What? Frieza was killed. King Cold. Frieza's father stared in shock at his subordinate's report. Yes, King Cold. After days of verification, we have confirmed that Lord Frieza has indeed been slain. The reporting subordinate dared not breathe too loudly, his voice trembling. Who did it? Any leads? King Cold regained his composure, but his expression remained grim. His son had immense ambition. If not for his own restraint, Frieza would have rebelled long ago. But still, he was his son. To be killed like this, the Frost Demon clan would not let it slide. Well, it seems Lord Frieza was on planet Namek searching for something called the Dragon Balls. The subordinate reported everything he knew. So Frieza was killed on Namek. King Cold said coldly. Yes, that's correct. The subordinate quickly replied. That shouldn't be possible. I know the strength of the Namekians. They couldn't have killed Frieza. There must have been others involved. King Cold stated gravely. He knew Frieza's power well. Mere Namekians were no match for him. Correct, King Cold. Our special scouters detected a group that arrived on Namek. After Lord Frieza's death, they left. We have locked onto their trajectory. The subordinate reported the intelligence he had gathered. On the screen behind him appeared a large spherical spacecraft, the very one Ji-Yun and the others had taken to Namek. Oomph. King Cold stared intently at the ship, letting out a cold snort. Days passed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had swiftly gone by. During this time, Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others had long since returned to Earth. The first thing Vegeta did upon arriving on Earth was to search for the Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, Master Roshi and the others were also collecting them, hoping to resurrect the slain Yamcha. Vegeta brutally claimed the Dragon Balls for himself. However, when he made his wish for immortality, the Eternal Dragon's response left him in despair. I apologize, but this wish is beyond my power. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was furious. A sudden sense of deception overwhelmed him, and he immediately sought to confront Ji-Yun. Yet recalling Ji-Yun's strength, he hesitated and backed down. Thus, under Vegeta's resentful gaze, the group successfully revived Yamcha. Vegeta did not choose to leave Earth. With Frieza dead, the Frieza force was surely in chaos, and he had no desire to get entangled in that mess. Thus, he decided to stay on Earth. Though he harbored a deep disdain for Ji-Yun, Goku, and Piccolo, their formidable strength made them perfect sparring partners to hone his own abilities. When Vegeta approached Ji-Yun, the latter flatly refused and stated unequivocally, "Spar with me. Are you worthy?" Hearing this, Vegeta was furious but dared not speak out. Brazenly, he proposed to train at Ji-Yun's place and demanded the construction of a gravity chamber. Ji-Yun's face turned icy at the request. With a low, harsh voice, he bellowed, "Get lost." Vegeta left with his tail between his legs, humiliated. He then sought out Goku. The two kindred spirits quickly agreed to train and fight together. Over the following months, their power grew significantly through their battles. Ji-Yun too kept busy. He visited the hyperbolic time chamber at the lookout once more, knowing that new enemies would soon emerge. Time was running out for him. This time he stayed for half a day, raising his base combat power from 21 million to 35 million. While life on Earth proceeded in an orderly fashion, a massive spaceship hurtled through space, heading straight for the planet. Flanked by numerous smaller vessels, the ship belonged to King Cold, who sought to avenge his son Frieza. His face darkened as he stared ahead. As Earth grew nearer, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Back on Earth, Goku and Vegeta were training on a remote island. They exchanged blows, each giving as good as they got. It was undeniable that both Goku and Vegeta possessed exceptional talent. In just a few months, they had attained power levels rivaling Frieza's. Such was the fate of protagonists. With a thunderous clash, their collision sent them stumbling backwards several steps. "What's wrong, Kakarot? Already giving up?" Vegeta taunted Goku triumphantly. Months ago, he had been no match for Goku, and at the start of their training, he was utterly dominated. Now he stood on equal footing, and his pride swelled. Goku ignored Vegeta's provocation. Instead, he gazed at the sky and pointed toward the horizon. "Several powerful energies are heading for Earth. Can you feel them?" he said to Vegeta. As Goku sensed the energies, his brow furrowed. One of them was exceptionally malevolent and powerful. It even surpassed Frieza's. Hearing this, Vegeta began to focus his senses. Indeed, many beings were approaching Earth. "What's going on?" Vegeta's expression turned grave. The malevolent energy rekindled the fear he had felt under Frieza's tyranny. "It seems another fierce battle awaits us," Goku remarked. This enemy was the most formidable he had ever encountered. From the sheer intensity of their energy, he knew he was no match. "How I can handle this one alone?" After a brief moment of surprise, a smirk curled on Vegeta's lips. He then flew toward the source of the energy. "Don't be reckless, Vegeta. This enemy is no joke." Goku had no choice but to give chase. Vegeta was far too arrogant. Knowing full, while he was outmatched, he still insisted on showing off. After a few minutes, they arrived at a desolate valley. The menacing, evil energies drew closer. In a flash, Piccolo descended from the sky. "What's happening, Goku? Where did all this powerful energy come from?" Piccolo asked, his face grim. "I don't know. These people seem hostile. A tough fight may be ahead," Goku replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha appeared one after another. Earth's warriors had rallied once more. "Hey, what are you useless lot doing here? We don't need you. Trash like you shouldn't meddle." Vegeta sneered, his gaze cold. He had always looked down on them, and now his contempt was even deeper. Hearing this, Krillin and the others clenched their fists. "What are you so arrogant about? A stray dog that hasn't been here long and already learns to bite." Piccolo's voice was icy. He held no fondness for Vegeta, who was always beaten to a pulp, yet never stopped showing off. "Some people never change no matter how many beatings they take. How, you piece of trash, say one more word and he'll kill you." Anger flared on Vegeta's face. He despised Piccolo just as much, still nursing the memory of the thrashing he received on Namek. That grudge festered deep within him. Though Piccolo had grown stronger, it paled in comparison to Vegeta's progress. Their power levels were now worlds apart. "Enough. We have a common enemy. Let's not fight among ourselves." "We'll settle this later," Goku interrupted. "By the way, isn't Mr. Ji coming?" Krillin asked Goku curiously. The others suddenly realized. Where was their mightiest warrior, Mr. Ji? How could he miss such a critical moment? At that very moment, within Bulma's home, a series of grunts and groans echoed throughout the room. Ji and Bulma were engaged in activities befitting young people. He had long sensed the arrival of an enemy on Earth. This enemy's power was extraordinary, though still no match for him. It would be a formidable challenge for Goku and the others. He yearned to go and assist, but he simply couldn't spare himself. No, he couldn't extract himself. Ji-Yun lowered his head to gaze at Bulma, whose cheeks were flushed. He instantly regained his composure, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I'm in the middle of important business. How can I let myself get distracted? How utterly foolish." Ji-Yun shook his head and quickened his pace. Beads of perspiration from his labor dotted his forehead like an old ox toiling in the fields. Meanwhile, elsewhere, as the group wondered why Ji-Yun had yet to arrive, a colossal spaceship descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar. Accompanied by a piercing roar, it slowly landed near the group. Soon after, over a dozen smaller ships came into view. They landed one by one around the large vessel. The hatches of all the ships opened with a series of creaks. A group of uniformly equipped, well-trained individuals emerged. Leading them was none other than Frieza's father, King Cold. "Is that Frieza?" Piccolo exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. How could Frieza still be alive? He had personally witnessed Ji-Yun eliminate him. What on earth was going on? Goku hesitated, unable to believe it either. That guy had clearly been destroyed. How could he suddenly be resurrected? That shouldn't be Frieza, Vegeta stated gravely. He had once served under Frieza for a considerable time. This person, though resembling Frieza, was likely not the same individual. Moreover, he was noticeably larger than Frieza. Such immense ki. How can we possibly win? Krillin stammered, his voice trembling with tension as he stared at them. Even the subordinates beside the leader possessed formidable energy. "This planet is not bad, but it's a pity it's about to be destroyed," King Cold remarked casually as he stepped off the ship, surveying his surroundings. Had it not been for avenging his son, he would have been reluctant to destroy this world. Whether for my own habitation or for sale, it would have been a fine choice. Great King Cold, the murderer of Lord Frieza, might not be found immediately, one of his subordinates suggested. Perhaps we should just slaughter everyone on this planet first, proposed a purple-skinned figure with horns on his head addressing King Cold. This man was Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force. Since they had not yet journeyed to planet Namek, they had escaped death. Now they had accompanied King Cold to Earth to avenge their beloved Lord Frieza. Not a bad suggestion. Go ahead and do it. King Cold said indifferently. Yes, my lord. Captain Ginyu replied excitedly, leading his men towards the city to unleash carnage. Wait! Goku shouted, stepping forward to block the departing Ginyu Force. In doing so, he inadvertently revealed their own position. That idiot Kakarot. Vegeta muttered under his breath, frowning. With his current abilities, he had no fear of the Ginyu Force. However, they were also up against the unfathomable King Cold. Without gauging the enemy's true strength, observing from the shadows was the wiser course. Oh, haha, it seems we won't have to search. Someone's already stepped forward. Captain Ginyu sneered coldly as he looked at Son Goku. I'll forget it. We have to face them sooner or later. Let's go. Krillin gritted his teeth and flashed forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Goku. This was a critical moment for Earth's survival. Regardless of their individual power levels, contributing whatever they could was a matter of duty. Seeing Krillin take the lead, the others ceased their concealment and gathered beside Goku. It looks like there's quite a bit of trash to dispose of. King Cold looked up at the sky, speaking dismissively. The combat strength of these individuals was pathetically weak. They couldn't possibly be the ones who killed Frieza. What business do you have on Earth? You're not welcome here. Goku demanded loudly, ignoring Ginyu before him and addressing King Cold directly. What business do I have on Earth? King Cold's expression darkened at Goku's words, and he replied coldly, Who killed my son Frieza? King Cold's gaze swept across the group one by one. Though he doubted these people could have killed Frieza, they surely knew who did. Go back. That person is not someone you can provoke. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Leave now while you still can. Don't follow in Frieza's footsteps. Goku immediately understood King Cold's intent upon hearing his words. He earnestly tried to counsel him. Not someone I can provoke. Ha ha. King Cold paused for a moment, then burst into uproarious laughter. His men, including the Ginyu Force, joined in the derisive mockery. Did you hear what that piece of trash said? He told me to leave quickly. Ha ha, I must say the people on this planet have quite a sense of humor. Hey kid, do you have any idea who you're standing before? Oh, I can't take it anymore. My sides are splitting from laughter. King Cold also indulged in a bout of raucous laughter before making an effort to compose himself. That was a pretty good joke. They'll consider making you the last to die. Cold sneered as he spoke slowly. He refused to believe that anyone on this planet could have killed Frieza. It must have been through carelessness and trickery that Frieza fell. But he was not Frieza, and he would never give these people any chance. Great King Cold, enough talk. Let's just kill them all. Captain Ginyu had long since grown impatient. Very well, you may amuse yourselves with them for a while. King Cold nodded, granting his subordinate's request. Rest assured, Great King Cold. The Ginyu Force will make sure they have a thoroughly enjoyable time. Ginyu let out a sinister chuckle. Then they each chose their targets and engaged individually. Everyone be careful. Goku suddenly shouted, warning his comrades. In an instant, Ginyu appeared before Goku. Without a word, they clashed. Krillin, Piccolo, Tenshin, and Yamcha, and the others also found themselves facing opponents. They all joined the fray. Vegeta, however, remained hidden in the shadows, biding his time. Sighing helplessly from behind a boulder, Vegeta muttered, Ugh, these fools. Do they even possess a shred of sense? With their paltry skills, how could they possibly stand against the Ginyu Force? Having once served in Frieza's army, he knew full well the terrifying might of the Ginyu Force. Only Goku and Piccolo could reliably overpower them. The rest were little more than insects attempting to halt a landslide, foolishly overreaching. Still, this works to my advantage. All eyes are riveted on the battle. That one won't see it coming. Let Prince Vegeta deliver you to oblivion. His gaze locked onto Lord Cooler, his mind already calculating every angle of attack. As ever, his confidence in his own power remained unshaken. If he struck true, Cooler would perish without question. At that thought, Vegeta moved, vanishing in an instant and reappearing directly before his target. Ah, Data. Golden light erupted from Vegeta's palms as countless energy spheres surged forward, each pulsing with volatile raw power. Boom, boom, boom. The detonations roared in rapid succession, so sudden, so violent that nearby henchmen didn't even have time to cry out before being reduced to ash and splinters. Cooler was instantly engulfed by searing fireballs and billowing flames. Thick smoke rose in choking waves, obscuring all sight within. Excellent. I've struck true. Clenching his fists, Vegeta ceased his assault, his expression hardening with disdain. What? At the relentless thunder of explosions, the fighters turned again and again toward the source. Vegeta, you traitorous dog. Captain Ginyu roared upon recognizing him. He longed to rush forth and tear the traitor limb from limb. Yet his opponent was Goku, whose overwhelming strength left him no room to divert his attention. TCH, so what if he's Frieza's father? To fall beneath the hand of Prince Vegeta is his ultimate honor. Vegeta declared, voice laced with icy arrogance. He seemed genuinely elated at having struck down Cooler. A wretched insect dares ambush me. You are truly exceptional. A frigid voice cut through the smoke. Soon the smoke parted, and there stood Cooler, immense and unscathed. Clearly the prince's gambit had failed, once again. Cooler's face darkened. In all his long life no one had dared raise a hand against him. Not until now. Ugh, what a fool. Utterly incapable of succeeding, yet perfectly adept at ruining everything. Piccolo shook his head in weary resignation, watching Vegeta's stunned expression. After all, this was Frieza's father, a warrior whose power surely rivaled, or even surpassed, his son's. Such a feat could never be accomplished so easily. Damn it, miscalculated. He's completely unharmed. Preposterous. Panic flickered across Vegeta's face, his jaw twitched involuntarily. Those who err must pay the price. Do you agree? Cooler's voice dropped to glacial silence, and then he vanished from sight. In the next breath he reappeared before Vegeta, swift as shadow. Whooshed. His tail lashed out like a whip. It struck Vegeta across the face with brutal force. Act! The prince cried out, flung violently to the ground, a crimson gash blooming across his cheek. Blood gushed from his mouth, several teeth lay shattered on the earth. In an instant he was rendered combat incapable. Grr! Goku growled, low fury blazing in his eyes. Huh. Triple Kaioken. Goku resolved to end the fight. No more games, no more restraint. He would give everything he had. Jinyu staggered back, stunned by the explosive surge of Goku's power. Before he could even process it, a sharp, searing pain pierced his chest. Goku's fist crashed into his sternum. Jinyu spat blood hurtling backward, slamming hard into the ground, unconscious before he hit. Earth's defenders watched Goku fell one enemy, and their spirits soared. To protect their home, each fought with desperate, unwavering resolve. Every last technique they possessed burst forth in full force. Meanwhile, in West City at Capsule Corporation, Ji-Yun labored just as fiercely, sweat glistening on his brow, testament to the battle's ferocity. He too gave his all. The conflict had reached its fever pitch. Ji-Yun pressed harder, his assault intensifying, poised for the final decisive strike. Opposite him, Bulma faltered, her defenses crumbling under relentless pressure forced steadily backward. On the ocean's surface, waves surged and crashed with furious rhythm, pounding the shore. Suddenly the sea erupted. Torrents of water exploded skyward, swallowing the land whole. Oh! Aunt! Two strange guttural cries echoed in unison. Ji-Yun halted his advance. The waters stilled calm, returning, leaving only the briny scent of the sea hanging in the air. Bulma, I'm off first. Goku's in urgent need. I'll return to you soon. He kissed her gently, then sensing Goku's fluctuating aura, activated instant transmission. In a flash he vanished, racing toward the next battlefield. A man just abandons me here like that. Bulma pouted, mildly indignant, but offered no real protest. Ji-Yun had departed in such haste, something grave must indeed be unfolding with Goku and the others. She too was exhausted, her cheeks still flushed. After changing the sheets, she slipped quietly into slumber. On the distant battlefield, the Jinyu force crumbled, one by one, under Goku's coordinated assault, collapsing onto the earth, defeated and motionless. Oh, impressive work. Cooler observed Goku and his allies with genuine surprise, clearly unprepared for their victory over the Jinyu force. I urge you to leave now. If you stay, you will die. Goku's voice was grave, his expression heavy with warning. He had just pushed his body beyond its limits with Kaioken, his stamina dangerously depleted. To continue fighting risked death itself. Cooler swept his gaze dismissively across them all. Then with contemptuous ease his powerful tail lashed down again, striking Vegeta where he lay broken on the ground. Act! Vegeta screamed, writhing in agony. I will die. By your hands. Cooler sneered. While Goku fought, he had methodically shattered every bone in Vegeta's body, proof to these vermin of the fate awaiting those who dare defy a king. Pardon the interruption, but I must say Goku's warning is utter nonsense. Ji-Yun materialized silently behind Cooler, tapped his shoulder, and smiled calm and lethal. Because whether you choose to flee or not, you die now. When King Cold's heart pounded with shock. With his level of power, he hadn't even sensed someone appearing behind him. King Cold spun around abruptly, his voice low and menacing. Who are you? The people of Earth saw that it was Ji-Yun who had arrived. A wave of relief washed over them, as if a savior had descended. Me? In the very person you've been desperately seeking. Ji-Yun said with a faint smile. I didn't expect you to dare show your face. You're truly courting death. King Cold regained his composure, his tone dripping with contempt. Ji-Yun shook his head helplessly. As expected of family, you both have the same tone. Logically, future Trunks should be arriving around this time. He would have easily disposed of this guy. However, Ji-Yun had received a mission from the system several days ago. Thus he had no choice but to carry it out. The mission reward was exceptionally generous. By eliminating King Cold, his battle power would double. That was the system's reward. You seek death. King Cold's eyes turned sharp and fierce. Then his massive form moved with incredible speed, instantly appearing before Ji-Yun. His enormous fist executing a palm heel strike hurtled down toward Ji-Yun's head. Ji-Yun watched the descending fist with an indifferent gaze. The energy within his body suddenly condensed and a red aura erupted around him. Tenfold Kaioken. Ji-Yun's power surged, stirring up violent gusts of wind. King Cold's fist was pushed back by the sheer force of the air currents hovering just above Ji Yun's head, unable to descend. Ji Yun's base battle power was 35 million. With the Kaioken's amplification, it soared to a staggering 350 million. King Cold's strength was only marginally higher than Frieza's. He was no match for Ji Yun. Impossible. How can his power? King Cold's eyes were filled with sheer terror. He couldn't fathom how a mere human could possess such overwhelming strength. Just the pressure from his aura alone had repelled his attack. With a dull thud, King Cold was sent crashing to the ground. Throughout the entire process, Ji Yun hadn't even lifted a finger. He had defeated King Cold solely with the explosive force of his aura. The onlookers who had been watching the battle were rendered speechless with shock. Goku and Piccolo were relatively calm, having witnessed the epic battle on Namek. But for the others, this was their first time seeing Ji Yun at such power. They were utterly stunned, their mouths agape. Ji Yun, however, remained composed, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. He walked slowly over to King Cold and said calmly, "You'll be seeing your son soon." Hearing this, King Cold was filled with regret. He wished he had never sought revenge for his ill-fated son. "Please don't kill me. I can give you this planet." "Oh no, I'll give you the entire galaxy, no problem at all. Just spare my life, and I swear I'll never set foot here again." King Cold begged frantically. As the saying goes, a master's presence reveals his skill. Though he was uninjured, he knew deep down that he was no match for this young man. To hell with avenging his son. "Hey, you frost demons, all have such a peculiar way of begging for mercy. Did you all receive special training?" Ji Yun teased, looking at King Cold. When Frieza was about to die, he had offered to become Ji Yun's dog, but Ji Yun had refused. Now his father was also begging for mercy, even offering an entire galaxy. Where was their dignity? Their pride? The very principles of the Frost Demon clan. "How do you know we are the Frost Demon clan?" King Cold was utterly astonished. Their clan had few members, and no one in the universe knew their true race. How could this young man know so much? "I don't need to explain myself to a dead man." Ji Yun shook his head slightly, his gaze turning cold. "Don't. I." Before King Cold could finish, Ji Yun's fist pierced straight through his body. King Cold's eyes were bloodshot, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Ji Yun withdrew his fist. Grabbing King Cold's body with one hand, he hurled it with tremendous force toward the sky. Ji Yun casually fired an energy wave. A brilliant explosion blossomed in the sky like a firework. King Cold's presence vanished from Earth. And just like that, another great crisis for Earth was instantly resolved. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system mission. Reward battle power doubled. The system's notification chimed in Ji Yun's mind. At the same time, the energy within his body surged explosively once more. A faint smile graced Ji Yun's lips. A base battle power of 70 million. How wonderful. The others cheered and celebrated the resolution of the crisis. Poor Vegeta, however, lay with his bones shattered by King Cold. Just as everyone was celebrating, a strange aircraft materialized out of thin air, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the aircraft landed gently. The hatch opened from above, and a blue-haired youth emerged, jumping directly down. He looked around at the crowd with a bewildered expression, then spoke slowly. "Where are Frieza and King Cold? They should have arrived on Earth by now." "You're here to protect Earth too." "No need. Frieza died long ago, and Ji Yun has already destroyed King Cold." Goku walked over, patted the youth on the shoulder, and said cheerfully, "What a..." The youth's eyes were wide with shock. How was this possible? They should have just arrived at this time, only to be defeated by Goku. Everything had changed. And who was Ji Yun? There was no such person in the future. Wait. Is this... Uncle? Goku? The youth stared at Goku in astonishment. His confusion grew. This didn't make sense. Goku shouldn't be here at this point in time. "Mr. Goku, can you transform into a Super Saiyan?" The youth asked, looking at the Goku before him. Goku was puzzled by the question. What's a Super Saiyan? It sounds pretty cool, though. The youth was completely dumbfounded. This was nothing like the history he had experienced. Why didn't Son Goku even know about Super Saiyans? "Hey Ji Yun, do you know what a Super Saiyan is?" Goku shouted loudly to Ji Yun, who was not far away. Ji Yun had already noticed the commotion and leaped over. Vegeta, lying on the ground, opened his eyes weakly and murmured, "Super Saiyan. Of course I know what a Super Saiyan is," Ji Yun said with a smile, carefully observing the youth. The young man was also scrutinizing Ji Yun. They stood facing each other while the crowd watched them intently, immensely curious about the young man's identity. Yet within the young man's heart a tempest raged. What is going on? I have never seen this man before. Why doesn't Wukong know about the Super Saiyans? If this is the case, the future is truly doomed. Seeing the young man remain silent, Wukong shook his shoulder and said, "Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you say you knew? So what then?" The young man snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with confusion. He spoke dazedly, "My name is Trunks. I come from the future. My mind is a blank, and I don't know what to do." The crowd was startled by Trunks' words. "What? From the future? Are you kidding me?" Ji Yun, however, smiled mysteriously. It seemed that his own appearance had completely disrupted Trunks' judgment. "It's all right, Trunks. I believe you. If you've come from the future, there must be a reason. You can tell us directly, and we'll see if we can help you figure something out." Ji Yun spoke slowly. He of course knew the purpose of Trunks' visit. However, seeing the young man's bewilderment, he felt the need to guide him proactively. Alas! The young man let out a heavy sigh, his voice barely audible. It seems time is truly irreversible. I was too naive. The crowd was utterly confused by Trunks' words. Just tell us what's wrong. Maybe we can help. Even if we can't, isn't Ji-Yun here? He's incredibly powerful. Krillin stepped forward and said with a smile. Trunks looked at the crowd, then at Wukong. His gaze towards Wukong was extremely complex. He had come specifically seeking Wukong's help. But the current Wukong was far too weak. Trunks estimated he could knock him out with a single punch. However, when his eyes fell upon Ji-Yun, his heart suddenly trembled. Sir, may I speak with you privately? Trunks addressed Ji-Yun respectfully. Ji-Yun nodded slightly, and the two flew to the other side of the mountain. Sir, how do you know about the Super Saiyans? Trunks asked earnestly. He could sense that the alteration in history was due to this man before him. In the future, there was no such person. That's a simple question. I am also a Saiyan. Ji-Yun said calmly, his eyes narrowed. Thighs. Impossible, how could it be? Trunks exclaimed in shock. Chaos, utter chaos. This must be a different timeline. This was definitely not the past of his own world. All right, tell me what you need to say quickly. I'm quite busy, Ji-Yun said indifferently. After all this beating around the bush, just spit it out. Fine then. The purpose of my visit was to find Uncle Wukong. Trunks calmed himself and slowly recounted his reason for coming. He revealed everything: the emergence of the androids in the future, the massacre of Earth's strongest warriors, and the news of Wukong's untimely death. That's the situation. But this timeline is completely different from the one I know, Trunks said regretfully. He had hoped that Wukong could resolve the android crisis in the past, thereby indirectly saving the future. Unfortunately, that plan was doomed to fail. Ji-Yun looked at the dejected Trunks and felt a pang of sympathy. When he used to watch Dragon Ball, he always felt this guy had it particularly tough. The entire burden of the future rested solely on his shoulders. Some even joked calling him Trunks, because the future was just too difficult. However, even without his intervention, merely eliminating the androids in this timeline wouldn't make the future androids disappear. When Trunks traveled through space to the past, the timeline had already split into two separate realities. By the way, Mr. G, and everyone says you are very strong. Did you defeat many of Earth's enemies? Trunks asked, looking at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun had previously said he was also a Saiyan, so he must be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps he could place his bets on this man. Hey, it was nothing. Just a bit of exercise, Ji-Yun said with a smile. Seeing Ji-Yun's confident expression, Trunks believed him without a doubt. Before the androids appeared with the power of a Super Saiyan, no enemy could stand against him. Then Mr. Ji-Yun, please transform into a Super Saiyan and fight me, Trunks said with firm resolve. He desperately hoped Ji-Yun was truly strong, for then the future might be saved. Ji-Yun was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. A fight is fine, but I'll skip the transformation. The power might be too great, and I'm afraid I might hurt you. Yet the smile on his face was rather awkward, because he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. The prerequisite for a Saiyan transformation was anger. Ji-Yun was cheerful every day. Getting angry was quite difficult for him. Very well, Mr. Ji-Yun, be careful. Trunks' gaze sharpened, and an unparalleled aura burst forth from him. His body was enveloped in a golden aura, and his spiky hair stood on end. His pupils turned a pale blue as he stared intently at Ji-Yun. Witnessing this, Ji-Yun was filled with emotion. So this is the legendary Super Saiyan. Man, it's truly cool. As he thought this, a formidable aura erupted from him as well. He activated the tenfold Kaioken, and a red aura appeared around Ji-Yun. Golden and red lights intertwined at that moment. This energy, is this Mr. Ji-Yun's true power? Astonishing. Trunks gasped inwardly. He's not even a Super Saiyan yet. If he were, it would be unimaginable. Sensing the aura Ji-Yun emitted, it could only be described as exaggerated. In an instant, he won over Trunks, turning him into a devoted fan. At that moment, Trunks felt like shouting to the sky, "Mom, our family is saved." Seeing Trunks' excited expression, Ji-Yun shook his head helplessly. Actually, he couldn't blame him. Ji-Yun had just received a system reward doubling his combat power. With the tenfold Kaioken's amplification, that was a combat power of 700 million. Hey kid, we can start, Ji-Yun reminded Trunks, who had yet to make a move. Trunks was jolted awake by the call, and without a word deactivated his Super Saiyan state. Fight. What's the point? With this level of power, even if both future androids attacked together, they'd stand no chance. Seeing Trunks deactivate his transformation, Ji-Yun directly inquired, "What's wrong? Not fighting anymore?" Trunks chuckled and scratched his head, speaking with a hint of resignation. "No, I want fight. I've seen your strength, it's formidable. There's no point in continuing." "All right then, what do you plan to do next?" Ji-Yun also deactivated the Kaioken, his body returning to its normal state. "With you here, eliminating the androids would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? If you take care of the androids here in advance, the future will be safe and sound," Trunks said cheerfully, seemingly filled with renewed hope for the future. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun frowned deeply, then poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "You're being too naive. This timeline is no longer connected to yours. Even if I destroy the androids here, it won't affect your world, will it?" Ji-Yun was somewhat speechless. Even without his intervention, the androids in the future would still need to be dealt with by Trunks. Off. Trunks suddenly had an epiphany, and his hopes were dashed once more. That's right. There's no Ji-Yun in the future. We're not even in the same timeline. What was I thinking? Ji-Yun observed Trunks' dejected expression. He felt deep sympathy for him. After all, the future was a tough place. Just then a familiar voice rang out in Ji-Yun's mind again. Ding. Detected that androids 17 and 18 are wreaking havoc in the future. Host, please make a choice. Choice 1, respect history and let nature take its course. Reward body fusion technique. Choice 2, save the future and eliminate the androids. Reward controlled Super Saiyan transformation. Upon hearing the second option, Ji-Yun's eyes widened. Holy crap, Super Saiyan. Finally, system, I choose option 2. Without a second thought, Ji-Yun decisively selected the second option. The allure of the Super Saiyan transformation was too irresistible for him to even consider. Ahem. After making his choice, Ji-Yun cleared his throat as he looked at the sorrowful Trunks. Trunks immediately turned his gaze toward him. Although I can't change history, I can help you go to the future and eliminate the androids. Ji-Yun spoke earnestly, his face adorned with a look of compassion for the world. Of course it was all an act. It was all for the mission. Huh. Can that really happen? Trunks' eyes lit up, and he spoke excitedly. If we don't try, how will we know? Ji-Yun shrugged, speaking with an air of indifference. Since the system had issued this mission, it must be feasible. Then. That's wonderful. With Mr. Ji-Yun here, our future is saved. Trunks said, his face brimming with excitement. He had experienced Ji-Yun's power firsthand, and if he could bring him back to the future, the mere androids would be no match for him. Then let's go. I'm quite busy, so it's best to leave early and return early, Ji-Yun said calmly. Yes. Trunks nodded solemnly. Then with a light leap they both appeared before the group once more. Everyone, I need to go with this young man for a while. Piccolo will explain the reasons, Ji-Yun announced to the group. He led Trunks directly into the time machine. Ji-Yun was well aware that Piccolo, with his unique ear structure, had undoubtedly overheard their entire conversation. Entrusting Piccolo with the explanation was for the best. As the machine slowly ascended halfway up, Trunks caught sight of his pitiful father lying stiffly on the ground. A jolt struck his heart, and he stared blankly at the spot. Ji-Yun noticed Trunks' reaction and spoke gently. Don't worry, Vegeta is fine. He's just slightly injured. Once we find a Senzu bean, he'll recover soon. In truth, Ji-Yun had Senzu beans on him, but he didn't want to waste one on Vegeta. Since he wasn't dying, it was better to save them. Trunks slowly snapped out of his daze and shook off his lingering thoughts. He operated the machine, and they vanished into the sky. On Earth, the key of Ji-Yun and the young man was no longer detectable. The group exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss, before turning their eyes to Piccolo. Feeling the weight of their stares, Piccolo slowly revealed the young man's origins and the impending danger on Earth. What shocked them even more was the revelation that Ji-Yun was also a Saiyan, an inconceivable truth. After digesting this information, the group still found it hard to accept. All right, everyone, it's time for us to start training. Goku was as energetic as ever. Better to be safe than sorry, Piccolo warned the others. Though they couldn't be sure if the young man's words were true. It was best to prepare early. According to the young man, the future world was utterly tragic, with everyone present destined to be killed. The thought was terrifying enough. I agree with Piccolo. If there's nothing else, I'm going to start my special training, Goku said with a serious expression. The widening gap between him and Ji-Yun had deeply stirred his competitive spirit. With that, he immediately left the scene. We'll take our leave too. Goodbye. Farewell. One by one, the Earth's warriors began to depart. They sought out their own training grounds to prepare for the coming battle. However, one person remained on the field, lying there in a tragic state, completely unnoticed. Damn it. What about me? Vegeta said with difficulty. Unfortunately, no one heard his voice. A cold wind swept across the scene, leaving him alone in the desolation. Whoosh. The time machine moved swiftly, not wasting much time. It arrived directly in the future, descending slowly over a stretch of ruins. Creak. The hatch opened slowly. Ji-Yun leaped out and began surveying his surroundings. The humans of the future certainly have it rough. Ji-Yun couldn't help but sigh. Everywhere he looked, there were collapsed walls and broken tiles. Bone fragments littered the ground. Despite the sun shining, the sky was a dreary gray, presenting a scene of impending doom for Earth. Oh, right, I forgot. Trunks' face turned grim, and he let out a loud cry. The sudden shout startled Ji-Yun. What? What did you forget? Ji-Yun patted his chest to calm his heart and asked casually. Mister, Goku has a viral heart disease. I forgot to mention it earlier, and I also forgot to give him the medicine. Trunks explained regretfully. Ji-Yun suddenly realized it was about that. He recalled that in the original story, Goku did suffer from that illness. Don't worry, I can give it to him when I go back, Ji-Yun said with a faint smile. Crack. A sharp sound rang out. As the two were still speaking, a bullet struck Ji-Yun directly on the cheek. What the hell? An ambush. Ji-Yun touched his face and muttered weakly. The firearm caused no damage to his rock-hard body. The bullet hitting his face was nothing but a minor annoyance. Everyone hold your fire. It's me, Trunks. Trunks shot Ji-Yun an apologetic glance before shouting into the surroundings. It was unavoidable. The future world was too brutal. People remained on high alert at all times, never daring to let their guard down when encountering anything suspicious. It's Trunks. Trunks is back. Don't act rashly, he's not the enemy. One by one survivors emerged from their hiding places among the ruins. All of them were clad in rags, filthy from head to toe, their faces etched with the marks of hardship. Trunks, we're sorry. We didn't know it was you. When we saw two figures suddenly appear, we instinctively mistook you for androids. A white-haired man said to Trunks, looking embarrassed. It's all right, sir. These are extraordinary times, we understand. Ji Yun said calmly, though inwardly he felt helpless. Seriously, I'm the one who got shot. I'm the victim here. You should be apologizing to me. And this is? The white-haired man asked instinctively. In this world, Trunks was the only strong warrior. Everyone else was an ordinary person. That gunshot would have either hit Trunks or missed entirely. An ordinary person would have been finished off with a single bullet. So they hadn't paid much attention to Ji Yun. Well, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Ji Yun. He's an ally I brought from the past, and he's incredibly strong. Stronger than me. He can definitely defeat the androids. Trunks said to the white-haired man. The crowd around them was growing larger. When they heard that this young man was even stronger than their savior Trunks, everyone looked at Ji Yun with suspicion. Clearly they didn't believe it. This guy? How could he be stronger than Trunks? A scruffy middle-aged man questioned doubtfully. Stop trying to comfort us, Trunks. We haven't lost hope yet. The white-haired man patted Trunks on the shoulder and said reassuringly. Yeah, Lord Trunks, as long as you're here, well, fight the androids to the end. That's right, to the end. To the end. Everyone shouted with fervent passion. No, everyone, Mr. Ji Yun really is. Trunks quickly tried to explain, but Ji Yun tugged at his clothes, interrupting him. These people lived in an apocalypse. Their fear of the androids had been etched deep into their hearts, and they held no hope for life. If someone that powerful had truly existed in the past, why would they still be living in such misery? They clearly saw him as nothing more than a comforting lie. All right, everyone. Believe it or not, I came from the past to fight the androids alongside you. Ji Yun said to them with a smile, completely unfazed by their doubts. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in reluctant agreement. Strength aside, he had indeed come from the past to help them. All right, everyone, let's head back first. Then we'll figure out our next move. Trunks said helplessly. Let his strength speak for itself. The crowd still held considerable trust in Trunks' words. So they withdrew from the area and made their way toward the survivors' underground base. After about an hour of walking, they arrived at a concealed entrance. Carefully, they descended a flight of stairs. Lord Trunks is back. The children in the base saw their idol returning and swarmed around him excitedly. Trunks happily mingled with them. The once lifeless underground space was now filled with an air of joy. Ji Yun looked around, taking in his surroundings. The base was mostly populated by the elderly, women and children, those without combat strength. Their primary duty was to provide logistical support for those fighting on the front lines. Mr. Ji Yun, let me take you to meet my mother first. Trunks walked over to Ji Yun and said with a smile. All right. Ji Yun replied with a slight nod. Inside, however, his thoughts were turbulent. Bulma of this era. The two slowly walked to the end of the base where a brightly lit room stood. This was Bulma's laboratory. Bulma was the only scientist left in this age. Mom, I'm home. Trunks pushed open the door and called out cheerfully. Bulma was typing rapidly on a keyboard in front of a computer. Hearing Trunks' voice, she stopped typing and took off her glasses. A look of joy spread across her face as she gazed at her son. Trunks, you're back? How did it go? Did you meet your father in the past? Bulma asked Trunks with a smile. Well, I did meet him, but... Trunks paused, hesitating. But what? Was your father too cold? That figures. He's a proud man, very hard to get along with. Bulma chuckled, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Listening to his mother, Trunks recalled the image of Vegeta he had seen. When he had traveled to the past, everyone on Earth was safe and sound. They were all laughing and chatting, but he was the only one lying flat on the ground, beaten, with no one bothering to check on him. Proud. Didn't seem like it. He looked pretty pathetic. Mom, I didn't go to the past. The time machine took me to a parallel universe. Trunks interrupted Bulma's reminiscence and explained. Huh, a parallel universe. Bulma looked confused, her brow furrowing slightly. That shouldn't be possible. She was confident in her creation. It shouldn't have made a mistake. By the way, Mom, let me introduce someone. This is Ji Yun, a powerful warrior from another parallel universe. He's incredibly strong. He came back with me on the time machine to help us. Trunks said, pointing to Ji Yun at the door. Only then did Bulma notice the man standing there. Her furrowed brow relaxed, and she smiled in greeting. She thought to herself that the time machine must have malfunctioned, as this person didn't exist in the past. Meanwhile, Ji Yun's mind wandered. He stared blankly at this world's Bulma, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. He knew that this was none of his concern. This Bulma was from another timeline. But seeing her haggard face, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for her. What's wrong, Mr. Ji Yun? This is my mother, Bulma. In that timeline, aren't you familiar with my mother? Trunks asked curiously, noticing Ji Yun's distant gaze. Ji Yun chuckled upon hearing Trunks' words. I couldn't be more familiar with your mother. It's just that I'm a bit emotional. You've changed so much. Ji Yun spoke softly, his eyes tender as he looked at Bulma. Bulma tossed her hair and shook her head bitterly. In this world, just surviving is already a stroke of luck. Ji Yun sighed with emotion. The Bulma of this timeline had matured immensely, completely shedding the girlish demeanor of her youth. How is the me from the other world doing? Is she doing well? Bulma asked Ji-Yun curiously. She was aware of parallel dimensions, even if their histories differed from this timeline. It should be about the same. She's doing very well in that world. I will protect her, Ji-Yun declared with unwavering resolve. Bulma looked at Ji-Yun with slight surprise. That wasn't something an ordinary friend would say. She recalled the complex look in his eyes when he first saw her, then smiled knowingly. She also discreetly appraised Ji-Yun's appearance and felt a secret thrill. It seemed to me from that other timeline had good taste. I see. Then you must take good care of her, Bulma said, smiling at Ji-Yun. I will, Ji-Yun declared with a resolute voice. In his heart, he was determined never to let his Bulma suffer even a shred of harm. Trunks, overhearing their conversation, was utterly confused. What did that mean? I'm still young, could you be a little clearer? What about Vegeta? How is he? Bulma asked curiously. As the Bulma of this timeline, she still cared deeply about Vegeta. He's fine too. Same as always. Ji-Yun thought carefully before replying slowly. Hearing this, Bulma smiled happily. That's good, that's good. It seemed everyone was doing quite well in the other timeline. Trunks, however, looked at Ji-Yun with a strange expression. He had seen Vegeta's state, beaten to a pulp like that, and he called that fine. As they chatted, boom. A dull, heavy sound reached them from underground. The entire room shook and the ceiling lights flickered erratically. Lord Trunks, the androids are here. Suddenly a child burst open the door and shouted in terror. Mr. Ji-Yun. Trunks turned his gaze to Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun glanced at Bulma, then said with a piercing stare, let's go. He'll deal with them. Although this timeline's Bulma had nothing to do with him, he still couldn't bear to see her suffer. On the surface of the base, countless bullets rained down upon two figures ahead. Rows of RPG fire bombarded relentlessly. Blazing flames raged amidst the ruins, emitting a pungent smell of gunpowder. Yet the two figures ahead continued to stride forward unabated. A bunch of pathetic ants. A young man with black hair parted down the middle smirked disdainfully at the fiery chaos before him. The black-haired youth lightly flicked his finger, and a beam of energy swept across instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in succession, turning countless people to ash. The sound of gunfire and cannonade was immediately halved. Hey no, 17, you're killing too many. If you wipe them all out, what will we have to play with later? A blonde-haired girl complained discontentedly. They were androids, no. 17 and no. 18, who created by Dr. Gero. They were also the culprits who had turned this world into a living hell. Hey, it doesn't matter. If you don't kill enough people, how will Trunks ever show his face? After all, it's been ages since we last had fun with him. No. 17 curled his lips into a cruel smirk. Let's make this clear, Trunks is my prey. Don't you dare steal him from me this time. No. 18 said with a displeased expression. Last time they fought, Trunks, no. 17 had struck first. As a result, Trunks was so badly beaten, he didn't show up for 2 months, leaving her to amuse herself by killing ordinary people. All right. They'll leave him to you this time. Let me just clear away these small fry. No. 17 said with a chuckle. He fired another beam of light towards the remaining crowd. It's over. A resistance fighter cried out in despair, clutching his head as the beam approached. In an instant, everyone in the trench gave up resistance, their eyes losing their luster as they awaited death like the dead. After all, they were only ordinary people, completely powerless against the androids' onslaught. Their long-standing resistance was nothing more than self-consolation. They had hoped that one day their attacks might kill the androids. But in reality, every assault resulted in heavy losses, often with no survivors. Zap! Bang! A violent explosion roared. But the people in the trench were unharmed. What happened? The crowd in the trench poked their heads up. It's Trunks. Trunks is here. Someone suddenly shouted loudly, just as the beam was about to sweep over them. Trunks and Ji-Yun appeared just in time to block the attack. Oh, the little mouse finally came out. No. 17 was extremely annoyed that his attack was stopped. Trunks was now enveloped in a golden aura, having transformed into a Super Saiyan. Androids, today is your day of death. Trunks growled through gritted teeth. The harm they had inflicted on humanity could only be repaid with their lives. Ha, just you. Don't tell me I scrambled your brains last time. No. 17 threw his head back and laughed mercilessly, mocking Trunks. Oomph. Trunks snorted coldly, but didn't retort. No. 17 was right on his own, he was no match for them. But, Mr. Ji-Yun, they're the ones. Trunks pointed at the androids and said to Ji-Yun beside him. Alright, I understand. Ji-Yun replied calmly, his eyes fixed on no. 17 and no. 18. He had to admit no. 18 was quite good looking. Unfortunately, Ji-Yun knew that the androids of this world were utterly evil, devoid of any humanity. So you found a helper? Doesn't look like much. No. 17 sneered coldly. In this world, they were the strongest. No matter what kind of helper Trunks brought, they were no match for them. Not impressive, but it's still a toy. He's yours. No. 18 said with a smile. Oh, what a pain. I hope this trash can at least entertain me a bit. No. 17 replied helplessly. It seemed as though they had already claimed victory over Ji-Yun. Hey, you over there. Your opponent is me. He'll even give you one hand. But let me warn you first. If you can't make this fun for me, I'll kill you. No. 17 shouted at Ji Yun, his eyes filled with mockery. This guy is way too arrogant. Trunks clenched his fists, itching to charge forward and finish him off. What's wrong, Trunks? You don't look convinced. Then both of you come at me. They'll deal with you together. No. 17 said with a broad grin. He relished seeing the fury on their faces. The angrier others got, the more he enjoyed it. No. 17, I said Trunks is mine. Don't overstep. No. 18 said coldly to no. 17. Oh, fine. No. 17 replied impatiently. Trunks, stay calm. Getting rid of them isn't that hard. Ji Yun said calmly to Trunks. Mere androids. With his current strength, defeating them would be a piece of cake. But if he killed them outright, that would be letting them off too easily. The moment Ji Yun finished speaking suddenly, the flow of time itself seemed to pause. Yet none of those present sensed the stillness. You're both about to die, so stop your bickering. Ji Yun's low voice echoed behind no. 17 and no. 18. When the two spun around in shock. Ji Yun's icy face was right in front of them. So fast. Trunks was too stunned to speak. Ji Yun had just been talking to him. How had he suddenly appeared behind the androids? Even he hadn't been able to track that speed. No. 17 and no. 18 exchanged a glance, then quickly distanced themselves. This guy means trouble. No. 17's expression finally turned serious. The opponent's speed exceeded anything he could imagine. You've already killed all the kind people, so the only one left is a ruthless one like me. Ji Yun's light voice sounded behind them again. The voice struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in their hearts. No. 17 and no. 18 turned again, only to see Ji Yun's frosty face once more. This is impossible. No. 18 exclaimed. Her eyes had never left Ji Yun, but in that instant he had vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was right behind them. Bastard, die. No. 17 roared in fury, gathering a light sphere in his hand and firing it at Ji Yun. I'm right here. Where are you shooting? Ji Yun appeared beside no. 17, patting his shoulder. This. No. 17 looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face twisted with terror. The light sphere had been fired instantly. Even if this guy was incredibly fast, he should have needed at least a reaction time, seeing the blast then dodging. But when he appeared beside him, no. 17 had only just raised his hand. By the time Ji Yun patted his shoulder, the light sphere was just leaving his palm. It was as if he was out of sync with the world, always a beat behind. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a ghost. Ji Yun said calmly, meeting no. 17's gaze. He had merely used the time skip technique. 0.1 seconds, seemingly insignificant. But at his speed, that was enough to unleash a full combo and a 360-degree aerial spin. No. 18 together. No. 17 gritted his teeth. No. 18's expression darkened as well. This man was too uncanny. If they didn't take him seriously, their joyful lives might truly end. The moment he spoke, they swung their fists, preparing to attack Ji Yun from both sides. Oomph. Ji Yun snorted coldly and activated the time skip again. Before their strikes could land, they were already hit by hundreds of Ji Yun's punches. Both of their fists froze in midair. Then, clutching their stomachs, they collapsed to the ground. What happened? How did the androids fall? Trunks licked his lips. His eyes were filled with disbelief. From his perspective, he had only seen no. 17 and no. 18 attack Ji Yun simultaneously. Ji Yun hadn't moved an inch. The android's fists stopped in midair, and then, as if struck by a massive blow, they crumpled to the ground. If not for the dire circumstances, Trunks would have thought they were faking it. The androids are down. There's hope. Among the survivors, all eyes were fixed on the battlefield. When they saw no. 17 and no. 18 fall, a wild joy ignited in their eyes. Trunks wasn't lying. This young man is truly formidable. Those who had doubted Ji Yun now wore expressions of shame. These were the androids. No one had ever managed to knock them down, and both at once. It was like a divine warrior descending from heaven. Don't celebrate too soon. They're not dead yet. Trunks' gaze remained serious. So, still want to fight? Ji Yun looked down at the fallen duo with indifference. TCH, is that all you've got? I thought you were strong. No. 17 flipped back to his feet. He still couldn't see how he had been hit. Only that his chest and abdomen felt like they had been pummeled by 100 punches. But such attacks weren't enough to kill him. If your attacks are only this strong, then you can't kill us. No. 18 also rose slowly, a cold smirk on her lips, though she didn't understand the nature of Ji Yun's bizarre ability. From the damage they had just taken, it was clear he couldn't inflict any real harm. Oh, is that so? Ji Yun laughed coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. His base battle power was 70 million. With the tenfold Kaioken, it soared to 700 million. Killing them both would be effortless. But he didn't want to. You've brought so much suffering to this world. Letting you die quickly would be far too merciful. A swift blade brings a quick end. But I prefer a dull blade, to slowly carve you apart, savoring your agony, which brings me joy. Ji Yun's expression was demonic as he smiled. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, number 18's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was completely intimidated, believing that this man was the true devil. False smoke and mirrors. Number 18, don't listen to his nonsense. This fellow does possess some peculiar skills. However, his attack power is insufficient to harm us. As long as we endure until his strength is exhausted, we can easily defeat him. Number 17 declared confidently, as if he had seen through Ji Yun's tricks. Whoosh. Number 18 also let out a deep breath, calming his inner turmoil. A cruel expression once again crept onto his face. You are right, number 17. Our energy is limitless. Once this guy runs out of steam, it will be his death knell. Number 18 declared with conviction, fully trusting number 17's words. At that moment, both of them simultaneously assumed a combat stance. Confidence is a good thing. Then please accept my beating, Ji Yun said with a cold sneer. He hadn't expected these two androids to be so optimistic. Even at death's door, they were still deceiving themselves. Whoosh. Ji Yun made his move once again. A mere 0.1 seconds later, number 17 and number 18, who had just risen, fell to the ground again in pain. Still, they hadn't seen how Ji Yun had struck. This included Trunks, who was observing from a distance. He had focused all his attention on Ji Yun, yet he still couldn't discern how Ji Yun launched his attacks. In his eyes, Ji Yun's body hadn't moved at all from start to finish. See, number 18. Didn't I tell you? This guy can't hurt us at all. Number 17 climbed up from the ground, once more speaking with difficulty. It seems he really is just putting on a bluff. Number 18 also stood up, his face twisted in a ferocious snarl. Although Ji Yun's attacks hadn't caused them any substantial damage, the physical pain was still excruciating. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad, let's continue. Ji Yun applauded encouragingly as he saw them rise again. Hearing Ji Yun say continue, their expressions changed instantly. They hastily assumed a defensive posture, firmly shielding themselves with their arms. Unfortunately, both of them fell to the ground once more. Before they could even get their arms up, Ji Yun had already launched hundreds of attacks at them. By the time they completed their defensive movements, it was too late. Are you two all right? How about a break? Ji Yun suggested as he watched their disheveled state. They rose shakily, their eyes blazing with fury. Number 18, did you hear that? He said he wants to rest. His stamina is reaching its limit. We just need to hold on a little longer. Once his energy is depleted, we'll torture him properly. Number 17 said through gritted teeth. If he lifted his clothes now, his body would likely be covered in red welts. Ow. All right. Number 18 was on the verge of breaking, but he still nodded reluctantly. Ji Yun looked somewhat speechless. His base combat power was already 70 million. At this rate, he could keep this up for a month without tiring. Fine, let's continue then. Seeing their stubbornness, Ji Yun wasted no more words. Thump, thump, thump. And so Ji Yun kept beating them for a full half hour. During that time, the two of them kept falling, and rising endlessly, repeating the same motions. Finally, after another of Ji Yun's attacks, they could no longer get up. Over by Trunks. What is that great one doing? Why doesn't he just finish off the androids? Someone in the crowd questioned. This question puzzled almost everyone. The androids had been knocked down so many times. Why not just dispose of them in one go? I think I understand, Trunks said in a somewhat low voice. The crowd immediately turned their attention to him. They wanted to hear what he had realized. I have witnessed Mr. Ji Yun's true power. With his strength, he could obliterate the androids in an instant. But he hasn't done so simply because he wants them to suffer a more agonizing death. His current actions are a way to vent for us, the living. Trunks explained. He didn't know how Ji Yun was attacking, but seeing the androids in such a pathetic state filled him with a profound and exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He thought of all the people who had died because of the androids. He thought of his father, whom he had never met. He thought of his master Gohan. May you all rest in peace. Trunks closed his eyes, silently praying for those who had passed. Seeing Trunks in this state, the crowd was also moved. They too remembered their own loved ones who had died tragically. In that moment, they embraced and wept, feeling that this era of terror had finally come to an end. You two are just too fragile, aren't you? How about getting up and giving it another go? I'm about to give out myself. Wouldn't it be a shame to give up now? Ji Yun mercilessly taunted the pair. They were now in a deplorable state. They had thought Ji Yun's attacks couldn't harm them. But they never expected this to be a slow, agonizing death by 1,000 cuts. I won't accept this. If you've got the guts, fight us fair and square. Number 17 said in agony. This man's ability was too bizarre. He truly felt he was being tortured to death. Are you sure? Ji Yun asked calmly. He had intended to torment them for a few more days. What's the matter? Scared? Number 17 snorted. As long as they faced him heat-in, this man would be no match for him. If he could just kill him, he would once again be the ruler of this world. Hey, it seems you still don't understand your situation. Fine then, come on. He'll see you off. Ji Yun smiled contemptuously, utterly dismissing number 17. The one who doesn't understand is you. Number 17 said confidently. He leaped up from the ground, suddenly full of vigor again. At the same time, he glanced at Trunks not far away. A cold sneer formed in his heart. Trunks, after I kill this wretched man, I'm going to torture you. He'll repay every bit of pain I've suffered tenfold. Number 17 blamed all of today's ordeal on Trunks. If it weren't for the bastard Trunks had brought, he and number 18 would never have suffered such humiliation. You go first. I'm afraid if I strike you won't have a chance. Ji Yun said nonchalantly, yet his words were utterly arrogant. They'll make you regret this. Number 17's eyes flashed with malice. After throwing out that remark, he vanished and reappeared in front of Ji Yun in a flash. His hardened fist slammed directly towards Ji Yun's detestable face. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted beneath their feet. Cracks began to spread across the ground. However, the outcome number 17 had imagined did not occur. Ji Yun's body was wreathed in a red aura, and he stared back expressionlessly. What? N17 was utterly astonished to see Ji Yun unharmed. Is that all you've got? Ji Yun asked coolly. Don't get too cocky, N17 retorted defiantly, still refusing to concede. And simultaneously a palm strike blast erupted at point-blank range, striking Ji Yun's fist directly. A dazzling golden wave engulfed Ji Yun's entire head. And this can't be real, N17 whispered in disbelief. His feet skidded backwards several paces. His attack had failed utterly against Ji Yun, who stood there unscathed and unruffled. Are you trying to blow dry my hair? The wind pressure seems rather insufficient, Ji Yun replied with detached calm, further shattering 17's confidence. 17 felt utterly silent, paralyzed by uncertainty. The situation had slipped completely beyond his control. Now it's my turn to perform. Ji Yun spoke slowly. A chill of dread seized 17's heart. Ji Yun's voice echoed like that of the Grim Reaper, poised to claim his life at any moment. Panic flared in 17's eyes as he whirled to flee. Yet before he could fully turn, Ji Yun already stood behind him, gripping his arm in an iron hold. Didn't you say you wouldn't use this technique? N17 stammered fearfully, utterly disoriented. And this is merely my ordinary speed, Ji Yun said blandly, while slowly raising his other hand before 17's face. No, you can't kill me. I don't want to die. N17 was now utterly undone, his eyes wide with primal terror. The predator who had long reveled in others' agony had finally become the prey. Boom! A radiant energy wave burst forth from Ji Yun's palm. N17 let out an ear-splitting shriek. The scream dwindled into silence. Ji Yun watched impassively as 17's figure dissolved into light. His gaze held not a trace of pity. 17's entire body was obliterated, reduced to scattered fragments. Only one arm remained intact, clutched tightly in Ji Yun's grip. He casually tossed it aside and turned toward 18, who still lay on the ground. Speak plainly. How would you like to die? Ji Yun asked indifferently. He himself had once held genuine affection for 18, but this world's 18 was nothing short of a deranged monster. Ji Yun felt no sympathy whatsoever for her. What we do here, what we enjoy, is wrong. N18 glared at him with venomous hatred. She showed no inkling of remorse. Sigh. Ji Yun exhaled, deeply wearied by 18's irredeemable folly. He knew full well they were both artificial beings. Yet how could this world's 18 be so utterly senseless? Ji Yun had no patience left for further words. With a subtle flick of his finger, a searing laser beam lanced forth, striking 18's body with pinpoint precision. Boom! An explosion thundered across the air. 18 vanished in an instant, leaving only a small crater behind. A chime resonated within Ji Yun's mind. Ding! Mission completed. Reward granted: controllable Super Saiyan transformation. Instantly, jubilant cries erupted throughout the vast, open expanse. The era of fear had ended, a hopeful future was dawning. Trunks bounded over to Ji Yun, bowing repeatedly with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yun. Thank you. You are our savior. No need for thanks. It was a promise I made to you. Ji Yun smiled and waved dismissively. Trunks truly needn't go to such lengths. After all, Ji Yun's presence here stemmed solely from his system-assigned mission. He had traveled to this future specifically to eradicate the androids. Even without him, Trunks himself would have ultimately destroyed them. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yun, and thank you, Mr. Ji Yun. Amidst the roaring celebration, the crowd collectively honored Ji Yun, the true savior of humanity. Some rejoiced with radiant elation, others wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. Deep beneath the surface within the underground base, the news had already been relayed. Gradually, those long hidden in the subterranean sanctuary began emerging into the open. Gazing upward at the sky they hadn't seen in years, hearts swelling with profound emotion. Trunks and Bulma, having received the glad tidings, joined the throng exiting the base. Spotting Trunks and Ji Yun in the distance, she waved joyfully. Mom, it's over. We can finally live in peace. And Trunks could no longer contain his emotions. He rushed into Bulma's arms and burst into unrestrained sobs. You've endured so much, Bulma murmured tenderly, her eyes soft with love as she gently stroked his back. Mr. Ji Yun, thank you for everything. Bulma also turned to Ji Yun, offering her sincere gratitude. Ji Yun nodded with a quiet smile. Mr. Ji Yun, if you have no pressing matters, perhaps you'd consider staying a few more days in our world so we may properly express our thanks. Wiping away his tears, Trunks beamed as he extended the invitation. Ji Yun pondered briefly, then nodded silently. Very well. I'm free for the next few days, so I'll stay and enjoy myself. Trunks lit up with delight at the reply. To train alongside such a master was a rare opportunity. He intended to learn everything he could in the coming days. Yet, Ji Yun too harbored his own intentions. Having just acquired the Super Saiyan transformation, he saw this as the perfect chance to acclimate himself to its power, and Trunks indeed made an excellent sparring partner. Several days later, in Crash, in Rumble, near a towering mountain range 100 league distant, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and exchanged rapid fierce blows with Ji Yun. Boom. After a deafening explosion, the two leapt apart. I'm done, Mr. Ji Yun. Your strength is simply overwhelming. Trunks wiped sweat from his brow, panting heavily. Ji Yun, observing Trunks' utter exhaustion, promptly released his Kaioken aura. By the way, Mr. Ji Yun, you mentioned earlier that you're a Saiyan too. And could you transform into a Super Saiyan, and then unleash that crimson-lit technique? I want to witness your full power. Trunks challenged, still awestruck despite his defeat, eager to grasp the terrifying extent of Ji Yun's true might. You wish to know? Ji Yun smiled enigmatically. Yes. Trunks perked up, instantly nodding earnestly. Then very well. Let me show you. Ji Yun spoke calmly. In truth, he too yearned to discover just how formidable his absolute power truly was. How far exactly could his limits extend? Ji Yun gathered his breath and focused his mind, a cyclone forming beneath his feet, stirring the wild grass below. Ji Yun let out a low growl. A magnificent aura erupted from his body, and the clear sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, Ji Yun's hair began to stand on end. This aura is truly astonishing. Trunks widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at Ji Yun. Ji Yun bellowed again, and golden light began to shimmer around him. Dazzling light radiated from his body, crackling with sounds that echoed like fireworks. At this moment, Ji Yun's black pupils vanished, leaving only white eyeballs, creating a terrifying appearance. His hair transformed into the distinctive yellow-green hue characteristic of a Super Saiyan transformation. Ji Yun, sir. Trunks swallowed nervously and said in a low voice. He had already transformed into a Super Saiyan out of nervousness, not only frightened by Ji Yun, but also preparing to withstand the shockwaves he unleashed. Ji Yun's current form was so fearsome, resembling a demon king emerging into the world, that no one dared approach. Time seemed to stretch on without end. Ji Yun's pupils returned, and his gaze regained its initial calm, appearing much more normal than before. Fortunately, it's a controllable version of Super Saiyan, though I nearly lost myself just now, almost succumbing to my own power. Ji Yun sighed, acknowledging the overwhelming nature of this Super Saiyan bloodline. Ji Yun, sir, are you alright? Trunks asked cautiously. He finally understood why Ji Yun had previously said that transforming into a Super Saiyan could lead to losing control of such power and harming oneself. That's just too terrifying. Just the aura emanating from you instills fear in others. It's nothing serious, just that this power is not easy to control. Ji Yun spoke calmly. The aura within him was exceedingly domineering. No wonder in the original story Broly, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, behaved as if he had lost his sanity. He would attack anyone in sight, disregarding all ties, unable to differentiate friend from foe. Ji Yun, sir, what level of power have you reached now? Trunks asked, curiously, feeling relieved, as Ji Yun seemed to have returned to normal. As for my strength. Ji Yun slightly squinted his eyes, not answering immediately. Because he too was uncertain of his current strength, without an adversary of equal power, it was difficult to assess. This is something that can't be accurately described with a number for now. Ji Yun pondered and decided to express his thoughts. Broly in the storyline could typically contend with Super Blue Vegeta and Goku. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Goku and Vegeta could only match him when they fused together. This alone highlights the overpowering nature of this bloodline. Ji Yun hesitated to claim that he possessed such strength now, as his base combat power was not particularly high. That's really impressive. Trunks also genuinely expressed his admiration. Feeling the aura radiating from Ji Yun, he felt like a tiny boat adrift in a vast ocean. Ji Yun represented that ocean, boundless, unfathomable, like a deep abyss. Trunks now thought that if he had possessed such formidable power back, then the world might not have turned out so tragic. At the same time, he lamented the unfairness of fate. In a nearly identical world, why was there no one as powerful as Ji Yun in his space? Setting aside how impressive I am, how do you find my current appearance? Ji Yun asked Trunks curiously. Besides his explosive power, he also cared about his outward image. It's a pity there was no mirror, otherwise he would definitely want to admire his own grandeur. The previous Ji Yun, in 2 words, was handsome. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, 2 words describe it: imposing. Trunks praised with a smile. His words were not mere flattery intended to curry favor with Ji Yun. Rather, they were the result of careful observation. However, Trunks hesitated for a moment. Upon hearing the initial praise, Ji Yun felt quite pleased, but when he heard the word however, he couldn't help but feel a jolt. However what? Ji Yun asked anxiously. It's just that your hair is rather unique. After my transformation, my hair is all golden, but yours has a hint of green. Is it that at your level of power, hair turns this color? Trunks asked with a laugh, while also posing his own question. Hearing Trunks' explanation, Ji Yun's face fell instantly. He had actually forgotten that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, hair differs from that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. His hair had a bit of green. He felt a bit anxious. Ahem, this might just be due to differences in individual physiques. It should have nothing to do with power. Ji Yun tried to calm his emotions and casually found a reason to explain. Yet he still felt a bit disgruntled. As a traveler, he always believed that having green hair was not a good sign. Oh, so that's how it is. Trunks nodded, believing him and not paying much more attention to the matter. Ji Yun, sir, why don't you try that technique again? Trunks was referring to the tenfold Kaioken technique that Ji Yun had used previously. Alright. Ji Yun shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and spoke with determination. In fact, he also wanted to see how far his strength could reach when employing the tenfold Kaioken. Tenfold Kaioken. Ji Yun roared lowly. Immediately the peak beneath their feet crumbled with a resounding crash. A wild wind whipped up, dark clouds and golden lightning continuously descended from the sky. The earth cracked apart, and the sea crashed violently against the shore. Before long, the entire planet trembled, producing a deafening rumble. It seemed to be quaking in fear of the power Ji Yun emanated. Ji Yun, sir. Trunks exclaimed in shock, fearing that if this continued, the earth would be destroyed. Just as Trunks was filled with dread, the apocalyptic scene ceased, and the earth once again fell silent. Ji Yun was now enveloped in a layer of fiery red energy. This energy contained the yellow-green aura and his entire form within it. So strong. Trunks was left speechless, unable to find other words to describe it, as Ji Yun's power continually reshaped his understanding. If he had just been a tiny boat adrift in the ocean, now he felt like a speck of dust in the universe. Less than even dust. Is this all my power? Ji Yun looked at his hands, murmuring softly. Then he casually waved his hand toward the sky. In an instant, a violent storm swept across the land, and the very fabric of space seemed to shimmer with cracks. This astonishing scene was merely the result of a gentle wave of his hand. Trunks had long been stunned by the sight before him. Is this even something a human can achieve? A gentle wave of a hand wielded such immense power. What if a full-powered punch is thrown? Trunks, a little bug has emerged. Ji Yun said with a slight smile, addressing Trunks. Huh? What little bug? Trunks asked in confusion, puzzled by Ji Yun's seemingly nonsensical words. It's nothing, you'll know soon enough. Just place your hand on me, and it'll take you to see it, Ji Yun said with a calm smile. Although Trunks was bewildered, he complied with Ji Yun's instruction. He placed his hand on Ji Yun's shoulder. Ji Yun then placed his fingers on his forehead and executed instant transmission. Whoosh! In an instant, both of their bodies vanished from the spot, leaving only a pile of rubble behind. In a dilapidated cave, Trunks and Ji Yun's figures materialized in this place. Where is this? Trunks surveyed the collapsed cave around him. Clearly unaware of why Ji Yun had brought him to this place, he conjectured. If I guess correctly, this should be the former laboratory of Dr. Gero. Indeed, that is correct, Ji Yun explained casually. The effects of the Kaioken X-10 and Super Saiyan form were also lifted. How do you know? Trunks asked in surprise. He was well aware of Dr. Gero's name, the creator of the androids that dealt a devastating blow to humanity. In a sense, this guy was a timeless sinner among humanity. Did I not say? It was just a guess, Ji Yun said with a light smile. In fact, Ji Yun did not know where Dr. Gero's laboratory was. However, when he had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and used the Kaioken X-10, his perception had reached its peak. He had sensed a very chaotic aura that was about to emerge from here. Let's wait here for a moment. Perhaps the little bug I mentioned will appear soon. Ji Yun continued with a smile. Oh, Trunks scratched his head, responding in a daze. Time passed second by second. The two waited at the cave entrance for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, the stones on the ground began to shake, and the lifeless wasteland was suddenly filled with a powerful, familiar, yet sinister aura. What is this? Trunks felt a shock in his heart, not expecting such a strong entity to be hidden here. He as expected. Ji Yun chuckled faintly. With the only remaining strong fighter on Earth being Trunks, this chaotic aura left little doubt. As a time traveler familiar with the story, the identity of this aura's owner was clear. Rumble. The rocks began to slide down. The massive boulder covering the cave entrance exploded into dust, and the cave collapsed. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot up into the sky. The collapsed rubble was also struck by waves of impact. As the continuous assaults persisted, the stones defied gravity and began to float slowly. I Cell have finally emerged. A grotesque green creature leaped out, laughing maniacally. This hideous being was none other than one of the major bosses in the subsequent storyline Cell. This aura. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, and Teacher Gohan. Trunks looked somewhat dazed. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity emanating from Cell, all reminiscent of the deceased strong warriors from Earth. Mr. Ji Yun, what exactly is this guy? Why does he possess the aura of everyone? Trunks continued to inquire, his emotions appearing somewhat unstable. This guy is likely another monster created by Dr. Gero. Based on his earlier introduction, he should be called Cell. He probably synthesized the essence of all strong fighters on Earth, hence the familiar feel. Ji Yun vaguely explained. Although there were some differences from the actual creation process, it was largely consistent. There was no need to elaborate too much. After all, this guy wouldn't last long. Why waste too many words? So it is that bastard Dr. Gero is truly unforgivable. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's rough explanation, Trunks clenched his fists angrily, his eyes glaring at Cell. In his view, the androids created by Dr. Gero had caused immense disaster to Earth. The Cell before him would certainly not be a good entity, and indeed that was the case. The special environment also shaped Trunks' decisive character, so today, barring any surprises, Cell was destined to die. Trunks, how did you end up here? And who are you? Cell also noticed the two and accurately called out Trunks' name. Cell was somewhat perplexed. He hadn't expected Trunks to be here. Were the androids not dealing with this guy? Or had the androids already been? With this thought, Cell was suddenly shocked and quickly continued to ask, what about androids 17 and 18? They are waiting for you in hell. Trunks did not beat around the bush, delivering a harsh remark. In the next moment, a golden aura enveloped him. His hair turned golden, once more transforming directly into Super Saiyan form. He dashed straight towards Cell. This is bad. Cell was taken aback. He hadn't expected that androids 17 and 18 had already been dealt with by Trunks. He also did not foresee that Trunks would attack without any preparation. Cell hurriedly tried to defend himself, but in the blink of an eye, Trunks severed one of his arms. Damn it! Cell growled in a grim voice. His current strength was very weak, and he was not yet Trunks' opponent. Furthermore, having been caught off guard, he was now in a very dire situation. Look out! Seeing his attack had taken effect, Trunks without pause launched another fierce assault. Wait, Trunks! Cell quickly called out as he saw Trunks coming at him again. At this moment, Cell had no choice but to yield. After all, he didn't want to face his demise right after his emergence. Unfortunately, Trunks did not slow his offensive. Instead, his moves became sharper and more lethal. Cell struggled to cope, thinking, at least let me finish my words. Trunks, I'm not at my strongest yet. Even if you defeat me, it won't mean much. If you have the ability, wait for me for a while. Oh, I will definitely become stronger. At that time, we can have a proper fight, Cell said, while fighting, appearing to be somewhat overwhelmed. Cell's plan was also quite simple. He intended to exploit the Scion's arrogance, recklessness, and warlike nature to seize a glimmer of hope for survival. Within Cell's body lay the genes of a Scion, granting him a firm grasp on their temperament. He believed that merely claiming he could grow stronger would ignite their combative spirit. Although Trunks' tone suggested that androids 17 and 18 had already been eliminated, as long as there remained a shred of hope, he could devise another plan. Huh, do you take me for a fool? Trunks let out a cold sneer, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This monster was already formidable. If allowed to grow stronger, he would no longer be a match for it. Would the hard-won peace humanity had yearned for then be lost? At that thought, Trunks did not relent. Instead, his attacks grew fiercer, and his aura surged ever stronger. Today, he must crush this monster in its cradle. What's going on? Cell struggled to parry Trunks' onslaught. When he sensed that Trunks' energy had escalated further, he cursed inwardly. Weren't Scions supposed to be a warrior race? Weren't Scions known for their love of battle? Shouldn't stronger foes excite them? I'm so weak now, so why is this bastard fighting even harder? Cell's reasoning was not flawed. Scions were indeed inherently warlike. Unfortunately, he had encountered the one Scion in Dragon Ball who never grew complacent, Trunks. Having endured so much, Trunks' character had diverged from that of an ordinary Scion. The arrogance and recklessness ingrained in his genes had long been tempered by life's harsh realities. SSSHHH. A sound of a blade slicing through skin. Odd. With Cell's agonized scream, Trunks' sword carved away another chunk of flesh from Cell's ribs. Purple blood dripped onto the ground, splattering into tiny blossoms of gore. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Cell hastily retreated several steps. Only then did he momentarily escape Trunks' attack range. If the fight continued, he would surely perish here. Nearby, Ji-Yun watched the battle intently. Tisk tisk, Trunks is quite ruthless. But I like that attitude. Ji-Yun smiled, his gaze filled with admiration as he observed Trunks. If he had to name a favorite character from Dragon Ball, Trunks would certainly be one. The reason was simple: he appreciated Trunks' lack of recklessness and his decisive, merciless nature. Goku was too kind-hearted, and sometimes his mind was slow. Vegeta was arrogant and unbridled, brimming with pride. With their personalities, if not for the protection of the protagonist's aura, they would have died countless times long ago, and the story would never have progressed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, cold sweat beaded on Cell's forehead as he gasped for breath. Trunks, I have no grievance with you, nor have I committed any wrong. Why must you be so relentless? Driven to desperation, Cell shouted his protest at Trunks. Cell knew that Trunks also carried half the blood of an Earthling. Earthlings were inherently good-natured. If he argued his case, perhaps he could persuade Trunks to spare him. No wrong. By the time you've done wrong, it'll be too late. So, they'll just have to ask you to die before you can, Trunks said with a cold laugh. He was weary of his former life. He couldn't believe that Dr. Gero had created such a monster for the benefit of all humanity. Ji-Yun nodded in satisfaction at Trunks' reply. He did not intervene in the matter of Cell, for he wished to see how Trunks would handle it. The outcome did not disappoint Ji-Yun. It was worthy of his favorite character. Of course, that was secondary. The main issue was that the damned system had not issued any mission. So he simply stood aside to spectate, enjoying the performance. Damn it. Is this truly my end? Cell murmured in despair, his hands clenching involuntarily. He still had grand ambitions to conquer Earth and the universe. How could he die like this? He refused to accept it, and a powerless roar erupted within his heart. Cell, accept your fate. If you must blame someone, blame Dr. Gero, who created you, Trunks said with an indifferent gaze. Simultaneously, he aimed his sword at Cell and began to channel all his energy, intending to finish off the monster with a single decisive blow. Cell felt the chilling intensity of Trunks' stare and trembled inwardly. He sensed that in the next round he would surely meet his demise. Suddenly, Cell remembered the young man who had accompanied Trunks. He glanced sidelong at Ji Yun, but his face stirred no memory in Cell's mind. His energy was also very faint, suggesting he was merely an ordinary earthling warrior. This man travels with Trunks. They must be close friends. If a flicker of cunning passed through Cell's eyes, as if he had conceived an escape plan. Cell, die. Trunks roared, his figure shooting forward like a bolt, his sword aimed at Cell's head. Seeing Trunks charge, Cell dared not hesitate. Mustering every ounce of strength, he recklessly lunged toward Ji Yun. Whooshed. Though Cell was swift, his tail was severed cleanly by Trunks. The detached tail flopped on the ground a couple of times before going still. Trunks was displeased that his strike had missed. When he saw Cell rushing toward Ji Yun, he froze for a moment. What? What is he doing? In an instant, Cell had circled behind Ji Yun. His sharp claws hovered directly over Ji Yun's head, ready to strike and shatter it at any moment. Trunks, if you don't want him dead, let me go. I swear I won't harm him in the slightest. A smirk of triumph curled at the corner of Cell's mouth. Already he was plotting to vanish into hiding if he managed to escape. When the time was ripe, he would return to avenge today's humiliation. Trunks stared at the scene, his eyes fixed on Cell, as if looking at a fool. Taking Ji Yun hostage. What was Cell thinking? Though Ji Yun was being held, his heart remained utterly calm. He even found it somewhat amusing. So that's why Cell was staring at me earlier. This was his plan. Oh well, since it's come to this, I might as well see him off. It's the least I can do for his brief sojourn in this world. At this thought, Ji Yun helplessly shook his head with a wry smile. Wait. Trunks, seeing Ji Yun shake his head, sensed something amiss and quickly called out. Haha, scared now are you? If you know what's good for you, make way at once, and I promise not to trouble this kid. Cell sneered darkly, inwardly gloating with self-satisfaction. It seemed this person held considerable importance in Trunks' heart. How fortunate that he had made such a wise decision, otherwise he might have capsized in a ditch. Trunks was rendered speechless by Cell's words. Brother, who told you that? Trunks rolled his eyes, shooting Cell a disdainful glance before turning to Ji Yun. Mr. Ji Yun, may I have the honor of ending this monster's life with my own hands? Ji Yun looked at Trunks' resolute gaze and shrugged indifferently. Very well, this one is yours. Ji Yun understood what Trunks was feeling at that moment. Both the androids and Cell were creations of this Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero was already dead, killed by the very androids he had created, a fitting end. The androids were also dead, eliminated by Ji Yun. Now only Cell remained. Trunks wished to use his own strength to save this broken world. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yun, Trunks said gratefully. At the same time, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Cell, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Cell was utterly bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Before his mind could catch up, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his abdomen, as if struck by a fist. Then the Ji Yun beneath his claws had vanished, reappearing on a nearby hillside. No. Impossible, how could he be so fast? Cell stared at the spot where Ji Yun had suddenly disappeared, his eyes wide with disbelief. That punch had been Ji Yun's doing. He had activated the time skip ability. Unbeknownst to Cell, he had struck his abdomen and then leaped away, leaving the battlefield. Cell, stop your pointless struggling. Kidnapping, Mr. Ji Yun. What a notion. If I hadn't spoken up, you would have been reduced to ashes. But soon enough you will be, Trunks said with a contemptuous look, daring to provoke Ji Yun. You're like an old man eating arsenic, tired of living. How can this be? That brat. Cell stared in shock at Ji Yun, who stood with his hands behind his back on the hillside. His calm and composed demeanor truly bore the aura of a grand master. Huh. Seeing Cell momentarily distracted, Trunks let out a fierce cry and seized the opportunity to attack. Cell, seeing Trunks' ferocious charge, snapped back to his senses. In his fluster, he tried to defend against Trunks' assault. Unfortunately for him, Trunks had struck first and was also the stronger of the two. He immediately seized the upper hand, stabbing Cell 3 or 4 times in quick succession. In an instant, purple blood splattered everywhere, appearing strikingly vibrant under the sunlight. Stop, stop, stop. Trunks, please spare me. I promise I'll never do evil again. Cell, now utterly helpless, pleaded desperately to Trunks. Trunks heard Cell's pleas, but the speed of his sword did not slow. I don't believe your promises. Your death is the only guarantee I need. Trunks replied sternly. He was no longer the same boy, unchanged by time. The pressures of life had forced him to distrust any word from his enemies. Before long, Trunks' long sword was drenched in blood. Cell was now on his last legs, life hanging by a thread. The relentless onslaught had left his body battered and broken with not a single intact spot. Although Cell possessed Piccolo's abilities, he was now too weak to continue repairing his body. Don't worry, you'll see Dr. Gero soon. You can ask him why he created you to suffer so much pain, Trunks said without emotion. As his words fell, Trunks stomped hard on the ground. The solid earth trembled instantly like a trampoline, flinging Cell, who lay on the ground, into the air. Cell, on the verge of death, was powerless to resist and could only submit to his fate. Magic flash, Trunks bellowed in a low voice. He crossed his hands above his head and unleashed a golden energy wave that shot into the sky, hurtling straight at Cell. This technique was taught to him by his dearest friend and most respected master, Gohan. This time Trunks poured all his strength into it, making the attack even more dazzling. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in midair. Cell didn't even have a chance to scream before he was blasted into nothingness. In the brilliant fireworks, Trunks seemed to see Gohan's smiling face. On the hillside, Ji-Yun saw that Cell had been destroyed, and the weight in his heart lifted. He knew that within Cell's body was a special cell that, if not eradicated, would have allowed Cell to regenerate using his Namekian abilities. Seeing Cell reduced to nothing, Ji-Yun relaxed and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Trunks was truly reliable. Ji-Yun then placed a hand on his head and instantaneously appeared beside Trunks. All threats to Earth have been eliminated. Let's go back. Ji-Yun patted Trunks on the arm and said with a smile. All right. Trunks nodded happily and placed his hand back on Ji-Yun's shoulder. His eyes were filled with respect for Ji-Yun. Without him, the people of Earth would have endured countless more hardships. Take Cell, for instance. If Mr. Ji-Yun hadn't sensed his presence, the peace humanity had so desperately achieved would have plunged back into hell, and the crisis on Earth would have dragged on for much longer. From now on, Ji-Yun's importance in Trunks' heart was second only to Bulma and Gohan. Swish! Ji-Yun used instant transmission again, and the two departed. When they reappeared, they were in the city, which was in the early stages of reconstruction. They walked side by side on the newly leveled ground. Wherever they went, the people around them greeted them with kind and respectful gazes. Some even warmly invited them to their homes. Of course, both politely declined. Trunks, I've been here quite a while. It's time for me to leave. Ji-Yun looked at the future that had returned to peace and spoke as they walked. Trunks, I've been here quite a while. It's time for me to leave. Trunks was slightly taken aback by these words, then slowly spoke. Is Mr. Ji-Yun really not going to stay a few more days? Trunks felt a bit reluctant inside. After spending a few days together, Trunks had unconsciously come to regard Ji-Yun as family. Suddenly having to leave made him feel somewhat disheartened. The time wasted is not short, and there are many matters to attend to in that world. I also need to return early to make some preparations. You're right, Ji-Yun said with a calm smile. You have a point. Trunks nodded slightly, knowing that Ji-Yun could not stay in this world indefinitely. All right, let's head back and let Mom prepare the time machine, Trunks said with a relieved smile. The two walked down the street chatting and laughing. Before long, Trunks' new home came into view. At that moment, Bulma was at the computer continuously typing on the keyboard. There were numerous blueprints scattered on the table. Most of them were planning schemes for urban infrastructure. As the only scientist in this world, there was still much work for her to undertake. Mom, we're back, Trunks shouted loudly. Then he and Ji-Yun pushed the door and walked in. Oh, Trunks is back. You two find a place to sit. We'll talk later, Bulma replied without turning around, her eyes still glued to the computer screen. She was completely immersed in her work. Mom, it's like this, Mr. Ji-Yun is leaving, Trunks said directly. The clattering of the keyboard came to an abrupt halt. Bulma stood up and looked towards Ji-Yun's position. What's wrong, Ji-Yun? Aren't you going to stay a few more days? Bulma asked Ji-Yun with a smile. I've already stayed long enough here. I should head back now. Ji-Yun shook his head slightly and said with a faint smile. He indeed felt somewhat homesick, especially upon seeing Bulma at this moment. The longing was very strong. He wondered how Bulma was doing back home. Bulma also noticed Ji-Yun's yearning to return. However, she revealed disappointing news to him. I'm sorry, Ji-Yun. Although you want to return quickly, I need to tell you that the fuel for the time machine is running low. If you want to go back, you might not be able to return to the previous timeline, Bulma said slowly. She arrived at this conclusion only after checking the time machine. Upon hearing this news, Ji-Yun felt a heavy heart. Then he slowly spoke. Is there really no way to replenish the fuel? He remembered that the fuel for the time machine could be replenished. It can be replenished, but this kind of fuel is extremely precious. It also requires a long processing time, possibly 7 to 8 months. Bulma adjusted her glasses and answered Ji-Yun's doubts. 7, 8 months. Ji-Yun was stunned. He never expected that it would take such a long time. Yes, so you'll probably have to stay in this timeline a little longer. I will do my utmost to prepare the fuel as soon as possible, Bulma said earnestly. She had also checked the time machine immediately when Trunks returned. She soon discovered the fuel shortage issue. During this time, she had been working to address this situation. Sigh, all right then, I appreciate your hard work, Bulma. Ji-Yun sighed helplessly. He knew that worrying now wouldn't help. Waiting was the only option. However, the only thing Ji-Yun worried about was that nothing unexpected would occur in the past world during his absence. I will make sure to prepare the fuel as quickly as possible, Bulma assured Ji-Yun. Then she temporarily postponed her current work and focused fully on the fuel preparation project. Mr. Ji-Yun, it seems you'll have to stay a while longer, Trunks said somewhat happily. Of course, he wasn't being schadenfreude, but genuinely reluctant to see Ji-Yun leave. It can only be this way. Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow and said somewhat helplessly. At this moment, he could only hope that the fuel for the time machine would be ready soon. There were no other options. Days passed by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Ji Yun began to gradually adapt to this world. Seeing the people who had already gotten on track, he felt a slight sense of contentment. Mr. Ji Yun, are we continuing to practice today? Trunks still followed Ji Yun closely. Of course, no matter when maintaining one's strength is essential to cope with sudden crises, Ji Yun said seriously. During this time, Ji Yun had not been idly waiting. Instead, he chose to cultivate here. Trunks originally wanted to relax a bit, but seeing Ji Yun working so hard also motivated him. The two constantly trained and sparred, making significant progress. Good, Trunks answered firmly. His strength continuously improved through sparring with Ji Yun. It felt as if he was approaching the bottleneck stage of Super Saiyan. Ji Yun heard Trunks' response. Before he could give him much time to prepare, Ji Yun charged forward. Trunks did not dare to be negligent and quickly activated his Super Saiyan state to meet him. The two began to fight, their figures vanishing from sight. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of thunder resonated between heaven and earth, accompanied by the constant sound of collisions. Trunks, you've made progress recently, Ji Yun said with a smile, but his punches and kicks showed no signs of yielding. Mr. Ji Yun, you're not bad either, Trunks replied in kind. Since Ji Yun was not using his full strength during the match, whether it was in Super Saiyan form or utilizing the tenfold Kaioken, he refrained from employing any of those. He was only using his normal strength. At first, Trunks could steadily suppress Ji Yun. However, as time went on, Ji Yun's strength surged daily. Now he could match Trunks, even seeming to have the upper hand. Their battle was intense, lasting from dawn until dusk. Bang, bang, bang. After several more collisions, the two did not continue to grapple together. Instead, after the impact, they quickly separated using the force. No more fighting, no more fighting, Trunks said, a bit fatigued. Mr. Ji Yun's talent is truly enviable. Just relying on normal strength, you can steadily suppress me. Trunks waved his hand, feeling somewhat exhausted. He couldn't fathom why Ji Yun's cultivation talent was so remarkable. Although he had also achieved stable improvements during this time compared to Ji Yun, it was still worlds apart. The next morning, Ji Yun was about to start his daily training. However, just as he was about to leave with Trunks, a clear voice interrupted his steps. Ji Yun, the fuel is ready. The time machine is fully fueled and ready for use. The owner of this voice was Bulma. At this moment, she was smiling as she walked out of the laboratory, holding a capsule and shaking it in front of Ji Yun. Great. Ji Yun's eyes brightened, his expression showing delight, and he excitedly continued, Thank you, Bulma. Oh, it's nothing. This is what I should be doing. I have delayed you for so long. Bulma shook her head and smiled. Trunks, listening nearby, felt somewhat uncomfortable. He had already considered Ji Yun as his friend. Now the sudden departure made him feel a bit unaccustomed. Meanwhile, Bulma had already walked out the door. Pressing the button on top of the capsule, she threw it to the ground. Bang! A cloud of smoke appeared, and the time machine reappeared. There's no time to waste. How do I operate this machine? I need to hurry back, Ji Yun said anxiously, then opened the hatch and leaped inside. They'll teach you. Bulma found a lift and climbed next to the control seat of the hatch. She guided Ji Yun step by step on how to operate it, explaining the functions of each button. Ji Yun was very smart. In no time, he grasped the basic usage of the time machine. This is the specific operating method. If you're ready, you can depart at any time. Bulma smiled at Ji Yun. All right. Ji Yun took a deep breath and then said with determination. He pressed the start button, setting the time to 7 months after his departure. Bulma and Trunks looked up at Ji Yun. After spending such a long time together, he was suddenly about to leave. There were many words in their hearts, yet they didn't know what to say. Trunks remained silent, feeling very down since just now. Ji Yun noticed this. Farewells were always sad, and feeling lost was normal. He looked at Bulma again, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to start. After a moment of silence, Ji Yun slowly said, Trunks, take good care of your mom. We'll definitely meet again. After saying this, Ji Yun closed the hatch and slowly ascended. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Bulma's face flushed, revealing the beauty of a mature woman, which looked quite captivating. You must take good care of her too, Bulma murmured softly to herself. Goodbye, Mr. Ji Yun. I will take care of Mom, and we will meet again. Trunks suddenly looked up and shouted loudly into the air. Ji Yun heard the shout, smiled at Trunks, and then gave him a thumbs up. Soon the time machine disappeared into the sky. In this world, Ji Yun was no longer present. Let's go back, Trunks, Bulma said with a smile to Trunks. Trunks looked at the spot where the time machine had disappeared, and only after a long time did he follow Bulma back into the house. Swish! The time machine moved at incredible speed. In another timeline, the time machine appeared in an open area on Earth. I, Hu Huansen, have returned. Ji Yun opened the hatch and jumped down joyfully. Breathing in the fresh air, he felt a surge of joy, even though both Earths looked identical. Because here was the Earth he was familiar with. Ji Yun transformed the time machine back into a capsule and placed it in his pocket. After tidying everything up, he began to sense the energy. He needed to visit Bulma. First, after such a long separation, he wondered how she had been. What the heck this is? Ji Yun was startled when he started to sense. Because he sensed numerous powerful presences in the air. Son Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Son Gohan. Their powers have become incredibly strong. Ji Yun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart upon sensing these energies. Their might was undeniably comparable to Trunks' a definite Super Saiyan level of strength. At the same time, he also began to doubt if he had arrived in the wrong timeline. Could it be the original timeline? Additionally, Ji Yun sensed another familiar energy. Cell, goodness, could it be that I've really crossed into the wrong timeline? The androids appeared a year after Trunks left. I only left for 7 months. How could Cell have already shown up? Could they have also come from another timeline? Ji Yun was now a bit panicked. Although these presences were incredibly strong, they still seemed like mere chicks in his eyes. He feared that he might not be able to return to his own timeline. Ji Yun shook his head vigorously, not having time to think about much anymore. He needed to find his Bulma first. Got it. Ji Yun pinpointed Bulma's location in his mind and activated the instant transmission. Whooshed. Ji Yun vanished from his spot. In the next moment, Ji Yun's body appeared in Bulma's room at the Capsule Corporation. At this moment, Bulma sat in front of a chair, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the blue sky, lost in thought. She completely failed to notice that another person had appeared behind her. Ji Yun was unsure if this Bulma was the same one from his world. At this moment, he felt very conflicted. Finally, after a few breaths, Ji Yun slowly walked over. However, before he could say anything, he suddenly noticed Bulma's protruding belly from the side. It was unmistakably the state of a woman being pregnant. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down from the clear sky, leaving Ji Yun feeling burnt to a crisp. It's over, this is definitely not my Bulma. I have truly come to the wrong place. Ji Yun squatted down, holding his head in pain. He distinctly remembered that when he left, Bulma was not pregnant. Bulma seemed to have heard the movement behind her and quickly turned to look. Who are you? The sudden appearance of someone startled Bulma, causing her to scream. Her breathing became rapid. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Ji Yun also heard her scream. He hurriedly stood up, waving his hands to indicate he meant no harm. I mistook the wrong person. I will leave immediately. After saying this, Ji Yun looked apologetically at her while trying to leave. Ji Yun. Bulma recognized the person's features and called out Ji Yun's name uncertainly. Off. Ji Yun's steps faltered and he stood there in shock. It's really you, Ji Yun. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you all this time? The moment Bulma saw that familiar face, she confirmed it was indeed Ji Yun. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced him tightly, continually blaming Ji Yun for various things. At this moment, Ji Yun was completely stunned, utterly unaware of the situation. Is it really you, Bulma? Ji Yun slowly regained his composure and asked uncertainly. It wasn't entirely his fault. The changes in this world were simply too drastic. It was completely different from what he understood. Who else do you think it could be besides me? You actually know to come back, or why didn't you just die out there? Bulma tightly hugged Ji Yun, her voice choked with emotion as she spoke. Hearing her response, Ji Yun confirmed that this person was indeed the Bulma he knew. Because in other timelines it was impossible for an outsider like Ji Yun to exist. I'm sorry, Bulma, I've been to the future for some things and didn't have the chance to say goodbye to you. I'm sorry. After confirming it was his Bulma, Ji Yun quickly expressed his regret. I know Krillin told me, but I still worry about you. You've been gone for so long, what if you don't come back? What am I supposed to do? Bulma's mood lightened slightly after hearing Ji Yun's apology, yet the tears continued to flow uncontrollably. It seemed she wanted to fully vent the emotions in her heart. I'm sorry, Ji Yun said, filled with guilt. He missed Bulma dearly, just didn't expect to be delayed for so long. He sincerely acknowledged his mistake to Bulma. However, despite his guilt, some things were better off clarified. After crying in Ji Yun's embrace for a while, Bulma's excited heart gradually calmed down. Tears had carved several streaks down her face, making her look so enchanting. Bulma, your belly. Ji Yun noticed Bulma's emotions had begun to stabilize. He finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. The reason Ji Yun previously said he had mistaken the person was due to this noticeable belly. Oh no, could it be? The more Ji Yun thought, the more anxious he became, feeling as if he might burst out in light, though he wasn't entirely sure what color it would be. Bulma released her grip on Ji Yun and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. A look of happiness gradually spread across her face. You're going to be a dad, Bulma said with a smile, her hands gently caressing her protruding belly. Her eyes were filled with a loving expression. When did this happen, Bulma? I don't have any memory of it, Ji Yun said, scratching his nose as he cautiously inquired. It wasn't that he didn't believe Bulma. It was just that such matters were better clarified. They say men forget their responsibilities after zipping up their pants, and it's true. Bulma huffed in a somewhat proud manner. It was clearly his doing, yet here he was forgetting it, and still daring to ask her. This? Haha. I really can't remember which time was it. Ji Yun scratched his head, embarrassed. Bulma's belly was already so big it must not have been a recent pregnancy. If it were a recent pregnancy, that would be a big deal. Hey, race a hint, I've been pregnant for over 7 months. Bulma frowned, slightly dissatisfied. 7. Over 7 months. Ji Yun's mind raced as he tried to recall. Over 7 months ago, he had just arrived in the future world. Going back, it was right after he met Trunks. Before that, he was fighting against King Cold. Before the battle, he was at Bulma's house. Oh, it was that time right before I left. Ji Yun suddenly realized, feeling as if a cloud had been lifted from his mind. He finally sorted through his thoughts. The way you asked so clearly you don't think the child isn't yours, do you? Bulma's tone was unfriendly. She was quite clever and had already guessed what Ji-Yun meant by his detailed questioning. Darling, you're overthinking it. I absolutely do not think that. You have to believe me, I'm definitely not that kind of person. Ji-Yun said earnestly. Goodness, such matters cannot be casually acknowledged. If he did, it might really lead to a family breakup. However, he felt a wave of happiness inside. He didn't expect to become a father, and the joy of having a child impacted his heart. I hope so. Bulma huffed, still maintaining a skeptical attitude. But she understood Ji-Yun's worries, and after all, Bulma was a very reasonable woman. Her current demeanor was just to scare Ji-Yun a little. Absolutely. Ji-Yun vowed, patting his chest. At the same time, he placed his hand on Bulma's belly. He gently caressed his child. Although Bulma's expression was still cold, she did not resist Ji-Yun. Darling, do you know? I encountered another version of you in the future. She had a particularly hard time in the future, facing danger at any moment. When I first saw her, my heart ached, her haggard face bore some wrinkles, and she looked very worn out. Ji-Yun recounted his experiences in the future. Bulma quietly listened, absorbing the story Ji-Yun was telling. When I saw her, the first thing that came to my mind was you. I didn't want to see you become like her. That world didn't have my existence, but this world has me. From that moment on, I silently vowed not to let you suffer even the slightest harm. Ji-Yun lifted his head, his gaze sharply fixed on Bulma. Having witnessed that version of her in another timeline, he would never allow the same thing to happen again. Bulma felt extremely touched by Ji-Yun's words. In the past, someone like Ji-Yun, a stereotypical man, would never have said such things. Bulma felt that her man had grown more mature over this long time. All right, from now on, it's up to you to show me. Bulma said with a smile, with most of her grievances already dissipated. Don't worry, what Ji-Yun says goes. Ji-Yun said earnestly. With the misunderstandings cleared, all that was left was the sweet exchanges between the two. Unfortunately, Bulma was now pregnant, and the two couldn't engage in a deeper exchange. This made Ji-Yun feel quite regretful. He had been holding back for several months, suppressing himself. He never expected that it would turn out this way. It seemed that for the next 2 months, he could only rely on 5 to handle things. By the way, Ji-Yun, I forgot to tell you. The android showed up ahead of time, just as Krillin and the others said. And a monster appeared, killing people everywhere, reported widely in the news. Goku and Piccolo have been defeated several times. Do you want to go help them? Bulma suddenly remembered this matter, stopping her affectionate exchange with Ji-Yun. She slowly spoke. If you want me to go, then I will go. If you don't want me to go, then I won't go, Ji-Yun said with a cheerful smile. You're quite obedient now. Humph. Bulma snorted lightly, then continued. Then go ahead, but be careful. Bulma knew that Ji-Yun was someone who couldn't sit still. No matter what happened on Earth, he would always get involved. Received. Ji-Yun said, standing up with a smile. Ding, it has been detected that Cell wants to absorb Android 18. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, turn a blind eye, desireless and indifferent. Reward Vegeta's ultimate move, Ultimate Flash. Choice 2, defeat Cell, the protector of the goddess. Reward the ordinary ability of the god of destruction, destruction power, incomplete version. Just as Ji-Yun was about to teleport to the battlefield, the system's alert sound suddenly rang out, announcing this mission. I choose 2. Ji-Yun's expression was filled with excitement. He decisively made his choice in his mind. Ultimate Flash. Isn't that just a larger Kamehameha? The introduction makes it sound quite impressive, but it's just Vegeta's ultimate move. Destruction power. What the heck? That's the ability of a god of destruction, and it's just ordinary. Ji-Yun began to doubt whether the system was malfunctioning. Host has successfully chosen Eliminate Cell. After completing the mission, the system rewards will be automatically distributed. The system's alert sound rang out again. Oh my goodness, just thinking about it makes me excited. I'm about to possess the power of a god of destruction. Ji-Yun stood in place, his expression a bit excited. Ji-Yun, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Bulma looked at Ji-Yun, who was standing there with a silly smile, and asked with concern. Oh, I'm fine, just feel that this aura is somewhat familiar. I didn't expect to have just defeated him in the future and now have to confront him again. Thinking about it makes me laugh. Ji-Yun came back to his senses and casually found a reason to explain. He had indeed been a bit carried away with pride, but he couldn't be completely blamed for it. After all, the reward was just too tempting. Oh, is that so? Then I'm relieved. Be sure to come back soon. Bulma sighed in relief and said slowly. She thought Ji-Yun might have encountered some problem. He'll take care of these troubles right away. Ji-Yun smiled calmly. At the same time, as soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared from the room. On a small island north of West City. Vegeta, you can't do this. Since you have the ability to kill him, you should eliminate him immediately. Garbage is still garbage. I am a Super Saiyan, no matter how strong the enemy is, they will never be a match for this prince. Vegeta crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face full of pride and arrogance. At this moment, after rigorous training, he had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although he initially couldn't defeat the monster in front of him, he had further enhanced his strength through training in the room of spirit and time. He even boasted that he had surpassed the Super Saiyan. Goku, say something. Krillin looked very anxious, turning his attention to Goku, hoping he could deal with the enemy in front of them. Actually, Krillin, I also want to see just how strong this guy really is. Goku scratched his ears, saying with a hint of embarrassment. Like Vegeta, he had also trained to the point where he could transform into a Super Saiyan at will. His own strength even steadily surpassed Vegeta's, which was quite terrifying. Damn it, Krillin said somewhat unwillingly. Krillin understood Goku's personality. Essentially, he and Vegeta were the same kind of person. However, Goku was much purer and kinder than Vegeta. Could it really end in failure? Krillin looked at Piccolo and shook his head helplessly. Piccolo's power was also quite formidable now, but he was still somewhat weaker than Goku and the others. All right, Cell, you can begin now. Vegeta coldly stared at Cell and said disdainfully, "Oomph." Cell let out a sinister snort, then turned around and began to absorb Android 18. Goku, the androids haven't done anything wrong. This monster wants to absorb them to become stronger. Can you bear to see a living person being absorbed by this monster? Krillin shouted desperately. In fact, he was also somewhat selfish in his efforts. Because from the moment he first saw Android 18, he had felt a stirring in his heart. What a... Goku exclaimed in shock. He was completely unaware of this situation as he had been in seclusion training. He had only just arrived and saw that the cell before him had already absorbed Android 17. Even after absorbing Android 17, this cell was still no match for Goku. Goku had only agreed to let Cell test his strength after hearing that he could become stronger, but he never expected that it would involve absorbing androids. Is that so? Vegeta? Goku questioned Vegeta. Oomph. Vegeta turned his head away, coldly snorting, offering no explanation. Seeing Vegeta like this, Goku's heart sank, although he really wanted to fight a strong opponent. Just as Krillin said, the androids hadn't done anything wrong since they were created. Goku couldn't bear to see a living life perish before his eyes. Damn it. So that's how it is, Cell, wait for me. Swish. In the next moment, Goku appeared directly in front of Cell. He stood in front of Android 18. You wicked monster, I won't allow you to do this. Goku said with righteous indignation. His eyes were filled with righteousness. This? Cell was somewhat flustered. He hadn't expected Goku to be so straightforward. The androids were created to kill him. He never expected that he would now protect her. Kakarot, get out of my way. Vegeta angrily kicked Goku aside. He had already become arrogant to the extreme, not believing that the fully powered Cell could defeat him. Goku also refused to back down, and they immediately began to fight. Cell saw the opportunity, a look of excitement appeared on his face, and he slowly walked towards the pale-faced Android 18. Android 18, it's your turn, or I've missed you to the point of madness. Cell said with a sinister grin. Beside Android 18 stood a tall man with red hair. It was Android 16, whose head had been partially destroyed, revealing a tangled mess of circuits. The two were leaning against each other. Android 18, you need to run quickly, you mustn't let him catch you. Android 16 hurriedly warned. But it was too late, Cell had already reached Android 18. It's over, Clint thought in despair as he saw Cell approaching No. 18. However, his heart leaped with joy when he saw Goku step forward. Goku was still the same Goku, still so kind. But that damn Vegeta actually intervened. Now the two were locked in an aerial battle, unable to gain the upper hand. Bastard, I won't let you succeed. No. 16 slowly rose to his feet and began fighting Cell. However, with his current power, he was no match for Cell. Before long, he was defeated. Stop resisting, No. 16. I'm not interested in you if you insist on seeking death. I can send you on your way first. Cell said expressionlessly as he looked at No. 16. No. 16's strength was greater than that of No. 17 and No. 18. If he could absorb him, his power would greatly increase. Unfortunately, No. 16 was a robot and could not be absorbed. Damn you, you disgusting creature, get away from me. No. 18 saw No. 16 knocked down again. She swiftly moved to Cell's side and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. However, No. 18's attacks were merely an annoyance to Cell. They had no effect whatsoever. Bang! Cell kicked No. 18 in the abdomen. He sent No. 18 flying, crashing heavily into a rock. Accept your fate, No. 18. Your purpose was to become my nourishment. Cell said with a cold smile as he teleported in front of No. 18. His tail suddenly curled up and the tiny needle holes expanded rapidly. Like a giant suction cup, it descended upon No. 18. It's over, what should I do? What can I do? No. 18 felt a wave of panic and deep unwillingness. But she had no way to counter him. Cell's power was too overwhelming. Just at this critical moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Everyone put down what you're doing for a moment. Oh, I have a few questions to ask. The volume was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Vegeta and Goku heard the voice and immediately separated, ceasing their struggle. Who is it? Show yourself. Vegeta shouted angrily. How dare someone play tricks in front of him? He must not want to live. This voice, why does it sound somewhat familiar? Goku wondered. He felt that this voice was reminiscent of something, as if he had heard it before. Almost everyone was momentarily stunned, searching for the source of the voice. Only Cell continued his actions. Upon hearing the voice, he slightly hesitated. However, no matter who it was, they could not stop him from absorbing No. 18. After all, that was the most important thing. Whoosh. Suddenly a sound of something breaking through the air rang out, just as Cell's tail was about to touch No. 18. In the next second, a figure appeared in front of No. 18, grasping Cell's tail. A calm voice then followed. I told you to put down what you're doing. Do you not understand? The hand gripping Cell's tail first lifted up, then forcefully swung, slamming Cell into the ground. Who is it? At that moment, everyone's gaze converged. Anyone capable of halting Cell's actions was certainly no ordinary person. Could there be hidden masters on Earth? This was the thought shared by everyone at the same time. Soon after, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Klin saw a familiar face. Ji-Yun. Almost everyone exclaimed in surprise at that moment. They hadn't expected Ji-Yun, who had been absent for 7 months, to reappear. It seemed the matters of the future had been resolved. No. 18 turned her gaze to the handsome young man before her. I thought it was someone else, turns out it's you. Vegeta was the first to speak, his eyes filled with fervor. He licked his lips, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He had waited a long time for this day, and finally Ji-Yun had returned. Great mister. Ji-Yun is finally back. Klin shouted joyfully. So it was Ji-Yun. Goku also expressed his happiness, his eyes similarly reflecting excitement. Who are you? Why is there no trace of you in my cells? Cell crawled up from the ground astonished. Someone who could stop him must be a significant figure on Earth. However, there was no record of this person in his genetic database. I haven't let you speak yet, please shut your mouth. Ji-Yun glanced at him and said calmly, arrogant fool, don't think that just because you ambushed me you can ride on my back and do as you please. Cell's expression changed. No. 18 was right in front of him, and he was about to become the strongest perfect form. No one could stop him. Oh, is that so? Ji-Yun sneered. Suddenly, it was as if time stopped for a moment. No one noticed. Ji-Yun remained motionless, but Cell was clutching his abdomen, kneeling on the ground. When Cell's eyes widened like copper bells. He had no idea when he had been attacked. All he felt was a sharp pain in his abdomen. His legs instinctively buckled due to the intensity of the pain. Ji-Yun saw Cell sprawled on the ground and chose not to bother with him anymore. Hey, Goku, long time no see. Ji-Yun waved at Goku like an old friend. Goku saw Ji-Yun greeting him and immediately descended, leaping to Ji-Yun's side. Long time no see, Ji-Yun. What? What happened to him suddenly? Goku greeted Ji-Yun and curiously inquired about the kneeling Cell. Seeing Cell in so much pain, he wondered how he could change so suddenly. Oh, it's nothing. He wouldn't shut up when I told him to, insisting on exchanging blows with me. I just played with him for a bit. Who knew he couldn't take it after a few hundred punches? He should be contemplating life right now. Ji-Yun explained nonchalantly. Although he was only speaking to Goku, everyone present clearly heard Ji-Yun's words. A storm of shock surged within their hearts. 3 or 400 punches. You're kidding, right? Why didn't I see anything? This question lingered in everyone's minds. Especially Vegeta, who immediately shook his head in denial upon hearing Ji-Yun's words. How could it be? You landed 3 or 400 punches on Cell. And I didn't notice a single thing. Don't joke around. Who would believe what you just said? Is that even possible? Stop babbling here. No action of yours can escape my eyes. Vegeta sneered disdainfully. His current strength was unlike any before. He held no regard for Ji-Yun. Oh, forget it, I can't be bothered to explain too much. Ji-Yun said nonchalantly. In front of him, Vegeta was still a mere insect. There was no need to explain things he wouldn't understand. But why are you still alive? Ji-Yun shifted the topic, asking indifferently. He remembered that when he left, Vegeta had been beaten to near death. With Earth's medical technology, recovering would take at least 10 to 8 years. However, if he had some Senza beans, healing would be easy. The one who can kill this prince has yet to be born. Vegeta scoffed. It's like this, Ji-Yun. Goku, watching from the side, could no longer tolerate Vegeta's arrogance. He began to explain slowly. At that time, I was with Vegeta and forgot about him when I left. When I remembered Vegeta was still there, he had already been lying there for a month. But luckily, this guy has a strong vitality and managed to hold on. I found some Senza beans from Lord Karen, which saved his life. Oh, so that's how it was. Ji-Yun said with realization. One must admit, enduring heavy injuries and not eating or drinking for a month was quite impressive. It seemed Vegeta had a strong will to live. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta said angrily. He had always brooded over this matter. For over a month he endured the elements and the bites of insects. If Kakarot hadn't discovered him in time, the proud Prince Vegeta would have died in such a pathetic manner. However, precisely because of this, Vegeta's strength surged, and he soon broke through to the Saiyan level, becoming a Super Saiyan. With diligent training, his strength was now unlike any before. Ji-Yun, dare you fight me? Let me tell you, in this state, I am a Super Saiyan. And my power has long surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. You are no longer my match. Vegeta said proudly. The first thing he wanted to do after becoming a Super Saiyan was to challenge Ji-Yun. However, he knew his power was only slightly stronger than that of Frieza back then. To defeat Ji-Yun, he was still far from enough. Thus, Vegeta underwent a lengthy period of hard training. His strength surged once more, and he arrogantly deemed himself to have surpassed Super Saiyans. I have no interest. Ji-Yun said indifferently, his expression unchanging. Vegeta was strong now, but he had chosen the wrong opponent. Even now, let alone before, Vegeta was definitely no match for Ji-Yun. Are you afraid? Vegeta said with a cold smile. Clearly he mistook Ji-Yun's disdain for cowardice. Fool. Ji-Yun said softly, then ignored Vegeta. Goku, you've become much stronger too. Ji-Yun smiled at Goku. Goku, hearing Ji Yun's praise, shyly scratched his head and grinned. It's not bad, and my strength has indeed increased dramatically. But in your eyes, this probably isn't much. When you made your move just now, I didn't even notice when it happened. Goku was very self-aware. He could sense that despite becoming much stronger now, he still didn't dare to compare himself to Ji Yun. Ji Yun was the strongest warrior in his heart. Goku still believed that daring to fight Ji Yun was like striking a stone with an egg. Hearing Goku's words, Ji Yun's mouth curled slightly. Look, this is the difference between people. This is the quality a strong person should possess. Oh, otherwise how could Goku always overshadow Vegeta? Ji Yun could also sense that Goku and Vegeta were nearly equal in strength. However, overall Goku still had the upper hand. Seeing Ji Yun ignore him, Vegeta's anger surged within him. He had become this strong and still dared to look down on his existence. Vegeta's tightly clenched fists seemed ready to explode at any moment. What about them? Piccolo should have told you that the androids won't appear until a year later, right? Ji Yun asked, curiously, pointing at the No. 18 behind him and the still unconscious Cell. I don't know. Perhaps history has changed. 6 months after you left, the androids appeared. At first there was an old man and a fat guy. They were no match for us. That old man was the former Dr. Gero. And so Goku recounted all that had happened over the past few months. Ji Yun listened with a frown. The events unfolded exactly as in the original story, with only slight differences and an advanced timeline. Piccolo did not merge with the Supreme Kai, yet he could still fight evenly with No. 17. Cell also appeared earlier, or rather had long come to this timeline and absorbed humans to grow stronger. Only this month did he suddenly appear before everyone, simultaneously absorbing android No. 17. Goku, due to the advanced timeline, had yet to experience his heart disease, allowing him to participate in this battle. Thinking of this, Ji Yun suddenly remembered this matter. He directly pulled out a small box of medicine from his pocket and threw it to Goku. What is this? Goku hurriedly caught it, asking curiously, medicine for heart disease. Your heart has issues, and the medical methods of this time cannot treat it. I brought this from the future. You will die from heart disease. Calculating the time, you should have about 5 months before it strikes. You can take it beforehand or wait until you feel unwell to take it. Either way works. Ji Yun slowly explained to Goku. He did not want his negligence to cause Goku to die young. Thank you, Ji Yun. Goku, though skeptical, accepted the medicine. He wasn't doubting that Ji Yun was lying to him. Rather, he felt perfectly healthy. He looked nothing like someone who was ill. But he still thanked Ji Yun and decided to observe for a while. If there really was a problem, it wouldn't be too late to take it then. Now it's your turn. You came from another timeline, right? Ji Yun looked down at Cell, his expression indifferent. What? You also came from the future. Cell looked up at Ji Yun. Sharu was somewhat surprised but not too shocked. He had been eavesdropping on Ji Yun and Ryukon's conversation, where the term future kept recurring. This also convinced Sharu that Ji Yun had traveled from the future or had previously visited the future. The only thing puzzling Sharu was why Ji Yun's genes were not in his gene bank, even if he came from the future. Well, it seems you are not that Sharu, Ji Yun said lightly. He had just been suspecting that this Sharu had crossed over from the world he had just returned from. However, from this Sharu's reaction, it was clear he did not recognize Ji Yun. Indeed, Ji Yun had already confirmed that the Sharu from that world was thoroughly dead. It was impossible for him to stir up trouble again. It seemed this Sharu had crossed over from another timeline where Trunks was killed. Thus, Ji Yun only existed in this world, and the main plot of Dragon Ball had not changed due to his presence. No matter where you come from, you can't stop me from absorbing Android 18. Sharu stood up, his eyes shooting out flames of anger. Android 18 was so close. If it weren't for this person in front of him, he would have completed the fusion already. Is that so? Android 18 is right behind me. But to touch her, you'll need to defeat me first to proceed with the fusion. That's no small feat, Ji Yun said with a faint smile, waving at Sharu. You bastard, die. Sharu conjured an energy sphere and hurled it directly at Ji Yun. Upon seeing it, Ji Yun casually swatted it away. Boom. The energy sphere exploded in midair, causing the entire island to tremble. Ji Yun's usual strength had already reached the limit of Super Saiyan 1. Currently, unless Sharu transformed into his perfect form, he was definitely no match for Ji Yun. Whoosh! Sharu rushed toward Ji Yun the moment the energy sphere was deflected. A green fist aimed for Ji Yun's head. Sharu knew Ji Yun's strength was formidable. However, he had to complete the fusion today. Only then could he stand at the pinnacle of the entire world. Bang! Another loud sound echoed as Ji Yun caught Sharu's fist. Your attack is too weak. You won't kill me like this. Ji Yun shook his head, speaking calmly. His words undoubtedly provoked Sharu. Then Sharu unleashed a flurry of attacks. These strikes would be lethal against anyone else, but unfortunately Ji Yun dealt with them effortlessly, remaining completely unfazed. Who is he? How can he be this powerful? Sharu felt a wave of panic. A sense of fear began to creep into his heart. Are you done yet? If you're done, then I'll make my move. Ji Yun's expression remained calm. However, to Sharu it seemed quite terrifying. It felt as if he could perish at any moment in the next second. With a whoosh, Ji Yun struck like lightning. His right hand landed directly on Sharu's abdomen. The powerful fist pierced through Sharu's body, instantly staining him with purple blood. Why? Why are you so strong? Sharu lamented, blood beginning to trickle from the corners of his mouth. He couldn't understand why he was on the verge of success only to fail at the last moment. Then look, who are you going to reason with? Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly. Then he exerted force with his right hand, and a brilliant golden light erupted. Boom! Sheriff's body exploded, turning to dust on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system reward has been automatically issued. The moment Sheru was eliminated, Ji-Yun heard an electronic synthesized voice in his mind. It was the system's prompt. In an instant, a special power merged into Ji-Yun's body. His mind suddenly became bright. He could only feel something profound and indescribable. It seemed to possess a sense of freedom. Everything around him felt as if it were plain paper, easily destructible, without any effort. Is this the destruction power of the god of destruction? So wondrous. Ji-Yun silently marveled as he felt the special power within him. The surrounding crowd was unaware of the changes occurring within Ji-Yun. They only saw Ji-Yun effortlessly obliterate Sheru, their eyes filled with shock. Impressive as expected of Mr. Ji-Yun. Wukong looked at Ji-Yun with admiration. With his own strength, he could also kill Sheru. However, he absolutely could not do it so easily. Indeed, the stronger the power, the clearer one could feel the gap between themselves and Ji-Yun. So cool. Android 18 was extremely excited. She felt as if she had survived a disaster, especially at that moment when he said, "To touch her, you need to defeat me." This thought made her imagine wildly, completely forgetting that Android 17 had been obliterated along with Sheriff's explosion. Few thank the heavens, it's good to have this gentleman here, saving the Earth from disaster. Android 16 leaned against a rock, sighing in relief. How is this possible? How can he be this strong? Vegeta gulped, clearly finding it hard to believe. Although his own power far exceeded Sheriff's, he could never match Ji-Yun's display of strength. He had worked hard for so long to surpass Ji-Yun. But now, impossible in this world, I am the strongest. No one can surpass me, no one. Vegeta clenched his fists tighter and then flashed to Ji-Yun's front. What's wrong, Vegeta? Are you not satisfied? Ji-Yun said bluntly. He wouldn't pay him any mind, and now he dared to confront him. Looking at Vegeta's sour face, Ji-Yun felt the urge to slap him. You bastard, don't think that just because you killed Sheru you're impressive. Let me tell you, I could also kill him, but he was too weak. I couldn't be bothered to kill him. Vegeta replied coldly. Unconsciously, he had already challenged Ji-Yun. Oh, is that so? Ji-Yun said casually. This was why Ji-Yun disliked Vegeta. He loved to show off. Apart from using words to satisfy his pathetic self-esteem, he could do nothing else. For his own selfish reasons, he treated others' safety as a joke. This was why Ji-Yun liked Trunks. He was straightforward and decisive. Bastard, dare to put on an act. I'll show you my strength right now. Ji-Yun replied dismissively, thoroughly angering Vegeta. He had gone through so much training to achieve his current strength. Yet in Ji-Yun's words it seemed so insignificant.